We would like to invite the dignitaries for pictures requested by the media people. For those of you who are on your first visit to Bengaluru in India, the lamp called Belaku in the local language Kannada, the lamp that is lit with all the wicks that you see, signifies a new beginning of something which is significant. It also signifies the move from darkness unto knowledge, as they say, tamasoma jyotirgamaya. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the context of what is in store in this program, I now invite Shri Akash Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He is a CEO of MyGov, the distinguished citizen engagement platform aimed at promoting the active participation of citizens in governance and development. Shri Tripathi.
Honorable Minister of State, Electronics and Information Technology, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir. Secretary, Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Alkesh Sharma sir. President NESCOM, Ms. Debjani Ghosh. CEO MSH, Shri Jeet Vijay. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all in this G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit. As you know, during India's G20 presidency, one of the key focus areas has been digital transformation. G20 Digital Innovation Alliance aims to recognize and support innovators who have digital solutions for various world economies. Our Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has identified, chosen 6 themes which are of vital importance to global communities. These themes are EdTech, HealthTech, Agri-tech, FinTech, secure digital infrastructure, and circular economy. We launched this program on 28th of December 2022. During the program, we have organized 12 road shows across India in various cities of India like Surat, Indore, Kochi, Chennai, Imphal, and so on. In these 12 road shows, more than 5,000 startups and startup ecosystem players participated. Similarly, we organized 3 international road shows in which more than 1,000 startup ecosystem players attended. For selecting top 6 startups of India, we received more than 2,500 applications from various Indian startups. After a 3-stage rigorous selection process, 6 top startups were chosen, 1 each in 6 identified themes. Similar national level selection processes were undertaken by other G20 participating countries. Overall, we received 119 nominations for startups from 23 participating countries. Subsequently, these 119 startups were supported through a 8-week virtual acceleration program to connect them and entrench them into the international startup ecosystem, and also to prepare them for their final pitching for this award. And those final pitching sessions would be happening during the summit. Close to 100 startups would be pitching to the global jury, and top 3 startups in each 6 themes would be awarded. Apart from that, 1 female entrepreneur in each category, and also best audience choice startup in each category would also be awarded. Overall, 30 awards would be distributed across 6 selected themes. So this was a brief about Digital Innovation Alliance. I'm sure you are now keen to listen to our esteemed guests. So I'll close my remarks here. Have a lovely day. Thank you so much.
The statistics tell a story, a very heartening one at that. And thank you, Mr. Tripathi, for giving us a big picture. I would now like to invite Ms. Debjani Ghosh, President of NASSCOM, a veteran, as we know, of the technology industry. Ms. Ghosh is the 5th President of NASSCOM and the very first woman at the helm in its 3-decade history. Ms. Ghosh.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Alkesh ji, Akash ji, very warm welcome to all of you and a very good morning. You know, since we are talking about the spirit of entrepreneurship, we are talking about the spirit of startups, I want to share with you a little something. I have the tremendous privilege of working with a group of young girls across India, mostly coming from very small towns of India, but with very, very big dreams. And one of them sent me a little something she had written on Independence Day. I loved it. It absolutely touched my heart, and I hope you will like it too. So I wanted to share this little write-up that she sent me. On this Independence Day, here I am, a 21-year-old Indian girl hailing from the beautiful city of Shillong, standing at the threshold of my dreams. India, with all its vibrant chaos, endless possibilities, has lit a fire within me to become an entrepreneur. My vision? An eco-friendly homestay that's not just a place to stay, but an experience that echoes our responsibility towards nature. In the India of today, the air is buzzing with the electricity of dreams. From the bustling streets to the virtual realms, every corner is alive with the zeal of young dreamers like me. We swapped the old script for a new age narrative where startups, creativity, audacious ideas rule the game. As I soak in the tricolor spirit, I can't help but see how the nation serves as a canvas for the dreams of millions to unfold. So here's to India's independence, here's to the freedom it gives us, the freedom to dream, the freedom to innovate, and to shape our own destinies. I believe in mine, and I shall achieve my dream. So this was a little poem that she had written on Independence Day and sent. And to me, this is the spirit of India. This is the spirit of India, which is pretty much shaped by our entrepreneurial spirit. By today's youngsters in India are no more about, I hope someday I can become this. Today's youngsters are all about, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to do it. And they know that they have the support. They know that they have the ecosystem that will absolutely support them to achieve those dreams. And I'm so proud to see G20 this year, under India's leadership, bring forth this spirit, this can-do spirit, this spirit of entrepreneurship, and to a global platform, to a global level. We are talking about digital economies. I do believe that the one thing that will shape or break a digital economy is how its people think, especially how its young people think. It's the mindset. Are we creating a generation of followers, or are we creating a generation of doers, those who can solve problems? I believe that is what is India doing today. And I do hope that with the Global Alliance coming together, we can and we should sit down to think through how do we collectively build a world of doers, a world of problem solvers, a world of young people who believe in their destinies and that feel that it's their right to achieve their dreams. So with that, I wish the conference all the very best. We have a lot to deliberate. We have a lot to talk about. And I think the spirit of India, the spirit of ecosystem, the spirit of entrepreneurship is what the world needs to take us forward. Thank you.
Such a note of hope, isn't it? Thank you, Ms. Debjani Ghosh, for bringing to us the voice of the youth of this country, particularly the young person from Shillong. I now request and would like to welcome Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Sharma has earlier served as Additional Secretary and Secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. He will present his thoughts on the G20 perspective on digital innovations driving economic growth and competitiveness.
Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Ms. Devjani Ghosh, President NESCOM, my colleague Akash, Jeet, distinguished members and delegates who have come from different parts of the world, a lot of young startups, young students, dear friends. It is indeed a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be here this morning, especially when we are organizing this Digital Innovation Alliance Summit as part of our G20 Summit. As you all know, India has taken the presidency of G20 in last December, and we are in the final leg of finalizing our declarations on different working groups. And while we were finalizing this, and the way India's digital transformation through India's Digital India program has actually transformed economy, we thought it would be wise and it is prudent that we must also on the sidelines organize this Digital Innovation Alliance Summit. And I am so happy, and I would like to thank each one of the countries. The 23 countries have participated. There was a large number of applications which have come, and about 19 of those have been shortlisted. And they will be showcasing some of the best startups in different themes which have been identified, 6 themes. So this is something great. And then we thought we must, when we look at doing our Digital India, which has become a transformative journey for India, it has been an inclusive program. We also ensured that it should reach the last mile. It should be able to help us in bridging the digital divide. And the kind of initiative which has been taken by government under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, we have created systems and platforms keeping in mind and having our focus on 3 important aspects. One, we wanted to ensure that it creates ease of living for the citizens. It should also facilitate ease of doing business for the entrepreneurs and the business community. And it should also lead to ease of governance. On these pillars, we have set up our digital public platforms, which have been open source, open architecture, interoperable, and have been done at a scale. I don't think any other country in the world can take up the kind of a scale which India can do in terms of our population. So obviously we have to have big and large scale programs at a very low cost. And that was the beauty of the programs of digital public platform. While we created digital public platforms, which was a public sector, which was the public-driven investment, but we ensured and we wanted that the private sector should come in and they become an active partner in all our journey. They develop applications and solutions in all sectors of the economy, in all social sectors. Whatever the idea was that we must unleash the potential of our young youth, college students, young startups who just want to create many things. As one example has just been given by Devjani ji, I think there are many thousands and thousands of students and a young fraternity who want to come out, develop new startups, and create an entrepreneurial skill, create an entrepreneurial ecosystem in country. And this is what the digital economy, the Digital India program has done for all of us. We have taken up to the next level now. The whole purpose of the government is now let's focus on technology, talent, and innovation. These three will now drive India's digital economy movement to the next level, while we are going to become a $1 trillion digital economy by 2025. I think a large contribution of it will come from the private sector, from the industry, from the academia, and from the young startups, having almost 107 unicorns and almost over 100,000 startups. I think India is now becoming one of the fastest growing startup ecosystem. While most of these, some of the best startups will be showcasing their products, they'll be showcasing their journey, and we'll be picking up the top 6 in 6 sectors. 3 each one of them will be given awards. I am sure your day will be packed for next 2 days. You will see some of the best startups, and I am sure when you go back, there will be a lot of takeaway. With this, I would like to thank the organizer. Obviously, I am the host, but congratulate Akash and his team for organizing such a wonderful event, and also would like to thank each one of you for participating in this. There are great takeaways. I am sure you will not be disappointed. I wish this DIA Summit all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. What you said is so true. The need to unleash the potential of innovation among the young and the startup ecosystem of this country and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to hear and listen to the Honorable Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Shri Chandrasekhar has been a senior design engineer and CPU architect at Intel in Silicon Valley and worked on the 80486 microprocessors and Pentium chips. He returned to India and turned into an entrepreneur who built India's first and the largest cellular network, including creating the first unicorn before the phrase unicorn was known. And then as an investor has built several ventures with global investors. He's recognized as one of India's leading minds on all things tech and is currently focused on implementing the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Digital India by expanding and deepening India's tech and innovation economy. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Vasanti, for that warm welcome. Vasanti is an old friend, so I think thank you for that warm introduction. Debjani Ghosh from NASSCOM, my colleagues in the Government of India, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, the 119 startups from around the world that have descended on my city, my hometown of Bengaluru. A warm welcome to all of you, and as we say in Bengaluru, ellarigu namaskara, welcome, namaste. I think this is very appropriate that we are having a conversation with all of you from around the world about innovation, how important it is, what the future for innovation will look like. And it is appropriate that we do so under the Indian G20 Presidency. It is appropriate that we do it in a city like Bengaluru, a city that in a lot of ways represents the present and the future of the digital economy. It is a city with great tradition, a great heritage, a great past. It also has a very exciting today and an even more exciting tomorrow, as we think India too has. So welcome, and I hope the delegates and the visitors to Bengaluru will have some time to visit, shop, experience this beautiful city as we talk about digital innovation. Bengaluru is appropriate because it is certainly one of the epicenters of the Indian digital economy, the Indian innovation ecosystem. And we have startups in Bengaluru that range from space, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, the consumer internet, the future of the internet with Web3, the entire spectrum of what we consider innovation and what we consider the future of technology is being innovated in Bengaluru by young startups from across all over the country. And in a lot of ways, it is extremely appropriate that we have this conversation of digital innovation here in Bengaluru. So I certainly don't want to make a long speech, but I certainly would like to take this opportunity to share some thoughts with you. I will say this, we can all be in agreement that we are living in extremely interesting times. And the word interesting can be defined by different people to mean different things. But at the heart of any definition of what this interesting time means is the fact that, or our acknowledgement that the pace of digitalization of our lives, of our governments, of our enterprises, of our citizens is accelerating at an unprecedented pace. Never before in the history of modern mankind have we seen this pace of digitalization and this pace of innovation in its wake. And I would present to you with great respect and humility that India certainly is a preeminent nation in how we have adapted technology, not just for innovation in a broader sense, but to deliver real solutions that have transformed people's lives, transformed governance, transformed democracy in the last few years. As I said, this digitalization, this pace of digitalization means we are now looking at every citizen, every consumer consuming digital products or services, whether it is Insta Reels or DPIs that connect them to the government and governance, or using the cloud, and all of those upstream and downstream impacts that are created by this pace and trend of digitalization. And there are certainly, taking further from that, there are three trends that are happening that are of interest to startups today, those who are in the innovation economy. The center of gravity of tech, which used to be in a few countries and centered around a few corporations, a few companies, is moving to open source systems, to younger and younger startups that are disrupting the normal. And these two trends are in turn capitalizing on the broader trend of increased digitization and faster digitization. Our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, in 2021, from the ramparts of the Red Fort, addressing the nation, spoke about how he saw the future. And he called the coming decade the techade, a decade of technology opportunities. And in a lot of ways, he was exhorting young Indians, and that call is true for youngsters everywhere in the world, that this decade, and in India's context, the India decade, will be built by, architected by, designed by, innovated by the determination, energy, creativity of young startups around the country and around the world. Innovation, apart from being an exciting thing for those in the space, for those in government, those who look at the economy in broader terms, is a very, very important, vital piece of the transformation that is underway of global economies and global trade. In India's case in itself, I want to share with you, the digital economy has gone from 4 to 4.5% in 2014 of the total GDP to 11% of the total GDP today. And we expect the digital economy piece to be over 20% of our GDP by 2026. So this is not just about an abstract conversation about innovation or technology. It is becoming centerpiece to how global economies and economies of countries like India and other countries are being reshaped and redrawn. At the heart of our economies looking into the future will be digital economy, which will be innovation. And as much as innovation represents in its base form innovation and creativity, it also represents economic opportunity, and it represents governance. On India's part, like I said, India is certainly a great case study for how political leadership of our Prime Minister, his vision, his almost all-in commitment to technology way back in 2015 has caused this deep transformation at the economy, deep transformation of governance, deep transformation of people's lives. Debjani was referring to a beautiful poem sent to her by a young student, and I certainly want to share this story with you as a minister about the power of technology and how it is transforming real lives and real citizens' lives in our country. A few months ago, I traveled to the distant northeast of India, and usually I was to visit a district, and the usual way to get there was through a helicopter ride, and because it was a bad weather day, I decided to drive. From the state capital to this district took me 9 hours by road. Is it that remote? And the next day morning, when I met with the community of people from that district and the village, the first thing I was told was that I was the first minister to visit that district in the last 65 years. So that's how remote it was. But when I asked them, how many of you have digital identity? The entire room went. I said, how many of you get all your benefits and subsidies delivered to you directly in your bank account and pinged on your phone? The entire room. So the normal narrative around exclusion, which is usually associated with technology and digitization, is exactly the inverse in India. And technology and innovation is actually beginning to make a dramatic inclusion of people who were kept out of governance, out of the reach of governance for several decades. And there was this old narrative about India, which I want to share with my foreign visitor friends, which was that because we were a large democracy, that there was a certain dysfunctionality in governance, and when 100 rupees left the central capital of Delhi, only a 15 rupees reached the beneficiary, and there was 85 rupees of intermediation and leakage because of the distance of the citizen from the capital or from the source of the money. And today, using technology, architected by startups and the innovation ecosystem in general, monies that go from the government meant for a citizen reach the citizen directly in their account without leakage, with absolute responsiveness and speed. That is the power of technology that India is now demonstrating and showcasing to the world. I will not take too much more of your time. I certainly want to welcome you again to my home of Bengaluru. I wish you a very good stay. I wish you constructive conversations and discourse around the future of tech, the future of innovation in general. And I can certainly say we are living in very, very exciting times if you are a participant in this innovation ecosystem and the innovation economy. And I think if you think that we have come to some critical mass today, I would hasten to point out to you that I think we are at the early stages of what promises to be a very, very exciting decade of innovation and opportunity for youngsters all over the world. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaste.
Thank you, Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. The stories that you shared were indeed uplifting. And to think that innovation is not just lip service, but the numbers and the reality on ground present the real picture. Thank you for the personal note as well. It's been wonderful as a Bangalorean to watch you do significant things for India's growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I know there are people in the audience who have come from far. I would like to acknowledge the presence of one such special person for us, His Excellency Deepak Balgobin, Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation from the Republic of Mauritius. A warm welcome, His Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a morning of listening to fresh thoughts and perspectives. And to tie all this up, I would now like to invite Sri Jeet Vijay, CEO of the MeitY Startup Hub, MSH is a national coordination, facilitation, and monitoring center that integrates all the incubation centers, startups, and innovation-related activities of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Vijay will now propose a vote of thanks.
You know, it's such an august gathering here today. And as we come to the closing of the opening ceremony of what is going to be a fascinating 2 days of interaction, education, collaboration, networking, showcasing, I want to first thank our Honorable Union Minister of State for Electronics and IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and an inspirational leader, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, for his mentorship, guidance, and his ever-driving spirit to take India and to the ministry to the highest level possible. I want to thank our Secretary, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma sir, for his daily guidance to us on what needs to be done and how to transform the vision of our minister, sir, into actionable and outcome-oriented activities. I want to thank our Joint Secretary, Shri Akash Tripathi, sir, who is a mentor and a guide and is available 24/7 as we try to figure out how to make the most of the given challenges that we are provided with. Lastly, I want to thank Ms. Debyani Ghosh, President NASCOM. She is not only a business leader, she is also an entrepreneur, and most importantly, an inspiration to entrepreneurs, and in particular, the women entrepreneurs who look up to her and to whom she provides unending and ever-enduring support in their journey to be successful. I want to thank all of our international delegates who are here today. It's been a hectic travel for you guys, and it's going to be a lot of engagement. So thank you for making the effort to be part of this gathering and share your expertise and work together to build an inclusive innovation ecosystem for betterment of the global humanity. I want to thank our incubators who are here showcasing the best of innovation that India is producing. I want to thank our sponsors, our partners who are here today, making the time from their busy schedule to showcase their support for this initiative. I want to thank, lastly, our speakers and jury members who will devote hours and hours of time to guide these startups and listen to them and mentor them. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this opening ceremony, and I wish everyone great time in Bengaluru and great time at this summit. Thank you.
Thanks. It's indeed a wrap of the session, as Sri Jeet Vijay told us. A vote of thanks always tells us what it takes to put an event of this stature together. And it's wonderful, a vibrant beginning. I invite all of you to also take some time off to experience Bengaluru and the hospitality and warmth of the country. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to make a couple of announcements that post-lunch, a global startup pitch of 29 countries. There are 150 plus startups that are going to be involved in this. I hope you experience that. There's also a panel discussion of the country heads, MDs, and presidents of various corporations. And with that, it's time for me, Vasanthi Hariprakash, to sign off from the inaugural. I wish you a wonderful conclave and summit. Namaskara.
countries globally. You being the startups are the true ambassadors of your country in today's evolving era. As the Honorable Minister talked about, we are living in a very, very exciting times. My experience with G20 for the 6 years tells me that this is one forum which not only brings the 20 leading economies of the world together, but brings a unique combination where the developed and the emerging economies are sitting together on a same platform, where the leading economies of the world, needing technology and innovation leaders, can guide the rest of the world to emerge from the challenges of today's date, whether it's related to climate change, whether it's related to eradication of poverty, or providing a good quality life to all 7.5 billion citizens of the world. We are here as the change makers of this, and with me I have an honor to be part of a panel which 4 of them are among the 107 which have made this huge difference to this country, which aspires to lead the digital innovation ecosystem for the future. I don't only say by mere words being an Indian, but some of the things we have done in the last few years around the digital transformation space has been amazing. The central theme of the G20 around the Digital Economy Working Group, that is the digital public infrastructure, what we created in this country in a phenomenally very small time frame, and that too converting into a successful ecosystem, is what makes every Indian proud and gives every Indian an opportunity to be part of an ecosystem which can drive the solutions they provide to the 1.4 billion population of this country. However, this DIA summit becomes important for the very sense that what all we 29 as individuals have achieved, how we can integrate that together to provide opportunities for these exciting solutions to reach all. How we can go to the next stage of the WTO to provide market access which is beyond what is today. How do we see that, how do we integrate the challenges that the globe is facing and bring the great innovative minds together to create solutions around this? Because no more it's Industry 3.0. We are living in an age of Industry 4.0 where technology will actually will provide solutions to all other sectors of economy, whether it's agriculture, logistics, healthcare. In India, we showcase this. When the world was actually facing the challenge of the pandemic, when the economies were facing challenges of keeping their bottom lines intact, this country was creating unicorns at a pace which the world has never seen before. Just in the 3 years of the challenging healthcare challenge, we converted from less than 20 unicorns to more than 100 during that period. Most of us were fearing with masks and all these, and these people were actually there on the field creating value for the world and providing solutions where people-to-people connect was replaced by digital-to-digital connect. So I find this panel very interesting, and with me I have 4 of our leading unicorns. To my left is Prashant Pitti, co-founder Ease My Trip, and he's a graduate from IIT Chennai. And he approximately has 16 years of experience in the travel, tourism, banking, and social application. He started his entrepreneurial stint with a travel agency in 2007, built one of the India's top travel booking platforms, and in 2008, Prashant launched EaseMyTrip as a company. He later provided EaseMyTrip to the B2C models by letting internet users directly make travel bookings. So when digital connects with travel is what Prashant is all about, to sum it up. To my right is Sandeep Agrawal, CEO and founder of Droom. He is also a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and a philanthropist. So all three hats in one. Great to be with you. He's the only tech entrepreneur in India to have founded 2 unicorns back to back. Droom, India's largest automobile e-commerce platform, and ShopClues, India's first ever online managed marketplace. He co-founded ShopClues in 2011, one of India's leading online marketplace that aimed to provide a platform for small and medium-sized businesses to reach a wider audience. His involvement in founding, building ShopClues showcased his ability to identify market gaps. And I think with EaseMyTrip also he did the same, that how do you successfully find a market gap and create value for yourself and the world. I have Dilsher Mali, CEO and founder of a gaming company called Jupi. This day is a founder and CEO of Jupi, a skill-based gaming company established in 2018. He is a co-alumni to me, luckily. We both graduated from IIT Kanpur. I did it much earlier than him, and he's much younger to me. So Dilsher is this. Strong appetite to human behavior, technology, and help platforms scale up to become big businesses, what he excels around. Welcome, Dilsher. I have Ankit Fitoria on my extreme right, a co-founder of a SaaS company called JetWorks. Mr. Ankit is a co-founder of JetWorks, having expertise in the areas of finance and business building. It is worthy to note that JetWorks including oversees the multiple business functionalities that can be provided through a fintech solution. Welcome, Ankit. Last, but not the least, I have Nilesh on my left. So Nilesh is a working founder of CEO and Lead Squad. Previously, Nilesh was the founder of Proteins, a recognized leader in software product development service space. He has a degree in engineering from Delhi University, and before founding Proteins, spent 4 years in IBM with their microprocessor and test tool. So thank you for all of you for being with me today. And my first and foremost question to you all, and which I want a very short reply, is that how it feels to be from a student a few years back, a techie a few years back, to be owning a company which is a unicorn today. Unicorn, $1 billion company. So let me start with Nilesh.
Please repeat the question.
So Nilesh, I was asking that how do you feel from a normal techie to be now owning a unicorn? How does it feel from inside you?
I think the feeling is more for the people who have helped build this, and it's good feeling, but there's a lot more to be done.
Dilay?
Hi guys. So, sorry, the question is how does it feel?
How does it feel yourself to be a unicorn at an age of say 32 or 30, whatever?
I think
27.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess it's more like a way of living, chasing less milestones. There's so much joy in building and creating. So, not saying very grateful that we became a unicorn, but like Nilesh said, there's a lot to be done, building for the joy of it.
Prashant?
Yeah. So, before I answer the question, I just want to know, by the raise of hands, how many of you are in college right now? Raise of hands. Okay, damn, we have a full crowd of college students over here. And now, how many of you are budding entrepreneurs? Come on, it's Bangalore. That's about it? Okay, the endeavor which we probably will have over here while we are talking would be to see if there could be few more hands by the end of it. That's what we would want to see, that, you know, just by the conversation, the talks which we are going to have, if we can see few more people to come on this fight, and it's not going to be an easy journey, and I don't think so any of us ever plan to create a unicorn. It's probably a matter of an accident, right? Which happened just because you were doing something which you were really passionate about. And I don't necessarily think that being a unicorn is something which people should be aspiring about. What you should be aspiring about is how can you impact your customer's life? What knowledge do you possess which you believe is unique to you, is to your understanding, and only you can provide that value to your customer and create a company out of it.
First of all, I would like to thank G20 Digital Innovation Alliance to have us. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. And welcome to all the delegates who flew from far. Unlike the famous unicorn founders like Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates, who dropped out from college, created their company at the age of 19, 20, I was a late bloomer. I was able, I feel very fortunate to create 2 unicorn out of the 107 India has. But the first one, when it reached to a unicorn status, I was 41-year-old. And so I don't remember the student days. And the second one reached at a unicorn level when I was 47. So, but yeah, I mean, I think, for me, the journey was very beautiful. While growing up as a student, when Prashant asked how many wants to be a budding entrepreneur, I definitely would have raised my hands while sitting there. But it took me so many years to get my mojo and to get everything right. Happy to be part of this great movement India and a lot of other economies are going through, where you can be born in a simple middle class background and, place some emphasis on education and create a company which has a promise to change the world. And happy to share my journey throughout the panel.
My take would be, being or not being a unicorn is not so important. What is more important is the impact you create across the stakeholders, your customers, suppliers, employees, their families, investors for sure, is more important. And at ZWork, in the last 5 years, what we take pride at is touching upon the lives of more than 10,000 MSMEs in the country. Taking India's product, India's production to more than 30 countries, working with more than 1,000 enterprise customers outside of India. That is what gives us the kick. We are living the dream of Make in India, making for India, making for the world. That is more relevant for us. Yeah.
So, and give them a big round of applause for all of them. Thank you. Thank you. Let me start with you, Prashant. India, one of the advantages Indian startups have is that you have a market which is 1.4 billion. A big market and big opportunity space. And in addition to that, India with more than a billion population has more than a multi-billion problems to be solved. That gives an advantage because of our great skill we as a skilled nation have when it comes to startup ecosystem. That's what I feel. But what I understand is that Ease My Trip, reaching around $1 billion valuation, not only had a huge Indian market space, but also a large international space. You understand that present day digital space is actually a space where many of the countries are creating their own new set of regulations. Here, we have not only in the audience, we not only have Indian startup entrepreneurs, we have people from 28 other countries. Many of them are much smaller in size as compared to India. And they might be actually aspiring to have more international markets, including India, for their innovative products. What advice and what challenges have you seen in your journey from reaching from India to outside India? And what advice will you give to these budding entrepreneurs when they are actually expanding outside their home country?
So I'll just repeat the question. Basically, how do you expand your business internationally in the shortest way? Now, see, MeitY is the second largest travel portal in India right now. And about 2 years ago, we decided that we want to grow internationally. At the time when we started looking, we found that there is no other online travel agency in the world which can survive without charging convenience fees. MeitY grew on the basis of not charging convenience fees to customers. So we thought that, hey, there lies a great opportunity. Worldwide, whoever the incumbent player is in different countries, they all are charging certain additional fee to the customers. And what if we launch MeitY while running our operations and our technology out of India in the other countries? So we began with Middle East, and we thought that, if we just launch MeitY.ae, we launched MeitY.ae in Middle East about 1.5 years ago. And our naivety, even at this level, we all are figuring it out. In our naivety, we thought that, okay, we'll launch a website with 0 convenience fees and people will pick it, right? Result was, for the first 2 months, there was no booking at all. Even though our prices were cheaper, we did a little bit of marketing, but that didn't really lead us to grow in Middle East 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. Now, MeitY is a bootstrap company. We never raised any capital, so we are very frugal in nature. And we literally spent almost 1 week to figure out how can we grow in Middle East market without spending any money. So we came up with an idea. We met one of the leading, without naming the bank, we met one of the leading banks in Middle East who have issued more than 30% credit card in the entire Gulf region. And we went to them and we said that, hey, why don't you look at MeitY.ae and you look at the incumbent player, which is one of the biggest travel agent, online travel agent, and please compare the price. And every time you will find MeitY to be cheaper because we are not charging this additional convenience fees which others are charging. So they looked at it, they verified, and they came to us that, okay, what can we do? So this is what we offer to them. And I'm sharing one hack how to grow your business internationally. This is what we did. We told them that for the first 3 months, only and only your card holder will be able to use MeitY.ae. We gave them exclusivity. And there's a huge power in exclusivity. We gave them this exclusivity that for the first 3 months, only your card holder will be able to use MeitY.ae. All we want is you tell your customers about it. That's all. Now, the results are out there. In the first quarter, we did business of 8 crores. Second quarter, 20 crores. Third quarter, 43 crores. And the last quarter, we did business of 56 crores. Purely because we gave these people exclusivity. They sent emails, SMSs to their customer base. And when exclusivity ended, that 3-month lock-in ended, where only their cardholder were able to use MeitY.ae, there was so much buzz around in the Middle East market that, hey, there is a new company, and where my friends are not paying convenience fees, and it is coming out cheaper. So this is one way by which we have expanded in the Middle East market, and we are following the exact same playbook in multiple other markets right now.
Sandeep, let me come to you. You are only one among these 4 at least, 5 at least, who has got successfully launched 2 unicorns. So I have got 2 parts of the question. First, does multiple holding hats for multiple companies dilute your space or complement your efforts in building each other? First. Second, is that you also have a company which actually has business around data intensive businesses. You understand that the data space is going through a lot of regulatory challenges globally. First time in a digital world, cross-border data flows are becoming a challenge. How do you feel these such type of regulatory challenges like around data or platforms or having different regulations around companies actually impact or your business, and how have you handled them successfully?
Sure. So, Ajay, answer to your first question is, my journey was actually slightly different in the sense I was in Silicon Valley for 15 years, where I went as a student and lived there. I came back to India in 2011 to start ShopClues. So that was my single focus. That's what I did for living, and built the company all the way to reach unicorn level. Then, unfortunately, due to some crisis in my life, I had to step down, take care of my personal crisis, and whenever I was ready to play my, to be back in my journey, that's when I started Room. So in other words, I actually built one company. Fortunately, it became a unicorn, 4th unicorn India ever had. And then, then I started the second one. While there are a lot of examples, Elon Musk run Tesla, SpaceX, Boring Company, and many, but if you, at least my view is that a founder should be always inch wide, mile deep, and only doing one thing as a laser focus. So that is one part. Second, in terms of data privacy, look, internet became public in 1994, and the spirit of internet was it's open by nature. So no country regulated a lot of aspects of internet, the way credit card and hotel booking and a lot of other things were basically had a privacy laws, etc. So it was a good and bad. It was good in the sense, in a very democratic way, internet after the Industrial Revolution in 1750 completely changed the face of the planet and how people do business. But on the other hand, there are a lot of things which were happening which perhaps should not be acceptable. And does not matter what I do and other fellow panelists do, we all are trained to build business with a full compliance with the land of law. So if the data regulations become more tight, we will basically regulate our business, will come up with policies, check and balances, and compliances to meet with that. But I must say that, I think having no regulation was one extreme. And I hope we don't get in the era where we are so tightly controlling everything that it stifles the innovation. But so far, whatever is the level of data protection rules which are coming, in my view, I think every tech entrepreneur will welcome them.
Yeah, we definitely welcome the DPRB bill, Data Protection and Regulatory Bill, that law that has come to this country recently enacted by the Parliament, and we feel that not only it drives privacy, but it also drives businesses to actually scale up at a higher level. Let me come to Dileer. Let me be very, you come from an institute, because I know it, which calls itself as institutes where magge padte hain, and jo Hindi samajhte hain. And people where libraries are more occupied than the playgrounds. And now you are successfully running a gaming company. What has been an inspiration to transform from a mugga to a gamer? And what inspired you first? Second, what I feel is that gamification can be a way forward to solve many problems in the world. What is your take on that?
Okay. I guess two parts to the question. Why I chose gaming despite being an engineer. And the second part is the potential of gamification. So how many of you play games? Just raise your hands. Like, oh wow. Like, okay, interesting. Like few of you don't play games. Yeah. Guys, so a bit about me. So I went to IT Kanpur, graduated in 2017 as a chemical engineer. But somehow, more than engineering, humanities always fascinated me more. Like, always have been fascinated by human mind, how it works, why does it work, how did it evolve, where do all those fears, desires come from. So always have been that geeky kid who was 13, 14 reading all the philosophy, psychology books. So what I realized, like all of my phenomenal colleagues here, so the way we look at, there are two kinds of startups. One we call painkillers, second we call vitamins. Painkillers are startups which are actually solving a problem, you know, Zomato, Uber, Ease My Trip. And then there are other startups like vitamins, which is, let's say, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Snapchat. You don't take a vitamin pill to make your pain go away, but to enhance your quality of life. So what resonated more with me is how can you enhance, improve quality of life? Because, and the society we live in, I feel all of us are seen as like, you know, just tools of production and consumption. But we are more than that. We are not meant to wake up in the morning, go to work at 9 a.m., come 5 p.m., sleep and just keep repeating that. But the things like fiction, art, entertainment, these are the things that add meaning to life. So that's how we looked at it, you know. All of us humans have this fundamental need to be engaged. And I think that's where gaming plays a very, very important part. So our thesis always has been, you know, world needs both. World needs Edisons as well. World needs Beethovens as well. So that is the kind of world we want to create. So now coming to the second part, I think gamification is again one of the words which is very frequently used without being understood. The joke in our company is, it's like sapiosexual on Bumble. Everyone writes it, no one gets it. So it's like, what does gamification mean? Gamification doesn't mean, you know, adding leaderboards or streaks or rewards. Gamification means when you're doing something, you're so engrossed, you're in the flow state. That self-conscious nagging brain goes away, you're so engrossed in the moment. So gamification is about designing those experiences. Now let me just give a couple of examples how our hunter-gatherer ancestors really use these skills to teach most important skills of life. If you look at the games we play, you know, hide and seek or tag, where did they evolve from? These were used by our hunter-gatherer ancestors to teach the most important skills of life, you know, how to hunt, how not to get hunted. Like if you tell a kid, you know, wake up, run 100 meters in the morning, he's not going to do that. But Pakadan Pakada, your tag, is a game he's more than happy to play. So that is the power of gamification, right? So like this, my generation or even younger generation than mine, we are ending up with very low attention spans. So the traditional way of teaching, you know, sitting in a class, passively receiving content is just not going to work. How do you make the educational experience much more fun? Everyone knows they should walk out, they should meditate, but these things are hard to do. How can you actually make them much more fun? So that to me is gamification is all about. Like just, I'll take 30 seconds more. Now, all of you would be aware the innovations that are happening in the AI space. You know, ChatGPT is crushing all the exams. So in future, it's going to be super important that all of us are able to acquire skills at a very, very rapid pace. So it's going to be in 10, 20 years out, it's going to be super important that first of all, finding jobs that we can do better than AI. Then even for that, we'll have to rapidly acquire skills. And acquiring skills is difficult when you grow past a certain age. So that's again where we feel gamification is going to be super, super important. And let's take the other extreme also, you know, some utopian world where there's tech bonanza, we end up with a UBI, universal basic income, everyone gets money in their accounts. But still we need something to be engaged, right? So whether it's the prosperity of the society or stability of the society, gaming and gamification is going to play a huge role. That's what we really believe.
Thank you, Dilesh. I absolutely believe that gamification can be one of the ways by which a lot of global challenges can be handled. If I come to you, Ankit, one thing that actually always I have a question around is that when you are working in multiple markets as a startup, where you don't have large teams and large setups to support you, handling multiple cultures and multiple market regulations is always a challenge when you are doing business in multiple markets. How, as a frugal ecosystem which a startup normally has, handle this when you are actually operating in multiple markets? Any take on that, Ankit, and advice to most of the budding entrepreneurs?
So, talking in the context of Zwork, yes, we are working in multiple countries today. We export to customers based out of more than 25, 30 countries. But it all did not start on day one. You know, it started with small orders, few customers, couple of countries. And we are what we are today. It's a lot of grind, lot of hard work, lot of mistakes, lot of learning across the last 4-5 years. What we have done, one thing in common is focusing on our core, which is manufacturing and our suppliers, which is today mostly based out of India. So that has been the common theme, and then we started picking up supply chain of a few products, of a few customers, of a couple of industries, and just focused on building that. Once we have done that, once we have delivered a lot of products, once we have serviced a lot of repeat orders, then we kind of copy-pasted that playbook, right? I still remember back in 2018, in our quarter two of operations, we got a couple of orders from customers out of Bangladesh and Singapore. We did not execute those orders really well, but what we did, what we focused in the next few quarters was building our capability, understanding the supply chain better, developing deeper relationship with our suppliers. And from there to now, 20% of our business is export business. Most of it comes from the US market. And I think developing any business or this cross-country transactions is a combination of two things: capability and opportunity. Opportunity is not what we control. What we control is capability. We have been focusing on building our capability over the years, and we have got opportunity. This entire China Plus One theme has been working us. A lot of supply chain is moving to India, and we have been grabbing as much as we can, and that's what we are doing today. So it doesn't come. All of it doesn't come on day one. You have to keep building those capabilities, grabbing the right opportunities. So that's what I would say, Ajay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ankit. Now, if I come to Nilesh, what I understand that Lead Squared is in the SaaS space. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
And I also understand that the SaaS market is more outside India than inside India.
That's correct.
That's also right. And that too in countries which had a lead start of 20 years on product development.
For the products, you're saying?
Like if you talk about US and Europe.
Yes.
They have a we were a service industry and they were a product industry.
Yes, that's right.
And now many of our SaaS companies are doing exceptionally well in those markets.
Started to.
You talk about Joe, talk about you as Lead Squared, talk about Freshwork, Chris4. We are becoming a very important SaaS nation.
Yes.
So my basic question is that with a country that with markets that had very head start on this product development space, how were you able to navigate that challenge as an Indian SaaS company successfully capturing matured markets?
So I think in our case, the story is a little contrary. We sold first in India before we went out. So that way we were a little bit of a contrarian against most of the SaaS stories which are very successful. But now as we grow and build our business, it is more outside, tilting towards more outside business versus just in India. But I think one thing which is getting more and more clear as the Indian economy grows and all the changes which are happening in the country as we speak, the market in India is also growing at a significant pace, and that was not observable maybe 8, 5, 10 years ago, but is more clear now. And from next 10, 15 years, there'll be good business and large businesses to be built, also serving in India. That doesn't mean that we should not focus outside, because that's where the large markets are, and we should be doing that. And the story of selling and building a business outside India is, as I would take Prashant's point of view, which he initially said, of trying some innovative ways to do it at a low cost. There is always a high cost way to do it, and which we have already seen, and we tried actually some of that ourselves. But I agree to his point on one point, certainly on partnerships. Some kind of partnerships outside India always will help you build quicker presence in the focus markets where somebody is trying to build their business. But the opportunity is large. We don't have to fear. There is large market. I think IT services has already shown a huge way to all SaaS companies to be bold about going and building good and large businesses, because the good news is that the market which we are chasing is fundamentally very large. So in large markets, even if you make small mistakes, it will still be okay, as long as you keep the perseverance on. And we can see that the companies in IT services who have kept perseverance over the last 30, 35, 40 years have large outcomes, 50 billion market cap, 100 billion market cap, and so on. So I think we just have to keep working hard, and in SaaS there's large businesses to be built. So,
thank you, Nilesh. I've got one more question to you, as Nilesh. As SaaS companies, what I've normally seen is that many of them have an inclination to actually move their headquarters out of India. Is it an investment-related decision, or is it a regulatory-related decision?
So first of all, we are based in Bangalore. We are headquartered here. So you can see where I am at. But there are decisions based on various choices where the markets are for a certain company. Maybe they are in a certain regulated space. They have to be in a certain area, and that's where it makes more sense for them, depending on the comfort of the investors as well, and the liquidity for their shareholders as they build the business. And I think it's a choice entrepreneurs make. Some may be right, some could be wrong, and sometimes it changes as we go. So, but traditionally it has been driven by, I would think, more comfort for investors and their investability.
Thank you. And now I'll just have one more quick question for each of you. In the meantime, what I'll request you is that if you have any questions that the audience want to ask these champions of tech and entrepreneurship, you come forward. We'll have a 10 minutes audience to the panel session. So, Dilsher, I'll have a very sensitive question, but that's important for the sector you are operating in. Recently in India, in the last few months, the gaming industry has faced a lot of regulatory challenges. Might impact businesses, might not impact businesses. You might be the better judge on that. What is your take on this? And do you have a suggestion to the policymakers to do it differently than what it is done today? It can be a whole 1 hour discourse.
No, I'll give a very short answer. I think overall, if you will see, all the developments in gaming have been superbly positive, starting from MeitY being appointed the nodal ministry and coming up with a very innovation-friendly SRB, self-regulatory body framework, which clearly differentiates permissible games of skill from games of chance. That has been an amazing development. And then you look at TDS on the tech side, differentiating online gaming from casinos or horse racing. again, was a very, very positive sign. Now, as you rightly said, there has been some developments on the GST side, which is the entire amount of deposits being taxed. So that does hurt the businesses, especially the smaller businesses. But I think we stay very optimistic. And we always see government as a very trusted partner that has always been enabling all the startups. Like, we believe there is enough legal jurisprudence which clearly differentiates game of skill from games of chance. And I think perhaps we as an industry maybe didn't do a good enough job to convince or convey the distinction between both of them. So having said that, I think, see, all the innovation and new growth is now going to come from emerging new tech, where there are no regulatory precedents. So I think the innovation and the regulation both are important. They have to work hand in hand. Otherwise, what happens is if you don't regulate it, then you leave space for bad actors. If you regulate it too tightly, then you scare away the innovation. So it's all about striking the right balance, but both the actors are super important, and we are very, very optimistic.
Thank you. I've got a similar question to you, Prasant, related to your sector. What I understand, Ease My Trip, it's a digital platform, a facilitator for logistic services. You are not a logistic company yourself, but globally it's a challenge that most of such platforms are being equated with the traditional logistics sector. Say, for example, your taxi operators business, Ease My Trip, being equated. Uber, Ola also had some similar challenges. What is your take on this subject, that how you need to be regulated and how the grievance redressal must be there in countries which actually provides a facilitation platform rather than providing roadblocks?
See, as an online travel agency, there is no regulation as such which is lying upon us. We are mere facilitators between the principals, which could be airlines, hotels, tour operators, taxi operators, and we are an interface between the customers and these parties, right? Almost about 75% of bookings related to travel originate from online travel agencies these days. So I'm not very sure about the question regarding to what regulations these taxi operators, tour operators, I'm assuming in the Motor Vehicle Act, they're part of it, but I don't think so. None of that is applicable to us in the kind of business which we are doing.
It happens many a time you are being regulated and through those acts also.
Well, as a facilitator, I'm assuming that the principals whom we are serving, they are taking care of that regulation. And on the basis of their work, we are basically providing their services to the larger audience. Almost about 10 lakh people visit Ease My Trip on daily basis. And over there, they find whatever they need useful in terms of their travel needs. So in regulation side, I don't think so. There is, as one thing which has recently happened, which is that Ease My Trip got listed a couple of years ago. So yes, we are regulated under SEBI, and that's a separate topic, yes.
Sandeep, I'll put this question as an investor. What I understand, you are an angel investor also. The startup ecosystem thrives around the investment ecosystem also. The important point is that many of these investment ecosystems are global in nature. The local capital is missing in many of the developing economies. How important, say for example, you take in India, is the rupee capital investment for actually taking the startup ecosystem forward? The local capital, my means is that the investors also have to be, if it is an Indian startup, the investors are also Indian companies.
No, you are right, Ajay. Capital is the very harsh reality of building a startup. Unlike traditional businesses, the cost of doing business, the way we build new age companies have come down. So you don't need to have, let's say, 200 acres land, 10,000 employees, machinery imported from Germany, and here you go with, 1,000 crore or $200 million, right? So on one hand, how the business innovations are happening cost of capital has come down. But if you want to create highly scalable company which is disrupting our category, you absolutely need access to capital. You know, I was in Silicon Valley for 15 years, and Silicon VC will tell you that I invest only in a company where I can take out my car, drive, and visit their office. So that kind of sum up your question that, you know, while India is very fortunate to attract global capital, we have attracted close to 140 billion in last 1 decade, right? But you know, but the local capital is extremely important, because I think a local company requires certain maturation, certain gestation period before they can attract global money. So, you know, your first money comes your own saving or bootstrap. Second could be friends and family. Third could be angel. Fourth could be early stage VC. And in my view, it is very difficult to attract these first 3 or 4 rounds if it is not within 50-kilometer radius from where you are creating your startup. So capital is a harshest reality, and I think India is changing. When I came to India in 2011, there were probably 6 VCs, 20 angel investors, and 2 maybe private equity fund. Now 50,000 people probably do angel investing. There are probably 100 VCs are there, 100 private equity funds are there, and I don't think capital will be the reason why an Indian entrepreneur will not be able to unleash their true potential.
Ankit, if I'm right, you are in the fintech space. You are in the contract manufacturing space. The problem in India is that we are called as a service nation, and the manufacturing had always remained as a laggard to the Indian ecosystem. So with the recent inauguration of policies like PLIs and others, there is a new impetus that has been given to manufacturing. How have they benefited the contract manufacturing space in that respect?
I think there are a few themes, you know, which is helping the Indian economy in the space of manufacturing. The whole shift of consumer electronics manufacturing shifting to India, you know, the EV space, semiconductor, renewables. So there are a host of opportunities in India, and the people who are in this space has got a lot of headroom to, you know, kind of get into, grow. And with the government schemes around PLI, government is also, you know, kind of pushing for this local manufacturing, and a lot of players have come into it. And with this shift of supply chain, because of China Plus One, lot of global companies are also looking India as the next hub for manufacturing. So I think all in, it's a great space to be in. Huge headroom for growth, and especially in these 3-4 sectors, along with defense for that matter. I think the next decade is for India, for manufacturing, and we are blessed to be in the right place.
Thank you. Now let me keep quiet, and I'll ask the rest of the 15 minutes to be moderated by the audience. Let me first give an opportunity to my international guest if they have some questions to ask to some of the successful Indian entrepreneurs. Do we have someone from our international guest who wants to have a query or a question to our 5 panelists? Please raise your hands. No. Yeah, please, come to the stage. Come in front. Let the people see you. First, introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abdulaziz Okutoyinbo. I'm the co-founder of Alal Vest from Nigeria. Thanks for inviting us. We are really inspired by your stories, and we would like to be a unicorn also. So my question is actually as a startup that has been bootstrapping, you know, with your own kind of effort, family and friends. For over 3 years, you've now actually gotten an external capital. And you now see a potential company that are willing to like acquire, you know, your startup. The startup is now trying to scale. You've been able to develop like a product market fit after the 3 years. You've been growing organically, sustainably. So this potential company has also done well. That's actually proposing an acquisition. So what's going to be your advice? Is it total acquisition or a major investment in the startup? Because you are just trying to scale and you've seen a company that has also seen a potential in you. They've also captured that market, but what's going to be your advice being a unicorn?
So I briefly understood your question. You have a very heavy accent. So I understood that you're saying that when you're about to acquire a company, whether it should be acqui-hire or whether it should be full acquisition or whether it should be for share swap, how do you assess a company when you're about to acquire them? Is that fairly what the question was?
Yeah, the question is that the company proposing to acquire the company, you know, they are like, okay, they are interested in the startup that has bootstrapped, right? So I'm just trying to ask, what would be your advice to the startup? Is it to go for total acquisition?
Okay.
It's just trying to scale.
So is this your company who someone else is trying to acquire? Is that the question?
Someone very close.
Okay, some of your friends. Okay. So depends. See, basically, why are you going for an acqui-hire? Is there a reason why you want to be acquired by somebody? Acqui-hire usually means that the company is in distressful situation and you're no longer able to pay the bills, and that is why you're okay for that company to acqui-hire you. That is my understanding of acqui-hire. If that is the case, then, and if you see there is a potential company where they can basically find your product can find a good home in that company, then it makes sense. But otherwise, if there is a lot of juice left in what you're running, acqui-hire usually means that you're already giving up and saying that it's fine, somebody else can run it from here onwards. That's my understanding of acqui-hire usually.
See, I will just quickly add that, you know, look, every time you build a company, remember this is different than buying your first home, right? So ultimately, the moment you create a company and accept outside capital, only way you can have an exit could be an IPO or a secondary or maybe an acquisition. And one of the acquisition could be acqui-hire, right? So first of all, I just wanted to make sure that the founder should never shy away from any opportunity of liquidity. At the end of the day, they are creating an asset which has economic value. Now, if your question was around what you should do after you have achieved a product market fit, and you know, do you scale it up or do you acqui-hire? As Prashant said, you know, it depends upon, you know, where you are. If I'm building a company which is based on the specialized technology or skills, and I have a limited window of opportunity, I would rather sell myself to a larger company so that I don't miss out that window.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me give, in the spirit of Atiti Bhava, let me give the chance to, we are sorry, we are running out of time. He will be the last.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So I'm Adam Rice, CEO and founder of a company called Asset Direct. We run a platform in India called Credit Links, and we essentially empower any business to offer a suite of financial products and services to their customers. My question is, as a new entrant into India, trying to expand my business on the ground here, who should I be making friends with? Who do I need to talk to?
To
in order to be successful?
It's very easy, to MSH. The MeitY startup of the...
MeitY Startup Hub. Okay,
the organizers of this.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Anybody else, regulators?
We have to be loyal to our host.
Okay. Any answer from any of the founders?
So depends on what do you exactly want out of India. Is this an enterprise product which you are selling? Is it a consumer product? We don't understand what product are you selling.
Sure. It's a product that would exist under, you know, somebody like Ease My Trip or Droom to allow them to build a suite of financial products and services for their database. So they could market the products, we would then build a business for them, We would monetize through various products and services, loans, insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And anything we sell nets commission upstream to the guy who's driven the business. So we essentially run a financial services business under any other company.
So yeah, 30 seconds from now, we'll be stepping down. Is my trip and room, and you know who to talk then.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for a very patient hearing. A big round of applause for our two guests. Let me close this session by thanking each of my panelists. It has been a wonderful learning experience for me by moderating this session, and I thank all my 5 panelists for making me wiser by many yards today. Thank you. Let me also thank the organizers as well as our August gathering. It's rare to see such a big crowd in a symposium, but Bangalore is Bangalore. It's a startup capital of India. It's the Silicon Valley of the East. You are at the right place as startups in Bangalore. Thank you, Bangaloreans, for appearing in such large numbers. Thank you.
I'd request all the participants and the panelists to please stay on stage. Thank you for the good words about Bangalore. We are more than happy to receive the compliments, Dr. Ajay Garg. Very quickly, may I invite Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, Managing Director, Standard Chartered Bank, to please step up and felicitate the speakers of the day. Even as Mr. Mehta comes up, I want to acknowledge what a vibrant session it has been. Do you agree? How many of you have had your, more perspectives? May I have a raise of hands? You've enjoyed the session. Yes. So may we hear a round of applause once again to all our speakers. First to Sri Prashant Pitti, co-founder Ease My Trip. To Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, CEO and founder Droom. Next to Mr. Dilsher Malhi, CEO and founder Zupi. Talia and applause can be a lot more generous. It is just acknowledging that people have come forward for the sharing. Mr. Ankit Fatehpuria, co-founder Zetwork. Next to Mr. Nilesh Patel, founder Lead Squared. And to the very able and warm moderator, Dr. Ajay Garg, who made sure that the questions were answered and there were such candid sharings. So thank you, Dr. Garg, for moderating this panel very successfully, navigating startup success in global markets. Thank you once again. So while the photo moment is happening, let me save on time and invite the next set of speakers on the second panel, Corporate Innovations for New Economy, Embracing Startup Mindset and Agility. May I invite Ms. Sandhya Devanathan, Vice President of Meta India, Meta. Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, President, Kyndryl India. Mr. Harveer Singh, SVP, Tata Digital. Ms. Sandhya Vasudevan, Director, TTK Group, former Managing Director, Deutsche Bank and Thomson Reuters. Mr. Vipul Rungta, Managing Director and CEO of HDFC Capital. May I invite all our speakers and panelists for the next discussion. And to moderate this session, I'm sure the organizers are going to change the play cards in a minute. May I invite the guests meanwhile to step up? Ladies and gentlemen, and to moderate this panel, we have Shri Jeet Vijay, the CEO of the MeitY Startup Hub. May I request members of the audience to please take your seats in the audience? Please take your seats because the panel is all set to begin. I now hand the floor to Shri Jeet Vijay.
Hello. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for being here. And we just had a fabulous session about unicorns and their success stories and the journey that they embark upon to create value and wealth. Now, this session is more focused on large corporates, MNCs. They're adopting the mindset of agility and operating like a startup in a very dynamic business environment. So as we start this panel, let me introduce the folks on the dais here with me. We have Sandhya Devanathan. She's the Vice President of Meta India and Head of Meta in India. And she comes with a lot of great experience, both in India as well as in APAC region and US. Mr. Lingaraju Sarkar, he's the president of Kendrill India and has a leadership experience across technology sector over a couple of decades that he's been involved. Mr. Harveer Singh, he is the senior vice president at Tata Digital and the chief business officer over there. And Ms. Sandhya Vasudeva, she's the director at TTK Group. Mr. Vipul Rungta, MD and CEO, HDFC Capital. So as you can see, we have a panel made up of country heads, MDs across large MNCs like Meta, Indian companies like Tata, and of course HDFC Capital. So it's a pleasure to have you all here with me on the panel, so thank you. Now, as we start the discussion, let me start with you, Sandhya. That, when we look at it, small businesses are the backbone of any economy. And India has about 64 million small businesses, and they contribute around 27% to the GDP. Now, being a company with a lot of platforms and products, including WhatsApp and other things, please tell me, how are you engaging with your products to help scale SMEs and drive innovation in their business?
Thank you, Jeet. Okay, I was wondering whether this is working. It's working. Before we begin, I just wanted to congratulate you on putting this together. This is incredible. The energy is palpable, and I'm looking forward to actually going and checking out all the exhibits after. So, huge congrats to the MeitY Startup Hub for doing this today, and I'm excited to be here with all of you. And I think before we start about what we're doing on SMBs, and you talked about that number, I think it's important to talk about where India is at this point, which is, we just are looking at us becoming, we are the 5th largest economy globally. We're talking about becoming the 3rd, and then, potentially the 2nd in the not very distant future. I think India is in the throes of huge, realization of opportunity and a technological revolution, and that's being powered by what we're seeing on digital inclusion and how we're seeing people come online. And I feel at Meta, we're in this really fortunate position to have a small role to play in this as well, given that we connect hundreds of millions of Indians on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Instagram. And I think that sort of reflects even on the partnership that we have with you, Jeet, on the MeitY front, where we've partnered around two very important things that we think will underpin a lot of this realization of potential that we see in this country: the AI and the metaverse. So I think these will have big implications for small businesses as well, and we can talk about that later, in the session today, but we're very excited that we've done some, great work with MeitY around this. Coming to small businesses itself, when we think about the 63 million businesses, when we think about the opportunity that they have to actually add to the GDP of the country. So if you look at 2030, right now they contribute to around 30%. They're expected to contribute to around 40% of all GDP in the not too distant future. So we think about what their biggest needs are. One, when they want to look at digital transformation, they need platforms of scale, and we are one of them. So we're constantly thinking about how can we provide products, how can we make onboarding easier, how can we become their website, if you will. Like for many, many small businesses, WhatsApp is the first storefront that they have. So we're constantly thinking about how we can innovate on that front and what we can build there. The second thing that we think about is when we went and actually talked to small businesses, they had two big needs. One was they didn't know how to get digital skills, right? And they knew it was important. And two, they didn't have access to capital, especially women. So two of the things that we've done where we've doubled down and focused on is skilling, where we've launched a lot of initiatives, and I can talk later on in the panel about the specific initiatives we've launched around education and skilling of digital tools. We just announced a partnership with Kate, where we're training 10 million traders across the country. The second thing we've done is we've actually launched a program with Indifi and Flexi Loans, two fintechs, where we're enabling access to small businesses to have loans without collateral. We think it's really important that they have that access. And we've been quite heartened by the response that we've seen to that program as well. So that's how we think about it: products, connecting people on our platform, upskilling, and access to capital.
No, I think this is very apt, and everyone knows Meta and a lot of products that Meta has globally. So for our international friends here, so they're fully aware of it. I definitely want to come back to you later around AI and what we are working on. But before that, let me ask you, Harveer, House of Tatas is a legacy brand. Everyone knows, at least in India and even abroad. But tell us a little bit more about Tata Digital, because that's a transformation in a very big business. So what are you doing in Tata Digital, and how are you engaging with emerging technologies and creating value for your businesses?
Thanks, Jeet. Thanks for that. So just to set the context, so Tata Digital is the digital arm of Tata Group. And we came into existence about 3-4 years ago. And how most of us know Tata Digital is through our flagship super app, which is Tata Neu, right? What we are doing there is when we were conceptualizing this whole thing, we saw that each one of our direct-to-consumer brands, and they are very, very strong brands. Just to name a few, Titan is there, Chroma, Click, so on and so forth. There are about 30-odd brands which are there in front of consumers. And we believe that there was a requirement, if you look from a customer in perspective, to be able to showcase all the Tata offerings to the customers at one place, so that the customer does not have to go and engage with each of the brands separately, have their separate preferences. And in doing so, we are able to provide for the maximum digital needs of a customer on a day-in, day-out basis. And I would say the privilege we enjoy, in addition to what you mentioned, Jeet, is the customer trust, but also that we are not looking at this whole setup from a digital-only perspective. We have stores, and these are all iconic stores that I'm sure many of you have seen and visited. So we are looking at this whole setup in a very omni-channel manner, where we want to be able to serve a customer, Jeet as a customer, or Sandhya as a customer, or any of you in the audience as a customer, in a very, very holistic manner, no matter which touch point you are accessing us from. So that's been the driving thought and the vision behind setting up Tata Digital, and then presenting Tata Neu as what we understand as India's first super app.
No, thank you so much. And we definitely want to know more about New App, which is a flagship product, and kind of value that it's creating. But before I get back to you, let me ask Lingaraju. Not many people are fully aware of what Kyndryl does, but it's a very agile company, whether we call it in the infrastructure services space. So tell me about the innovation that you guys are driving and the digital technologies that you're using and how that's empowering your customers.
Thank you, Jitendra, and it's really a pleasure to be here and amidst this very vibrant environment of the DIA. Kyndryl is a globally a $17 billion company. It's a spin-off from IBM about 2 years ago as an independent company. And we primarily started off as managed infrastructure services, but that's what we started off with. As we move ahead, we are more into a full stack technology, IT, digital services company, which is helping clients manage their digital infrastructure, but more importantly, running their mission critical environments. So whether it is ensuring people talk to each other through telephone systems or flying systems on airlines or airports or automotive systems, making all of them work for the economy is what we do. I think the core change for us has been, as we move from a product-centric company to a services company, was being about customer centricity. So we rebuilt our entire operating model with customer at the center and empowering employees at the edge. So to do that was a lot of culture transformation of the organization so that we could become a lot more agile. Second is being more open to outside-in ideas. So partnering with a whole lot of ecosystem players, partnering with startups, partnering with our customers in co-creation of ideas into suggestions that we could put together. And third is basically looking at a culture of flat, fast, and focused so that we could make mistakes sooner. We didn't have to worry about processes to correct it, but take the fastest way to get it done. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, it's okay, move on, kind of an approach we took across. And lastly, amidst all of this was the fact that being in India, where our biggest talent base is located, the opportunity to look at India as a market which would give us scale, complexity, as well as demand a degree of frugalness of solution is how we approach things across. And through this, we were able to take the innovative ideas that came out from here, make it work for India, and then take it to the rest of the globe. So a combination of all of this in a short span of time was how we looked at building things in a very agile manner and taking it across. So that's been our journey so far.
No, I think this is going the flow that we want, that engaging the ecosystem, engaging with the startups, engaging with the other partners to create value together. But before we move on to the more defined topic of how we are doing the engagement, let me ask Sandhya that we are moving to the world of AI, but again, AI and other things depend on data and data analytics. And what's your thoughts and views on value that is created through data insights that are being built? Because we are talking about large language models and other things. So can you share your views on that?
So if I get it correctly, you're asking my opinion about large language models and how AI can benefit in the larger context. I won't wear my corporate hat at all. When I look at the larger ecosystem, most of the AI models that are being built is with the Western data. India's got a very rich Indic thought process, which will lead to different perspectives. So if we need to build that. Right now, the economic model has not been very effectively built. They are getting built, but it's not fully there. So what that implies for us is 80% of the people who don't understand English, in a way, are excluded from this transformation that's happening. You need to be able to build for everyone in Karnataka to be able to use that, or in UP to be able to use the Hindi language itself. Now, what is the value there? There are 2 or 3 things. If you're looking at the creator economy, which is huge in India, they will need to access that kind of thought process. And the kind of data which is there, including, let's say, designs and effective music information or the creative information, that data is not yet there in the AI field. So the opportunity for Indian players to build this out and drive that ecosystem, because I mean, I was looking at, last week I was at the Digital Creative Industry Culture Symposium run by the Indira Gandhi Institute. And what was very evident is we need to bring the different stakeholders together, and for that, technology is possibly the only way to drive that. And there's a huge opportunity sitting out there.
No, I think that's really a niche area where not much attention has been given, right? And it's amazing because India is such a heterogeneous country in terms of language, culture, demography, topography, geography, and still as a union with all the diversity, India is scaling at a very rapid pace, but still so many data, much data that is created is only in English or Hindi. Hello? No.
Sorry. If I could just add, if you're looking at something like the quantum sciences, there is, and you drive that thinking through the philosophy side of it. I'm not going down the woo-woo track, but if you're looking at that, the ability for an average Indian to be able to comprehend that is quite significant. We will need it in local language to drive that change. And if you're looking at quantum as the future, we will need a huge amount of talent going into the scientific space, which leverages the Indian capability of having those kind of thinking capability, which is where these kind of AI spaces will become essential for us.
No, absolutely. And I'll put a plug in for one of the initiatives that the government has undertaken. It's called National Language Translation Mission, which our Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India is driving, where our Honorable Prime Minister has given a call to the citizens to donate language. It's called Bhasha Dan. Donate language, because once the local language is on the net in the digital world, then the models can be created. So that's the visionary leadership that we have in our Prime Minister, that he's not asking people to donate money and do things. He's saying, give your language, share your views in your own language, so we can build a inclusive ecosystem and not just be relying on one or two languages to drive the global innovation. But anyway, to get back to the point, Vipul, I want to hear from you with regards to finance industry, private equity, wealth management. How is digital innovations allowing for you to increase the alpha or the return and create more value while reducing the risk?
So first of all, I am pretty much of a misfit in a pretty digitalized and digitized AI-driven panel. I run a private equity business for the HDFC group. We do very boring work. Nothing very AI about it. Focus is on doing supply side. But I'll come to the alpha part on returns later. I think it's a perception that bankers are only looking for returns. But the bottom line is, fundamentally, I think technology can solve everything. But it cannot, or at least as of now, it has not found a solution for housing. And that's what I'm actually focusing on, because I can probably pop a pill instead of having food. I can maybe travel around the world sitting in my drawing room. I can digitally meet people. I can do everything, but I still need a space which I can call my own, which kind of saves me from what is the climate change that is happening. And affordable and mid-income housing is the single biggest problem that is common between the developed and the developing economy. If there is something that COVID has kind of equalized between the developed and the non-developed countries, it is actually on the housing front, because
The homelessness in the Western world is at all-time high. You can, the entire contrast in, say, San Francisco, where you have a $5 million home and the highest ever level of homelessness on the streets. Same thing is applicable in UK, parts of Europe, Singapore, Japan, and obviously in the developing countries like us. Having said that, the primary reason of this is supply chain. It's an absolutely broken supply chain, and what we are trying to do is actually put a technology layer in bringing that supply chain together. Just to give you perspective, Sandhya talked about MSMEs. I don't know the number. I think there are some 80 million or 75 million MSMEs in India. About 25% of them, 1 out of 4, have a real estate client, because 152 industries go in making one home. It starts from steel, cement, the entire electricals, wood, glass, blah, blah, blah. And generally, when you compare economies as an economist, you will always say, I'll look at probably GDP per capita or GDP growth. And the second parameter that you would generally look at is housing starts. And that is because it has a very, very fundamental ecosystem attached to it. The problem, specifically in the Indian context, is that the entire supply chain, which is the 75 million MSMEs, which basically do the work, are completely disjointed. The products are disjointed, the services are disjointed, and what we are focusing on is actually integrating the entire ecosystem. So if I am, say, if I am a small developer in outskirts of Cochin, and I'm somewhere in the interiors of Banaras, and I am doing a small development work, how do I get supply-side economics same as the topmost developer, say in Bombay or Delhi? And the only solution for that we felt is the integration. So what we have done is we have kind of broken the entire supply chain into 14 parts and invested in startups and invested in people who are digitizing those micro processes and getting them into the mainframe. So if I'm a small developer or I'm a big developer of Bangalore, my supply side ecosystem is pretty much similar. That's fundamentally the objective of what I do, because we are a pretty big ecosystem, and I thought I should just clarify what part I'm working on. To talk about alpha, let me tell you, on the private equity side, in the mutual fund business, I'm sure everybody, so we invest in mutual funds. The mutual fund industry today is about $600 billion in India. And the alternate asset industry, which is what we call anything that is not equity and direct debt, has grown from $2 billion to $100 billion in last 10 years. Today, alternate assets is the name of the game from an investment perspective for most of the individuals, most of the corporates who are searching for alpha as far as their returns are concerned. Real estate becomes a very big part of it. Alternate assets like rental housing, REITs, so on and so forth, they all come into the picture. But the good thing is that, and it's pretty much across the world, about 72% of global wealth, even today, is in real estate. And because the fundamental assumption is that if I buy, it will only increase over a period of time. Any banker will say that the compounding effect is probably lower. But that's the way it works. And I think it's a very, very exciting time to integrate the supply side ecosystem to create the alpha, if that is what you were asking.
No, I think this is, you mentioned at your start that AI and digital is not the core in your field or in your expertise. But that's not actually what you ended up with, right, at the end. Because if you look at it, even to do the supply side matching and balancing, because that's your cost optimization and supply chain integrity management, that's digital technologies are allowing you to do that more effectively. And of course, the data insights that are being generated is creating that alpha, because all the high frequency trading, all the alternate asset class, now AI definitely will enter in financial management industry because with generative AI, with predictive analytics, where we are moving is in a very different direction. So Sandhya, let me get back to you on that. Now, Meta, of course, is known for taking big bets. Meta is known for taking big and bold bets on new technologies, be it metaverse, and now with Llama 2 in the AI field that you're working. And recently, Meta signed a partnership with the India AI mission at the ministry. So tell me, in your view, where do you see AI heading, and what is the role it is going to play in the future for both the startups as well as the large industries?
Thanks, Jeet. You mentioned about the MOU that we recently signed with India AI. That's one of the things that we think will supercharge the developer ecosystem as well. So we're looking forward to working on that with you and your teams. So talking about Meta in India and what we're thinking about in terms of AI, I talked about the big opportunity for digital transformation and the technological advancement that's happening in India and that will exist, right? And what we think will be an important part of powering that will be AI and metaverse. Those are also big bets that we've made as a company. So for a long time now, for a very long time before Gen AI became a buzzword, we've used AI to power our platforms, to help us moderate content on our platforms, to recommend things to people. So AI has been quite central in how we've approached work at Meta. So I think what we've done over a period of time, though, is that the minister talked this morning about open sourcing technology. I think what we've also done over a period of time is we've opened up almost 1,000 models and data sets to researchers over a period of time, because we believe that open innovation, open sourcing a lot of what we know can actually help turbocharge and supercharge, innovation in the AI space. With that in mind, we've also launched Llama 2 now, we first opened it up, and then we also now have a limited use commercial model. We partnered with Microsoft on that. What we've seen so far is in India, there's a ton of interest in actually working with us on Llama 2. There's loads of academic institutions that we would like to partner with. There is a partner, work that we're doing with IIT Madras at this point, where they're looking at text-to-speech, and they're using our no language left behind model to actually make that happen. There's another fintech called UB that is looking at recommendations in multiple languages using our open source large language model as well. So there are many examples, but I think what I am buoyed by is in partnership with India AI. I think we can actually do more of these, and India has will have the largest developer base next year, and we should be in prime position to get the benefits of AI, and we want to be able to help be a partner in that journey for India. So that's how we think about AI and our play here in India.
No, absolutely. And just as a follow-up on that, and because mainly it's a startup crowd here, and Meta has been actively engaging with ministry in supporting startups as well. So what is your engagement with startups overall, and how do you see Meta contributing to their growth?
Okay. Engagement with startups is, thanks to the work that we've done with you, has been pretty strong. So on XROS, we have, an incubator that we've done with MeitY. The way I think about how we engage with startups is there are a lot of us in the room today, many of us representing companies. I think each one of us can play a role in helping partner with, other firms that share the same philosophy, or with public-private partnerships where we can support the developer ecosystem and the startup ecosystem. So there's a variety of ways in which we support startups. First, I talked about what we do in terms of credit enablement, because we felt like that was something that we could play a role in, and we've done partnerships there. The second is we invest a lot in skilling. So be it, very small businesses, or be it work that we do with VCs, which are, interventions that we do with startups. Because many times, if you are a consumer-facing startup, you need platforms to help you scale, and that's expensive to learn and time-consuming. So that's an area where we take our responsibility. We engage, and we do a fair amount of skilling in that space. The third thing, is the work that we've done with the XROS fund with MeitY, where we've had 40 startups that were incubated. And what was really awesome was that none of these came only from the metros. we saw almost 20% come from women-owned, women-founded startups, and I think it was another 30% or something that came from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And this is something I've realized 17 years after coming back now. I'm coming back to India. The story of India now is not, the 4 metros. It is all of Bharat, and, how can we play a consequential role in helping unlock that in startups, not just from Delhi or Gurgaon or, Bangalore. We are in Bangalore, startup capital, I get it. But, how can we enable an environment where everyone feels empowered to launch their startups is something that we think about. If we have the time later, I would love to talk about business messaging, because I do think that's one way in which we're seeing small startups start their first presence, but I'll let the other panelists speak as well.
Just as a last point on that, Meta and MSH, MeitY Startup Hub, launched this program to support XR-based startups in India. Meta gave significant amount of funding and supported more than 40, 50 startups from all parts of India. And whenever you guys have time, do visit the stall. It's the Meta MSH XR stall, pavilion in the exhibition area, where you will see some amazing startups with amazing technologies that Meta has been mentoring over the last 5-6 months now. So whenever you get a chance, do visit their pavilion. Now, Harveer, same question to you. Where do you see AI? Because that's the talk of the town. And how are you looking at ensuring that positive aspects of AI give the value, but we are not, the privacy, the trust issues, the legal aspect, how do you address those while looking at AI in your business?
Sure. So let me first talk about how does AI, at least what we perceive, how it will start benefiting the consumers in the next, say, 6 to 12 months. I'll touch upon 2 aspects, and then we can delve deeper into we talk about number of smartphones, say 700, 800 million in the country today. There are a number of internet connections, which is slightly lesser than that. And then we talk about people who are online or doing online sort of transactions, which is a large part due to things like UPI or rail ticket booking and so on. So that's roughly between 300, 400 million. But if you really look at the number of customers who are actually doing purchasing online, that would somewhere be in the range of 100, 120 million, maybe 150 if you stretch it. When I say accessibility, what I mean is that AI, or generative AI in particular, has the potential to make all of this accessible to the customers who have an experience of doing a transaction online, but have not bought anything online so far because of some hesitation or the other. Or it may be simply because the content that we are producing, the image that we are producing, or the product description that we are producing, or something that we are doing is primarily in English or maybe in some of the other vernacular languages. And I wanted to build on the point that you made earlier. There is immense knowledge sitting with the people in terms of the vernacular languages that they are contributing to this, the language repository that you mentioned. And Sandhya, you mentioned about the work that you're doing on the generative AI side, the language models. I think this can actually make a big impact and make commerce accessible to people at a very, very large scale. Anybody who has a smartphone or has done a transaction in the past should be able to make a purchase online. So that is what I mean by accessibility. And I think a corollary to the accessibility would be in terms of credit. As our data evolves, as the transaction history evolves, we will be able to bring even more and more people into the fold of commerce who would not have been able to make a purchase because they did not have ready access to credit, right? So this is one. I think the other large aspect from a commerce standpoint is on personalization. See, personalization is a utopia that all the commerce people, including me, chase. Have we made progress? Definitely, yes. But have we made the progress of saying that I paint a selection of items which are unique to you, Jeet, versus what are different from you, Sandhya, or what are different from me. I think generative AI has the potential to get us to that stage, right? If we use these models well enough, I can actually probably just paint a page which says this is the summary of your day and these are the things that you are likely to need in the next 1 week. Why don't you go ahead and order them together? And all of this can be done in a language which the person is most familiar with. So these are from a commerce perspective. Now coming back to the question around trust and data that you asked for. See, we as a group, we have always been very, very focused on ensuring that whatever we do is worthy of the trust that the people have in us, but more importantly, also it allies with the law of the land. Now, this DPDP bill just got signed into being a law, and I think that is a very, very seminal milestone for making sure that the data is used in ways that the customer actually consents to. And to me, this will actually open up a lot more customer base because customers traditionally have not been comfortable using online aspects because they believe their data may be leaked, their information may be misused. And once we implement this DPDP properly, I think that will just lower the hesitations that people have to adopting e-commerce.
I think when we talk about personalization and you referenced the Digital Data Protection Bill that just came out and its implementation. What's your views on reducing the digital divide that exists across? Because most of the people still don't have access to digital. And digital not only allows for commerce, but allows for empowerment and engagement. So what is Tata Digital's view on reaching the masses and reducing the digital divide?
See, I would say that India has, over the last 10 years or so, made a lot of progress in reducing the digital divide. And one of the key drivers for all of this is the digital identity, which the minister referred to in his remarks in the morning. Being able to have a uniquely digitally verifiable sense of identity, which is Aadhaar for most of us, I think has unlocked a lot of benefits. And we believe as a group, and I would say as a country, that using Aadhaar, there is a lot of credit that has been unlocked, there is a lot of access to various goods and services that has been unlocked. And we want to leverage this in a large way and make sure that a lot more people have access to credit and have, in turn, access to commerce, as well as be able to provide a more holistic set of financial services to people who are not as well served today, right? So buying things is one thing, but being able to make sure that your family is safe and secure, being able to provide for your family, being able to have that peace of mind is something that we are working towards, and you'll see a lot more coming out from us in the months to come.
Thank you for those views. I want to keep it very broad, given that all of you are industry leaders and our audience wants to be where you are today and what all you have accomplished, because these are startups today. So let me ask you, because your company, you guys say that you're a startup with 100 years legacy. So how do you keep that agility mindset even in a large corporate? And how do you keep innovating within a constrained environment? And what can these startups learn from in terms of not getting too blinded by their own focus?
I think, Jeet, the question which you asked is very pertinent to the current environment of the world that we all live in. Clearly, the whole world economic order, business orders, is all being turned upside down. Traditional rules and traditional ways of working are all being questioned, which is sort of the perfect environment for a startup to thrive and disrupt. Who would have thought that competitors would work together? I mean, if you look at Toyota and Maruti working together for a common product category, Samsung and Apple, Samsung being Apple's largest supplier. So with all those things going across, when you look at from the source of economic activity, which is consumer consumption, or whether it is corporate enterprises that serve that, you find that, look, there's a need to relook at how things are being done. So with that as a frame, right, the clients that we serve with are constantly looking for newer ways of working, are looking for innovation which now is no longer going to be within, but looking for outside and innovation to come in. So that's where we are able to work with closely with startups and take them into our client environments and say, okay, look, here's what is the problem. And the way the newer generation, the startups look at the same problem, have a different solution in mind, is one way of bringing that forward. And we're seeing that, how we're able to tap talent to that. The second is the whole world of the thin line of consumerization of IT versus corporate IT, right? I mean, we serve corporate IT in a way. And COVID has taught us a very, has sort of taught us a way of looking at consumer IT, because today your home broadband is much faster and better with 5G network. Your ability to use your phone and order, use technology to order food or order a ride or whatever is far more thing. So the experience of consumer IT, when the same talent walks into the corporate office, the expectation is that it's going to be better, and corporate systems are still very clunky, right? So, but that has set the bar higher. So now the whole focus of corporate IT is to take up more focus on user level experience versus service level experiences. So given that across, then corporate IT is reinventing itself, saying that how do I make my IT a lot more consumer focused rather than I think across. And that's where I think the world of startup who's so focused on consumer, is that experience is becoming a lot more valuable to corporate. And that's where using forums like hackathons, where you bring in startups into the corporate environment to look at the same problem differently and come out with a different solution, is where we see startups playing a very active role. And we see that adding a lot more across. And along with that is, I think, India's unique position of the demographic dividend, where a significant part of our talent pool is in a very advantageous age group who can think differently, who can challenge things differently, and tapping that into the workforce is a great opportunity for us as we look at it, Jeet. And I think the time is really perfect right now. Right ingredients are there, the right market opportunity is there, and tapping that to bring in to make the big impact is how I see this.
No, I think this is why we have this summit under India's G20 presidency, to showcase, celebrate, and engage with the startups, because we all have to work together across nation-state boundaries and across our competitive landscape. But most importantly, you know, what drives us is at the government level, is what our Honorable Prime Minister, when he set up Digital India, he said the founding principles are that digital technologies should be accessible, affordable, and available to everyone for ease of living and ease of doing business. And those foundational principles in the last decade itself have really leapfrogged India into a different space. And as our Honorable Minister was mentioning earlier today, this is a decade of technology. And we can't even realize what is coming down the road. And that's where, Sandhya, I want to ask you, you have been in leadership role as a former managing director at Deutsche Bank and at Thomson Reuters. You have a wealth of knowledge and information and understanding. From your perspective, where is the digital revolution going next? And how do you see it, especially with data analytics, with the AI? And where can these startups find more opportunities? I know it's a very tough question, but...
How long do you have? No,
Take your
but
time.
I think on a practical note, the opportunities are immense. And I'll just talk about a few of them which I'm passionate about. If you look at the area of AI, India's got one of the largest workforces working on AI. But look at the IP that's getting created or registered with the Indian Intellectual Property Office. Not enough. We have one of the largest fintech industries. What are the number of IPs getting created or registered? Actually, we have IPs getting created, but they're not registered because people feel it'll expose them more. So it's an interesting dilemma. I sit on both sides. I like the open source because that's helped us grow quite a lot, but yet there is a place for IP. So in that context, any space where we can create IP, including the GI tagging of what we have as indigenous knowledge, and then unlocking the commercial opportunity using the ONDC platform and the various other instruments for embedded finance will take us really far. So I think don't underestimate the unlocking of rural India's commercial opportunity that will come through not just ONDC, but also through the IP side of it. The third one is in the sustainability and ESG space. There is a small university in Bangalore which is looking at something called interspecies money. Now, what does that mean? Each species has a certain footprint, and if you have to conserve it, you have to spend a certain amount. Where will you get the money from? And it's huge amounts when you think about incrementally looking at it. So if you're looking at something like, and this is an idea that came from a gentleman called Jonathan Lagrand, and you're looking at a climate stack. We have engaged with the government. We are looking at, can you create, if you were to look at conserving just the elephant, what does it take in specific actionable elements and the money associated with it? Therefore, it also creates economy associated with that. So I've just given 3 ideas on what is possible. They are not the traditional digital spaces, but they're all spaces which the government has actually opened up for us. The biodiversity element goes into that interspecies money. You spoke about language. I mean, every day we lose a language, and the number of startups involved in that is huge. So I think potential is whatever you have an idea around, there is an opportunity to link into the infrastructure that's available, whether it's in a Meta or a Tata or the government infrastructure. I think I love this time. So much opportunity.
No, absolutely. India has a lot of challenges. That's why there's a lot of opportunities. From health tech to agri-tech to defense tech, infra-tech, fintech, prop tech, you name it. Because where there's inefficiency, there's an opportunity to create something new. So let me ask you, Vipul, within the prop tech space, or let's say capital as well in real estate market, a couple of things that we have seen. One is, of course, blockchain coming big in terms of the land record digitization and maintaining integrity of the property ownership rights. Second is fractional ownership of assets. Now, do you guys look at innovation as where's the next opportunity that's going to come in, where startups or fintech or the banks or the private equity players, how are they looking at it?
Okay, from a opportunity perspective, I'll come to blockchain and fraction ownership and something later, but I think the biggest opportunity is in disintermediation. Today, if I can take an example on the panel, if I'm a software service provider and I do, say, WhatsApp bots for corporates as a mean of advertising, my access to customers, which is what I actually want as a startup, I basically need what? I need customers and I need payment on time so that I get my payments. The price of delivery of, first of all, the customer acquisition cost, the CAC as we call it, is so ridiculously high that a lot of startups trip on that. What is required is, and secondly, the cost at which it provides to a grade A customer, and by the time it goes to, say, the number 20,000, the difference can be as much as 50%, which is basically the chain eating up the margin which should have ideally gone to the manufacturer or the service provider in this case. So I think the biggest opportunity from anybody in the PropTech space is disintermediation, because as I mentioned, the supply chain, both on product and service, is absolutely broken. That's one. Having said that, a lot of capital has got not in blockchain or for that matter fraction, but has come in the sales, which is basically the B2C component of real estate, which is how I discover as an individual my entire process of maybe buying a house, discovering a house, doing the entire thing attached to that. Almost $5 billion have got attracted in that. To give you perspective, though it's probably not the best example, but in China, the thing is almost 50x. in terms of the amount of capital that is going into only into that industry. There is a lot which needs to be done. It needs to be much more user-friendly. It needs to be something which gives me definitive value as a customer. And that is why new solutions are coming, something which gives me a single entire ecosystem on one place. So that's an opportunity number 2. On blockchain, I think the bigger part of blockchain is in the fintech part, less on the proptech. On the proptech, it would be more on the title part. But I don't know if you're aware, but the government currently has done phenomenal amount of work in digitizing title of land. Today, in about 80% of the states, I think I have the number right, 80% of the states in India, the land title records are digitized, which means that I can actually have a digital printout of the entire chain, which is what essentially what a blockchain does. So there is obviously a lot of application of blockchain. I don't know to what extent a new startup can actually give services which in that space, but it is definitely, the technology is being applied. Fractional ownership, very big. Still a lot of legal issues to be resolved. There are a lot of issues related to title. There may be title in terms of if you have 100 people owning a piece of land or a particular house, how will you actually have in case of there's any dispute and so on and so forth. But it is already, there are, I think, about 30 odd startups which are doing this for commercial real estate, because everybody loves the concept of yield. So can I buy 1 square foot or can I buy 100 square feet and have some yield attached to it? So that is happening. I think even bigger than this, these two would be project management related stuff. If you have to build so much, whether it's on the infra side, manufacturing side, real estate side, you need the service layer. And it is the service layer that is broken. The contracting part is completely broken, and there are some very smart digital solutions that are coming on project management. And I think it's a huge opportunity. In fact, I was just going through, you have everything, Agri-tech, this thing, health tech, secure tech, fintech, ed tech. Maybe you should have something called construction tech there.
The reason we have these 6 sectors, because all these 6 affect the humanity in very important ways. Food security in agri-tech, access to health for the most marginalized, most geographically disconnected people through telemedicine, talk about secure digital infra, which is our cyber security. But going back to the larger point, and this will be our closing remarks as we come closer to the end of the session. Yeah, India today has the cheapest data. We have smartphones that cost less than $100 US. And we have the most connectivity with all the towers being put up. And we have 140 billion people, right? Or sorry, 140 crore people here. Now we are talking about 70% of the population being 35 years or young in age. Now that's the mix that we are working with, and today we are only a $3.5 trillion economy, whereas US is 22 trillion, China is 19 trillion, but we are climbing fast. Now, what does Meta see in India for growth, and what's your future plans here, and how does it dovetail with the emerging tech and metaverse? Where metaverse is another topic that we want to touch base on, because a lot of people are shifting to that as well now.
Thanks, Jeet. For us at Meta, India is really, really a special country. It's one of our largest markets globally, largest in terms of users that we see. So a lot of times we build for India and then we scale to the world. So it's exciting to be back here and see that in action. Since the start of the year, I took over on Jan 1st. we've had almost like 7 or 8 product teams come and spend weeks on end trying to understand the Indian market. And you talked about this, Jeet. The shift is very real, right? You're seeing a very young, dynamic population. You're seeing, big leaps in terms of technology access. What UPI has done for the country has just been phenomenal. So I think all of those are amazing tailwinds, and it gives us like a really fertile ground to innovate and build for the world. So let me give you some examples. We're talking about youth. One of the things I realized when I came here was the first thing I had to do was make a reel, because that's what many, many Indians do. So I think, jokes apart, one of the things that we did was we launched the Reels tab first in India and then took it globally. So we learned from India, launched it here, and then, innovated and took this product to the rest of the world. Similarly, some of the things that we're doing on business messaging, and I'll come to the metaverse in a minute because I feel we have the same opportunity there. But on business messaging as well, if you see what we did with JioMart last year, which was, for many people in India, their first port of access is a messaging app like WhatsApp. So you're coming onto the internet for the first time. You're not downloading a sophisticated Netflix app or, Prime Video and watching movies immediately. You will over a period of time, but many of them use it to stay in touch and communicate, and that's where WhatsApp comes in. So we thought we had, a great opportunity to figure out how we can enable businesses and startups of all sizes to build on WhatsApp. So we trialed that with JioMart, and since then, we've seen so many examples of people coming and innovating on our platform. You can buy Bangalore metro tickets where you're in Bangalore using a WhatsApp experience. You can order your Uber. If you're HDFC, we partnered with farmers can actually buy insurance in villages using WhatsApp, which is pretty amazing. So it's not us, it's all the companies and the startups that are innovating on the platform. So we're taking some of these use cases and actually scaling them across the world because it enables digital inclusion globally and not just for India. So Meta views India as a really fertile testing ground for a lot of the things that we want to build at scale globally. We test here, and it's a very special market for us. Coming to Metaverse, I think the opportunity really is, if we have the world's largest base of developers, can we use this, amazing intellectual capital to build content for the metaverse? Some of the examples you'll see in the booths, if you have the time, is, people actually building for healthcare use cases, training that's happening on how to actually, work in a plant using our virtual reality headsets. And this is again where we think of India, where we can actually work with the work we've done with you, Jeet, on the MeitY XR Startup Fund, but also some of the other work that we're doing in developing quality content. I think the one thing we need to do is make sure we continue to provide the support so we build really world-class, cutting-edge content, because virtual reality, XR, I know it seems very far away, but it's a bet that we're making. We know it will be very far away. It's probably a decade away, but we think this is going to be the next embodiment of the internet, and we're pretty all in on that. So you'll hear more.
No, I think there definitely is a big opportunity in metaverse or in the virtual world now, because IoT changed the relationship between man and machine on a factory floor. It's completely automation. Now with AI, we are outsourcing all our cognitive function from basically not remembering phone numbers to even the direction to your own home. You just put a Google map now, right? Or any other map for that matter. And virtual reality is an equally important part because people are spending more time now virtually, connected to their devices. And Metaverse, I think, provides an opportunity where a lot of these experiences can be done on a cloud space itself. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But Harvey, as closing remarks from you, back in the day, Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook as an app in a college dorm, right? That's where it started from, an app. Now it has become Meta, right? Tell me about new app, your flagship product, and how can startups benefit from it, and what do you see the future of that?
Right. So, it's my firm belief that when you are starting up, right, anything new, whether it's in a large corporate setting or even as two people in a garage, it's probably a fallacy to think that you can build everything yourself. I am a strong believer in the power of partnerships. In fact, while we were building out Tata Neu and the underlying platforms, there are a number of platforms where we went and found the best of the breed partners, and we partnered with them, and those partners are underlying large core parts of our functionality even today. So if there are startups here on AI side and you have a good solution either on generative side or whichever side, you have my name up there somewhere. Please feel free to reach out directly. We are very eager to see what is the innovation which is happening out in the market, solving real use cases, and we would be very happy to engage in a dialogue and partner. So that's, I would say, the easiest way for the ecosystem to reach out to us and partner.
Thank you so much. What do you think in terms of where can startups partner with you and your company, and what value can they drive out of it?
I think, as I said, right, given the chain that's out there, we know that we don't have all the answers as a company, as well as all the problems that exist out there need to be solved. So I think we've identified a few key areas in which we believe that the opportunities will come up in enterprise. Cybersecurity is one area. The other area is around user or employee experience. The third area is around digital transformation, migration services across, and fourth one is around app modernization. These are technology areas. So any areas related to this where startups have better ways of doing it or newer ways of working across, we are more than keen to partner with them. We also work with a lot of large enterprises across the globe. They could be in manufacturing, automotive, telecom, banking. So any things that help them in their business processes or helps them in making their business better and faster, I think those are opportunities for us to work with them and take them through. So almost, it's an open field, very specific areas, and anyone who's got capabilities in those areas to make things better, open to partnerships in those.
No, I think that's a really incredible opportunity where corporates can engage with startups on a business matters, because embedding a startup solution in a larger project to enhance value for the end user, I think that's a win-win for everyone at that point. Now, Sandhya, to you, you are very actively involved with TIE as well, and you're mentoring as well. So what advice do you have for international startups and other participants who are here on opportunities, on collaboration, or general advice that you have for them to succeed?
I focus on the fintech, but I'm also very passionate about most of the other areas. So I'm greedy in that sense. So if people are looking for partnerships, there are amazing startups. They can reach out to any one of our forums. Doesn't really matter who. We will know at least 10 who are wonderful. Example, yesterday I met a startup called SaralX, created by two young men from IIT Delhi and IIT Jodhpur for people with visual disability. There are 36 million of them, but if you take that, you know what they're working on. How do you kind of translate, or how can they kind of understand the formulas? Because typically the assistive readers don't know how to read the formulas. And if they're in the technology space or the science spaces, so they're excluded from higher ed because of these kind of things. The same thing is true of people with hearing disability. So there are a number of them. The other one, which I think if they want to partner with us anywhere around the globe, there is funding, obviously, but there's also specific problems that we can work on. And there are, we are doing that. TIE is, for those of you who don't know, next year, if you come back, we will be holding the TIE Global Summit. And we hope to have a fair number of people across the globe and maybe help fund many more startups in every one of those sectors.
Absolutely, absolutely. And TIE is a global organization with a strong representation, particularly in Europe and Americas, and definitely down here in Asia. Now, we are not to keep too many people from lunch, so Vipul, any general advice for people who want to make money in private equity and innovation?
I would recommend anybody, if they're looking at India, they should look at it from supplying these products and services. there is a huge market with all the tech innovation that is happening. I think that integration is happening on the supply side, and there is enough for everybody. Any innovation that is happening, this stuff. But go for paying customers. The days of just having data and non-paying customers and market grab is over. I think it is very important to have paying customers, and there are plenty of them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to all the panelists for being here today and sharing your insights. And now we'll break I'll let her take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeet Vijay. Really many insights provided by a single panel, and therefore I would now like to request all our guests to help release the launch of the Secure Digital Infrastructure White Paper. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that all our panelists as well as the moderator can help launch. The future of secure digital infrastructure. I'd also like to tell all of our guests that you will find the QR code in your conference bags in case you wish to scan that and take more details about this white paper. A very important piece of research as well as work scanning the entire landscape of cybersecurity. With a round of applause for all our panelists and the moderator. Thank you so much. I may now request Dr. Nalin Srivastava, scientist, MeitY, to please be ready to step on stage while I request Mr. Jeet Vijay to give tokens of gratitude to all our panelists. First to Ms. Sandhya Devanathan, Vice President of Meta India. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ms. Sandhya Devanathan. Next, Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, President, Kyndryl India. Next to Mr. Harveer Singh, SVP, Tata Digital. Next to Ms. Sandhya Vasudevan, Director, TTK Group. Is Dr. Nalin Srivastava here? Next to Mr. Vipul Rungta, MD and CEO of HDFC Capital. And to do the honors for the moderator of the day, for Mr. Jeet Vijay, may I request Dr. Nalin Srivastava to offer a token of appreciation and gratitude for this panel that brought to us corporate innovations for new economy, embracing startup mindset and agility. Thank you to all our panelists. With that, it's a wrap of a wonderful session. I wish you a happy lunch and lots of conversations and food for thought. I've been told that we can reconvene here at 2:15 p.m. Some of you may be aware that the global startup pitching involving 29 countries and 150 plus startups, that's happening in the pitch halls of 1, 2, and 3. But the main hall session, that is the place where we all are here, will continue with a panel discussion which is on banking, innovation, and regulation. See you very soon. It's time for me, Vasanthi Hari Prakash, to wrap up this pre-lunch session. Thank you. Namaskara. founder and CEO, Eco India, Mr. Vipul Rungta, MD and CEO, HDFC Capital. We welcome you all to the stage. And to moderate this conversation, Saranya Gopinath. Let's hear it for Saranya. She leads policy and government affairs at Razorpay. Over the past 15 years, she has garnered product and policy expertise in the domains of fintech and digital public infrastructure. Her previous roles include head of fintech policy at Google, general counsel Khosla Labs, and she's a co-founder of the industry body DICE. It's over to you, Saranya.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to meet you all at today's event. Before we proceed further, I'll take a minute to introduce my co-panelists. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO of TransUnion. He's responsible for strategizing and steering TransUnion CIBIL's business to support India's financial ecosystem in navigating sustainable credit growth while managing risk. Sanjeev Mehta, he's the Managing Director, BKG Sales South Asia, Standard Chartered Bank, with an experience bank. And we have with us Shashwat Nakrani. He's the founder and CEO of BharatPay. He's the youngest person to make it to the prestigious IIFL Wealth Hurun India Rich List. In fact, he's among 13 self-made billionaires born in the 1990s who joined the 1,000+ crore club this year. Mr. Abhishek Sinha, he will be joining us shortly. He's the co-founder and CEO of Eco India. He started his first venture and exited it in 2007, pursuant to which he started Eco to pursue his vision to promote mobile phones as financial identity for people at the bottom of the pyramid. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Vipul Rungta. He's the MD and CEO of HDFC Capital. He currently manages the largest residential private equity fund in India. Vipul has a cumulative experience of more than 23 years in mortgages, supply side, and real estate, private equity funding, prop tech across the housing ecosystem. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all. Before we get started, I wanted to thank all of you for joining us at this wonderful event today. Over the last 10 years, India has made substantial strides in its financial growth journey. This has been a combination of policy, regulatory, and infrastructure innovations by the government of India. This has led to us halving the number of people below the poverty line in the last 10 years. We're on a steady growth path with an expected projected growth of 6.3% year on year. All of this has translated into last mile benefits for the Indians in terms of financial inclusion, their access to markets, their ability to access formal financial services, including loans, often for the first time in history. This is a subject matter that we want to discuss at today's panel, and we will avail of the varied experts we have with us to share their insights on India's growth journey over the years. With that, we'll kickstart our conversation. Sanjeev, I'm going to get started with you. In leading Standard Chartered Bank, and especially given your vantage point of looking at South Asia, how do you see India's journey in the region in the past decade and the opportunities that India has vis-a-vis its neighbors over the next 5 to 10 years?
Sure. Hi. Hi, Saranya. Hi, everyone. A question which really is very close to my heart is exactly why India? And why should we be invested in India? And a banker like me, from a career standpoint, have not looked at opportunities outside of India, is believing in India and the growth story of India. So going back a decade, if you actually talk about businesses being built in the year 2015 or maybe later were all which were actually, I would say, physical. They were unstructured in terms of being able to have the reach. They were into manufacturing led, heavy industries and things like that, right? Post that, which what I call is after 2015, a digital revolution which started to happen, is that the connectivity between India and South Asian markets became very, very relevant. And the markets which were actually way behind us as India, they came in leapfrog, and they actually came in much faster ahead, just thanks to digital and the revolution of India as digital. So what these markets learned is India's growth backed by digital, and then is products that India started to deliver in South Asia. So I know of at least 2 companies here on this panel which are actually supplying goods to South Asian markets. Global companies, their regional headquarters are based out of India. The goods that gets exported out of India. South Asian markets are all being supplied out of India. So the Make in India story is in any case a great story. But something that India has given to South Asian markets is, in my view, digital. And that platform, which is now allowing them to leapfrog and come to an era and jump out from, which is what I call as physical, into a digital era. So that's all India having shown the world.
No, thank you for that, and I completely agree with that. I think 2 experiences, to my mind, have happened in the past couple of years. Actually, we have Abhishek with us. Hello, Abhishek. Pleasure to have you here. Abhishek and I actually go a little while back, so I'll get to you in just a minute. Pleasure to have you. But to your point, I think definitely it's been the digital story. What started off as a phygital story is definitely getting more online. And I think the transition point has happened between, to your point, retail digital experiences and then upscaling them to the next level. And I think we'll start with the next step of the pyramid, which is payments. And I think maybe Bharat Pay will have some perspective on how you have seen the digital payments journey play out. What has been the highlights for the payments journey in your experience in the past 5 to 10 years? And what do you see as the next opportunities?
Yeah, so hi everyone. We all seen digital payments. India has skipped a leg, which is the credit card leg, right? We have not seen credit cards being penetrated to the entire country, and we kind of leapfrogged that step and went to directly mobile payments. UPI in that sense has been revolutionary technology. I don't think any country in the world is operating as fast and as instant as UPI. We've been talked about in most of the countries, most of the Congress, and they're trying to figure out how to catch up with that. So I think that sense, we are kind of leading the charge when it comes to digital payments. As of now, we can safely say that for our country, UPI payment has become, and especially the QR scan and pay payment has become the by default mode of payment across the country. You can see it from as small as a chai wala to as big as an airlines company using the UPI volumes going up. From our perspective, and we've been having interactions with NPCI and RBI and all the regulators, the future that everyone is seeing in is converting this debit transaction from a bank-to-bank transfer into a credit transaction, same at the UPI POS itself. And that's where the RuPay credit card being accepted at all the QR codes by default come into picture. See, the beauty of that is the entire hardware piece, where you need a hardware to accept a card payment, completely goes out of picture, and millions of QR code becomes a by default terminal to accept credit across the country. And that is something I think everyone is really looking forward to and would be a game changer for our country.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that. And 100% agree with your perspective and some of the global firsts we've had in terms of retail digital payments. But I think we wouldn't be able to get a complete picture of digital payments without talking to Abhishek. I think ECO has led the charge in last mile delivery of financial services as well as transactions over the past 10 years. And of course, today you're providing a full suite of financial services to enable last mile delivery. So you have seen it from business correspondent through Aadhaar enabled payments to UPI and now further. Through your journey, I think what would you see as major highlights and what as possible challenges or expectations that we can have going forward? I think he highlighted some things on credit, which we'll get to, but in terms of payment and enabling the financial inclusion reach, what to your mind have been some of our wins?
Saranya, thanks a lot for asking me this question, and my apologies for being late here. In the last almost 16 years of ECO, we actually started the journey with just distribution of financial services. But over the years, there's been a lot of understanding of the customer base we serve. And it was at least a discovery for us. It was a revelation for us. Because you tend to kind of assume that everybody's financial lives are similar to our own, only to realize that 90% of the economically active individuals in India don't earn salaries. And when they don't earn salaries, which means that they earn, instead of earning once a month, they are earning multiple times in a month. Instead of earning on a stipulated date, the date varies. Sometimes, most of the times, it's unpredictable, especially for people who are beginning in their journey of being a solo entrepreneur or a micro entrepreneur or a self-earning kind of a individual. And that's what brings out the gaps in a fairly widened manner, in the sense that if you see our utility bills, phone bills, OTT subscriptions, everything is once a month. It is so organized for people who earn once a month. And now let's try and put ourselves in the shoes of a person where the predictability of amount, date is not there, but the aspiration to have very similar lifestyle is right up there. Yeah, just as you and I want to send our children to good schools, so do they. But she finds it very difficult to manage a quarterly, even a monthly EMI. And so that's where there is huge gap and huge opportunity. I just want to share, we introduced in our business, we introduced a one-day loan and a weekend loan, because in our business, it is all about rotation of cash. And on weekends, the banking services are not available. So we said, okay, we'll give you loans for a day. So which means that you take it in the morning, return it the next day, or you take it and return it post the weekend. And we disbursed 3,000 crore rupees. That's not my outstanding book. That's just the gross value. The outstanding at any given point in time used to be just about, say, 5-7 crore a day. But the most interesting bit was that we got 2,999 crores plus back. And it tells a lot about the fact that if you enter their lives, and sorry for a longish answer, is that it's not that they don't have, there are informal money lenders who are giving them access to funds just in time, but neither the money lender is in the formal setup, nor is the borrower. And I think especially thanks to the digital public infrastructure we have now in play, both these sides can be brought into the formal setup. And that's where there is a huge opportunity to stitch this up. And that's really, what we have kind of understood over the years as far as playing in this landscape is concerned. Let me take a pause.
No, thank you so much for that. And absolutely, I think the idea that certain parts of India will not be able to properly avail of the services, it's a reach problem rather than a suitability problem, or rather than a suitability and appropriateness concern. A large part of it is just ensuring that the right products are made for the right people and they're provided access to the same. And I think we've had a wonderful perspective so far on the retail payments journey, which of course the next leg of which is lending. And the idea of retail payments, as even Raghuram Rajan had mentioned in a recent panel discussion, was that digital payments is to provide the habit creation to eventually lead to digital loans. And with that, of course, we'll come to Rajesh. So what has been, given that you are part of TransUnion and CIBIL, and you have a fantastic vantage point of the lending ecosystem in India, you have seen it grow from strength to strength, and you are a trust intermediary in the ecosystem. What to your mind has been India's growth story in terms of lending, and how has it changed in the past 5 to 10 years?
Thank you, Charanya. First of all, it's really wonderful to be here today. I've been watching over the last few months the scale, size and ambition with which the Indian government is conducting the G20 Summit. So super happy and proud to be a part of this forum today. So Saranya, coming back to your question, you asked me a question that I can perhaps sit here till breakfast tomorrow morning and keep talking about. I've been a banker and associated with the lending industry all my life. And over the last 20 years, coming to your question now, the India growth story, all of us know the growth story, so I'm not going to bore you with the well-known facts. But having started underwriting with everything manual in the past versus where we've come today, and the very fortunate position that we've got to play as TU CIBIL, where the primary reason we exist is to create trust between the borrower and the lender in a marketplace where both don't know each other, have never met, in all likelihood will never meet. So our business is really about creating trust between the borrower and the lender in the marketplace. Now, how do we go about doing that? And I'll circle back to Saranya's question as well. How do we go about doing that? Essentially, we create what we very simplistically call, we help in creating ID and PD. ID, I mean identity, right? First of all, if Sanjeev's bank wants to give a loan to Saranya, who's sitting in some corner of Tamil Nadu, for example, first of all, is she Saranya that she's claiming to be, right? No one knows that. Unless you go do an Aadhaar in front of you and do that kind of a biometric, you don't know that. So a CIBIL bureau report, first of all, establishes identity. And then Sanjeev's underwriter sitting in some branch somewhere has to be sure that the money they give Saranya is coming back, right? That's a probability of default. So TransUnion CIBIL, our primary role is to create that trust through by establishing the identity and then trying to, as accurately as possible, actually compute the probability of default. Now, having said that, I think we've been very fortunate to be the leading bureau in India, and goes very well with some of our country's nation-building objectives. Last 15 years, CIBIL has played a critical role a significant role in enabling 7x, 10x, and 13x growth in the lending industry. And these are all numbers that I'm talking of: first-time borrowers, young women borrowers, borrowers from semi-urban and rural parts of the country. We've had 7, 10, and 13x growth. So partly it's because of the entire ecosystem. Now I'll come to your second question. So this is what we do at CIBIL. This is what we've been playing a role over the years. Now moving on to our ecosystem, right? Again, on the other side, when I was on the lending side, I've seen how all this evolves. This entire digitization that we talk about, digitalization that we talk about, this digital public infrastructure that we talk about, we go around the world in different forums. There is absolutely no story like India's story. We've been very fortunate. We have a very progressive government. India is obviously now the knowledge and innovation hub in most areas. And we are the lucky recipients in the BFSI sector. So a lot of progress in the last few years. Turnaround times have come down significantly. There's more confidence lending to first-time borrowers. having said that, lots more work to do. It's forums like this where we come together, and I think the next few steps to round up my answer to her question is, I think the next few steps really are about getting some of the larger ecosystems to connect to each other. We have a lot of digital public goods. I think now we need some, we are working closely with the policymakers and regulators. Our attempt really is to see how we can connect these ecosystems, A, and B, make access to data a lot easier and simpler, obviously keeping in mind all the guardrails and guide rails like information security, data privacy, etc. Keeping that in mind, we want to see how we can bring all of this together and make our models even more powerful and therefore increase the trust. I hope I answered you, Saranya, without keeping you all till breakfast.
No, thank you so much for that, and absolutely agree with you. I think a couple of key points is one, the level of growth that we've seen, 5x, 10x, 13x over the past couple of years. But then in addition, I think what we're getting is the network infrastructure that we have in terms of intermediaries and entities, starting with banks, having last mile financial service providers, having payments enablers, having credit enablers. All of this is towards availing of the policy, regulatory infrastructure that the country has come together for last mile service. But of course, the connective tissue in all of this to enable our startup ecosystem and our markets to play comes from the capital world, and ensuring that we have adequate access to capital, and there is an ecosystem which not only encourages acceptance of it, but responsible deployment in the hands of individual retail investors as well as institutional investors. And I think you will be best placed to tell us about how not only is the India startup ecosystem one of the most vibrant in the world, but I would argue that India's fintech ecosystem even more so. So if you could give a perspective on how you're seeing institutional investments in India, how they've progressed in the last 5 to 10 years, specifically in the startup story and how that's impacted, and also your perspective on how retail investments have grown 5 to 10 years as well.
Okay, so first of all, thank you. I think like everything else, finance becomes the oil that runs the machines. And especially in the times that we are in right now, where the euphoria attached to finance has kind of died out globally, including India. So maybe 2 years back, a conference like this and talk about startups, you would have at least say 40 unicorns, and you would have another 400 what they call soonicorns, which would be saying I'm soon becoming a unicorn. Those things have kind of died out. Primarily, it is about the fact that it is no longer about a market grab. It is about it is no longer about taking a business model which has worked in some other geography and putting it in your geography. It is about actual innovation. It's about being able to solve a problem. But most importantly, it is about being able to solve a problem and get a price for it. I think that has what has changed, and that in turn has changed the fintech landscape as to how money is to be funded to the startup ecosystem. Today, I don't think the situation is that you have money available on the house irrespective of what plan you have. Having said that, like in any maturing of any market, I think it's a very positive thing what has happened, because the last thing you want is that the not so deserving and not sustainable businesses get the right kind of funding or irrational funding. The difference between the stable businesses and the not so stable is clearly coming out, and it has its own pains, but I think I see it as phenomenal for the financing market. Talking about ourselves, and you talked about retail participation, in the equity markets, mutual fund industry, if I can put it this way, mutual fund industry has become 5 times in the last 10 years. Today, mutual fund industry in India has about 65 lakh crores, which is about $800 billion. It was about $140, $150 billion 5 years back. In comparison, private equity business used to be only $2 billion 10 years back. Today it is about $100 billion in India. That obviously includes institutional equity, it includes venture capital, it includes mid-growth capital, so on and so forth. So obviously it has worked in leaps and bounds, and the entire concept of alternate assets has come into picture. I think a whole new class of local domestic capital that has also emerged. So India today has about 5,000 family offices, and it has about 500 large family offices, which are funds in themselves, which are not counted in this PVC ecosystem, where they are actually having professional managers running their businesses and running their setups. And that is, again, phenomenal maturing of the financing landscape. The other thing is, you talked about from the financing perspective, is about how is it that I can actually raise that capital, and how easy it can raise, how much I can raise. I think that factor also comes about having a sound business plan. And as I mentioned earlier, should have something which makes money.
No, completely agree. And I think it's a double-edged sword. It definitely requires more of our startups and our indigenous ecosystem to be responsible players. And it's a direct reflection of where we are as a country. It's a direct reflection of where our markets are, that we are looking for more mature markets. We don't mind an extra, a slightly larger ticket size with a little more assurance, with a little more conviction in terms of the business model, and with some horizon of profitability, maybe. But before we get into that, I think another perspective which will be very useful from you is, what are any emerging either markets or domains that you see from a private equity venture capital perspective that you're excited about in the next upcoming years?
I will start with what I'm not excited about.
Most important.
Okay, so, they say data is the new oil. And in my opinion, unrefined data is absolute trash. There is nobody who does not have unrefined data. So I would probably say that anybody who is trying to build any fintech ecosystem or any non-fintech ecosystem, saying that ultimately it'll go into a neobank, that is hinging on the fact that I can use the same data point and cross-sell to that individual multiple things. That is not going to happen so easily. And
especially now that we've got a Digital Data Protection Act in place.
Absolutely. So there is now a formal legal ecosystem that you have to maneuver. And also, just having data does not mean that I'll be able to cross-sell. The best part is that now the computing power exists. So what solutions I'm able to provide and how I can do the engagement ecosystem, that is good. So coming to what we can do, I think in the same context, anything which is creating customer engagement ecosystems for cross-sell, whether it is on the fintech ecosystem, we were just talking about metaverse off the podium, or anything that keeps, whether it's gamification, whether it is anything, whether it's simple thing like a WhatsApp bot, anything that keeps me engaged is what will be the bedrock of cross-sell. And we at HDFC Capital, where we are more focused on the housing ecosystem of it, we are very focused on and very excited about engagement and cross-sell opportunities. That's one. B, I mentioned, ultimately, you end up using only 2% of the apps on your phone. And that is again about the engagement part. So ecosystems, full ecosystems attached to things, one-stop shop for everything is what will happen. So for example, a bank website today is not about bank. It's actually everything. I can do all my shopping there, I can do my ticket booking there, I can do my banking there, and so on and so forth. So anything which involves a full ecosystem being there, that is what matters. And these are two things which we feel is going to be a very, very big factor.
No, completely agree. And I think we've created ecosystems, and I think India, especially with all the people on this panel, we can say that even over, let's say, big tech network effects, we have been able to create, whether you call them super apps, whether you call them ecosystems, we have at least made a dent in that ecosystem for sure. But I think the underlying message in what you're saying is having a good understanding of what the customer wants. It's not a spray and pray of cross-selling. It is ensuring that you have a keen perspective of what the customer needs are and where we can go from there. And I think on that point, I have a soft spot, as I think most of the country does, for the MSMEs of the nation. So I think Sanjeev and Shashwat, definitely would be great to get your perspectives on the MSMEs of the country, two very different market segments. But if you could share your thoughts on the MSME story and what you're excited for the MSMEs next.
Yeah, thanks. So MSMEs, if you actually see how are we evolving? 2015 again, I take that as a ballpark year of revolution. 2015 and below or before that, MSMEs were there, but they were again connected to each other through, like what we are saying, ecosystem. But they were only busy doing manufacturing. If the guy was a tier 3 supplier to some company, he was only busy doing that. Now, post 2015, right, to somebody in, let's say, some export-driven market, somewhere overseas, somewhere global, can I become supplier to maybe a tier 1, or can I elevate myself to be a tier 1 company? And over a period of time when they started to do this, came in a challenge of credit. For expansion, for growth, they need money. And which is where I would say then large part of the ecosystem supported by fintechs, banks, civil as infrastructure, that came in to support these MSMEs to come in together to actually avail credit. And that was a very big part of, I would say, an ecosystem where they needed the right hand holding. Banks came in as a first call or case in point. But post banks, it was not only limited to banks, it was the fintech ecosystem, it was a QR code ecosystem which was supplied by Bharat Pay. All of that came into the help of the MSMEs to actually build a, I would say a story of India, which is why we are today thriving on India's growth, is because all of those started seeing growth. And that growth is now today, everybody is touching higher double digits, gone into from teens into 20s. It's not a small story anymore. And that is a revolution in my view from 15, 16 onwards, which has started to build MSMEs. I have one of the companies from Europe. He is one of those who supplies Indian FMCG to Indian consumers in Europe. So imagine a company, a startup in Europe, but like all the Indians who are there, they want to have, let's say, for example, Indian MeitY. The Indian MeitY is not there. Now if he's supporting that as an infrastructure to say that, okay, you want Indian MeitY, I will deliver to you at your home. Now, where is all that happening? It's basically happening where somebody is a supplier giving it to Europe, and he's with that particular startup as an ecosystem, able to deliver it to the Indian person at his house. So it's a revolution, in my view, supported by digital, which actually supported everybody in the ecosystem there.
Yeah, so just to add to that, from our perspective at Bharat Pay, the people we are catering to is small offline retailers, which are even smaller than MSMEs, right? What we've observed is before UPI, they were all accepting cash as a majority part of their business. Gradually, the share of the digital payments is increasing. The average transaction value of these transactions is increasing. What we are observing is at the same store, the transactions keep growing and kind of cash percentage of their overall collection keeps going lesser and lesser, which is leading to us being able to underwrite these merchants better and better because we have a larger view of their cash flow. And since the cash flow is coming into the formal economy, and that is leading to the bigger success, that is getting these small offline retailers being part of formal credit economy, where banks and traditional NBFCs were struggling to cater to before. So I would say that the most exciting part, and in fact BharatPe is existing to cater to basically this part of the ecosystem primarily. The biggest part of the excitement at our company is to formalize more and more credit into these kind of offline retailers and to help them expand into the larger business. So yeah, that's what I would say.
No, thank you so much for that. And I absolutely agree. I think two aspects have been driving whether it is change in India. It is Indians on both sides of the market, whether it is globally being the demand drivers for Maggi or yoga or whatever it is our next biggest export is, as well as the people creating products that can be driven towards export international markets as well. If you could take a minute and maybe Rajesh, you could give your perspectives, what are you seeing as financial entities or fintechs in India going global? What is your take on how are Indian companies, especially in the fintech ecosystem, taking their next global journey? I can speak on behalf of, let's say, Razorpay, and we have recently also acquired companies in Singapore and Curlec, and that's been part of our journey of exporting our business. But UPI is going global, our company is going to go global as well.
Yeah. Well, that's a great question, Saranya. I think now this is the next big responsibility we carry as Indians now, is to see how we can take some of our tech stack global. And very interestingly, recently I've been a part of a few conversations, representatives from different countries, and the easy conclusion actually was that 80% of all that we do is pretty much similar. We're all trying to solve the same problems, the same identity and probability of default, and all the ease of payments, right? Like what UPI has done in this country. So we've all been reading about France and a few other countries now adopting UPI. It's just a matter of time because all of what we are doing today is going to be beneficial to everybody in every country. As always, some of the more developed countries would be behind because they have legacy systems that's going to be more expensive to replace, whereas the developing countries, including countries like us, we have the unique advantage that since we are late, it's easier for us to leapfrog, right? And to go further into Saranya's question, coincidentally now some of the LATAM countries on one side, then obviously some of the smaller or the developing Asian countries, they're all very interested in, first of all, the Indian tech stack, right? Then all the digital public goods that we talk about, like DigiLocker, right? They're all very interested in understanding that. Aadhaar, obviously, and both UPI data, the payments, not just the ecosystem, the data as well, and GST finally. So I think almost every single developing or let's say lesser developed country, their biggest challenge is really to ensure that credit flows into the right sectors, right? That's how economies grow. And for credit to flow into the right sectors, we're all solving the same problem. So coming back to the point, I think India is now at a unique stage where, in fact, a lot of my friends in the banking system in the US tell me that we are already 10, 15 years ahead. I mean, I feel very proud when I hear that. I don't know about 10, 15 years, but makes me very proud. But yeah, I think to close the point, surely there's going to be a lot of interesting opportunities for the Indian organization, young startups and fintechs. The only, I guess, two bit that I can add, it will be useful for some of these fintechs to come together, create ecosystem of ecosystems, and take across larger platforms. One challenge that I hear from some of our clients, bankers in India and outside, one issue is that a lot of our startup community, since it's a startup forum, a lot of our startup community goes very narrow but deep, very verticalized in the way, in the way they operate and solve for problems. But for the larger lenders, etc., on the other side, that just means way too many integrations. And they're scared to do so many integrations that touch their core systems. So as we go outside, it would be good to form small little consortiums and kind of bundle up some of our products and take it outside. Thank you.
I definitely have to agree with your friend on their perspectives on international banking systems versus India's. I think many Indians across the country have leapfrogged over, let's say, net banking experience, have gone directly to mobile. They will conduct digital transactions, but hopefully never see a checkbook in their life. And I think that's a good world to live in. And I think that's really where we are, whether it's in terms of the next innovations or infrastructure that we've exported, and enabling a robust regulatory ecosystem that supports each of these interventions and innovations with the continuing North Star of being customer protection and customer enablement. And I think that is kudos to our regulators and our government policies, that they have been able to enable that hand in hand. Innovation has never left any individual behind. And I think with that, and I don't know how much time we have left, I'm going to start with Abhishek. This is possibly a nerd question, but I think this group I can ask these questions. What are your top 1 or 2 favorite or most notable regulatory or policy or product interventions in the financial ecosystem in the past 10 years? This is the way other people ask what your favorite movie is. I ask what your favorite financial policy is. Sorry.
Difficult to point out 1 or 2, but I think because we've been here for a while, almost 16 years, we've seen multiple cycles of how the regulatory evolution kind of takes place. And I think there is increasing appreciation to how, RBI, right from the time they started with business correspondence, which was only for not-for-profits, to defining mobile banking, which one felt was fairly prescriptive than principle-based, to now what is happening with lending guidelines. But I think what one has started to appreciate over a period of time is that it allows for innovation, and then RBI has now, there is definitely a lot of appreciation to how they find when systemic risk starts to appear in the system. And clearly, they are now pushing, as the systemic risk rises, they are pushing towards more regulatory regime. Go get yourself a license kind of a thing. I think it is a good move. It is also going to increase a lot of regulatory challenges for the regulator. How are they going to manage so many more entities across types of players, As far as 1 or 2, I find, I think the fact that they allowed for this unbundling and have been supportive of this unbundling and decentralization, it was very difficult to imagine that being a, let's say, customer with a X bank, I could use a Y app to debit my account. So unbundling of the movement of money with movement of consent, and now unbundling of the credit infrastructure, the credit value chain, and RBI supporting it. They introduced this whole account aggregator infrastructure. I think these have been absolutely phenomenal and allowing for a lot of private innovation to happen.
No, completely. I think the regulator has also been growing with the ecosystem. And like you said, earlier, 10, 15 years ago, fintechs were low regulated or barely regulated.
Yeah.
But I think we as fintech ecosystem are moving towards regulation. We're embracing getting licenses from the RBI. And as Vipul had mentioned, more mature businesses.
As an entrepreneur, one always feels that regulators are moving slow. But I think over a period of time, you start to appreciate how they are moving.
100%.
And how they kind of pace themselves.
Yes.
And that is very important to build that understanding is very important.
They
Plus
allow
the
it.
fact that they have now allowed for sandboxing, they've created this new entity where a lot more innovation is happening. Plus there was a recent announcement where they are going to deploy AI for, RBI is going to deploy AI for,
Conversational payments enabled through NPCI.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the next leapfrog which is going to come from. Yeah.
People from mature businesses and mature ecosystem to what you see as highs in regulatory wins.
So, coming from a financial background, I want to talk about two things which are not exactly financial, but I think has had serious impact on every business. One is, I think we have completely underrated the progress of road infrastructure in India. The fact that tier 2 towns and tier 3 towns are closer to tier 1 towns physically, whether it's by roads or railways or in some cases the airports, that has completely brought on a whole new skill set of people, a whole diversity of people, and plug that with the digital ecosystem, because only digital ecosystem without the right physical network would not have worked. So I think it is phenomenal. What we have seen in last 5 years, we have not seen in the previous 25 years. That is the kind of progress that has happened.
India is being one of the first for the sachetization of internet recharge packs, why you can all confidently say changed the trajectory of our country, 100%.
And second, from a real estate perspective, I think it's also very important to have some kind of fear. And I think in general, it is important. Fear of law is something that is generally not a topic of pride in India. But what has happened is this entire RERA, which they have done, the Real Estate Act, which basically means that today the supplier of that is regulated. And there is a fear now that either I have to complete the house or I have to either go behind bars or maybe go out of the country. I can't be staying in the place and not completing my stuff. So I think it's very strong. It sends a very strong message. And it has huge ramifications on, obviously, the entire financial ecosystem.
No, very well put. The downstream impacts of these marquee changes are cannot be understated. Sanjeev, over to you. Your marquee financial regulatory changes.
See, banking is regulated, right? And there's nothing that drives and what we think of that we can do without any regulatory environment not being there. But only one point that I would say is what I've seen change again since last 10 years is the regulations are open to, or regulators are open to listening to you if you want to actually want any kind of change today, which is in the best interest of the businesses, industries, economy, I would say MSMEs, retail, consumers. So anything which is impacting the country as a whole, regulators are open to listening, regulators are open to discussion and willing to change the regulations. And that's, in my view, a very, very big change that I've seen in the entire regulatory landscape, and which has allowed us to do many more things which we were earlier limited or restricted and we could not even think of. And that's a big change, in my view, from regulatory bodies coming in step forward, industry bodies coming in step forward, and maybe the ecosystem players like banks and other players coming in together to make it happen. Otherwise, it was always a dream. It was always like, this could happen, but then this regulation prohibit.
I mean, the setting up of RBIH, the setting up of the fintech department, a whole new body within RBI, SEBI being completely engaging with finfluencers, with that ecosystem. I completely agree. I think hats off to them for the way they've been engaging with the ecosystem at large. 100%.
Yeah, thanks.
Rajesh?
Yeah, I know we're at the end of time. So for me, the two most important developments or product, both policy and product, actually is UPI and GST without a doubt. I think we've hardly even scratched the surface on the actual utilities of both UPI and GST. And I'm very sure that over the next few years, these two are going to contribute very significantly to the growth of our GDP.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, digital lending guidelines that came last year has been one of the biggest thing everybody was looking forward to. Actually, there was some hesitation from fintech side, from bank side, as to how one approaches this partnership between new age companies and the regulated entities. And these guidelines very beautifully and kind of, there is no if and buts, right? It's very clear. It's a clear set of guidelines within what framework can fintechs and regulated entities can work together to do digital lending. And I think that's one of the biggest foundations of digital credit growth that is yet to come in India.
I think we are at time, but I mean, thank you for the wonderfully wide set of perspectives. Right from what are the favorite regulatory interventions, I think we went from enabling legislation to appreciating restrictive legislation as well. And I think that shows you the wide gambit of not just entities and domains in India, but also the opportunities that we have as a country. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. This was an absolute pleasure for having a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharanya, and we would like all the panelists to please stay back on stage because you have an important function to do, which is the launch of the FinTech White Paper, Unlocking Economic Growth Through FinTech. So I request all the panelists to please stay on the stage, and while we, of course, take time to thank the panelists for their insights on this panel discussion that was about banking, innovation, and regulation. I particularly liked that segment where everyone was recommending their favorite policy intervention. And of course, there was lots to learn from that sharing. So ladies and gentlemen, here it is, a white paper. You'll also find the QR code in your bags, a conference kit, if you would like to know more about what's in there. May we hear it for the panel once again? Thank you so much for launching, in fact, relaunching the white paper. It's been out, but at this forum of the G20 DIA Summit, it has particular significance. And while we thank the panelists, it's time to invite our next set of guests on stage. And in the interest of time, I'm going to do that. Mr. Patrick C. Kondo, CEO, Seeker Technologies of USA. Welcome onto the stage. Mr. Abhay Tandon, Digital Innovation Officer, TVS. Rajesh Mirjankar, Managing Director of Kia.ai. Ryan Adams, Managing Partner, Raha Beach Ventures from UAE. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Shri Bibhu Mishra, Director, tGELF. Shri Bibhu Mishra is driven by a strong passion for utilizing technology and entrepreneurship to develop groundbreaking solutions for global issues and construct impactful projects. He's led projects including Our Planet, Junior Achievement India, ICICI Rural Self-Employment Training Institutes, and ICICI Rural Initiative Digital Villages. Please join me in welcoming the panelists as well as the moderator. It'll take a couple of minutes for the boards to be changed. Meanwhile, we request all our audience to please settle down and take your seats as the next panel is all set to begin. I'd like to thank the audience for your patience and being a wonderful audience in the first place. Right, with that, it's over to the moderator, to Mr. Bibhu Mishra.
Hello. Hello, Bengaluru. So, from the world of policy, we are moving to the world of imagination, which is AI, metaverse, and emerging tech. And we have amazing panelists from all over the world joining us today. I'll start with introducing Patrick S. Kondo. Pat is the CEO and founder of Seeker Technologies,
a company that is helping to redefine search by empowering people to make informed decisions on what they consume, share, and trust online. He has more than 30 years of experience in search technology. Pat's expertise includes founding 6 tech companies, and 2 of them went public on NASDAQ and provided advanced search capabilities to the defense and intelligence communities. Welcome Pat. Now, our esteemed panelist, Mr. Abhay Tandon. Welcome, Abhay. Abhay is the Digital Innovations Officer at TVS Motor Company. In the past, he has led innovation in India for 3 Fortune 100 companies, Lowe's, Targets, and AB InBev. Abhay is an angel investor as well as co-founder and GP at 3-1 capital investment portfolio of 30+ startups, member of industry bodies such as NASSCOM, Deep Tech Club, NASSCOM COE for AI and IoT. Welcome, Abhay. We also have Rajesh, MD of Kia.ai. Welcome, Rajesh. Rajesh Mirjankar is the Managing Director and CEO of Kia.ai. Prior to taking the dual role, Rajesh was the CEO since 2010. As the president, he worked and looked after the UK and Europe operations of the company, spearheaded the company's growth and visibility in the region. He has very strong consumer relationship skills, a collaborative management style. He has over 24 years of experience and is dedicated to technology with a unique blend of business competence in equal measure. Welcome, Rajesh. And last but not the least, we have Ryan, Managing Partner of Raha Beach Ventures. Welcome, Ryan. Ryan is a founder, investor, and senior technology executive who excels at defining the technology vision, strategy, and execution roadmap to develop and bring innovative offerings to market and position companies for accelerated commercial success. He is the managing partner at Raha Beach Ventures as Abu Dhabi-based startup studio committed to working with entrepreneurs, subject matter experts, and corporate innovation initiatives to build impactful projects and companies. He is also the founder of Oryx Labs, an Abu Dhabi-based cybersecurity software company. Welcome, Ryan. So, and I am deeply honored to moderate this amazing panel from all over the world. Pat, I would like to start with you today. As the CEO of Seeker Technology, could you please provide us with certain use cases, such as reviewing of news articles that showcase how you are actually leveraging AI to create an innovative approach to verify online information coming from all kinds of sources like news, social media, and all. So over to you, Pat.
Hello, everybody. Yes, Seeker, about 5 years ago, we began looking at the problem of how to automatically detect the presence of false and misleading information that has been flooding, whether it's through news, social media, search results, a variety of different places. And so we are being built an AI platform that using machine learning and pattern recognition, we applied a variety of different principles and essentially created a neural network that as an article appears, a podcast appears, a video appears, we can separate out signals that might detect the presence of something that could be inauthentic. And use cases are we analyze news coming in from 30,000 sources, we analyze all the podcasts, we take a look at videos, and we pull things out that are very relevant to not only the user community that might use it, but also to advertisers who are extremely fearful of presenting their brand against a piece of content that may be false or may have even worse built-in biases that could affect their products or their services or the reputation of their company. And so we license these to publishers, we license it to governments, but we also realize that one of the key ingredients here is that young people need to be aware of this kind of information that's coming in. People that may consume everything on a smartphone, may get sources from, some are verified, some are not. So the idea was, how could we bring this idea down to the youth market? And we focused really on looking for people around the world that were respected and that were not political and that also had interests in vertical markets where this is really relevant. And one of the markets that is the environment, and people in India are very conscious of it, but around the world, people are getting even more conscious of it. So how do we bring that down to the youth market? How do we bring that to people in a way that engages them, but also educates them? And so we partnered, my company did, and created a joint venture with an explorer, an adventurer called Bear Grylls, who's one of the more famous people here in India. He took the Prime Minister Modi, I think, up into the Himalaya mountains at one point, and he's one of the more famous people around the world that's not political. And his whole point of view was, he teaches people survival skills, physical survival skills. How about mental? How about digital survival skills? So we created a program that we've been bringing around the world, showing different countries and recruiting people to be part of it. And I thought we would play a little bit of the video here that's very different than anything that we've talked about already. So maybe it'll wake up some of the people in the back of the room, but why don't we go ahead and try it?
I'm sure all the young people are going to be surprised. So can we have the video, please?
No, not that one. That's not
New report has found that climate change-related misinformation has skyrocketed on Twitter since Elon Musk's takeover of the social media platform.
The rate of warming, according to the data, is much slower than the models used by the IPCC.
Instead of trying to get people to believe something different, one of the tactics now is just to flood the social media, flood the airwaves with confusing elements, just so that people don't know who to believe.
There are more human slaves in the world today than ever before in the history of mankind.
As we approach the 2024 election, big tech companies are actually rolling back critical safeguards against misinformation on social media.
It doesn't tell you where it's got information from. It presents it all as fact.
We know that OpenAI uses machines and humans to monitor content. What could they do, Pat?
Well, without transparency, there's no trust. Imagine you have a house with a cracked foundation. You can't build a skyscraper on it, and that's what ChatGPT is all about.
The beginning of July was the hottest week on record on this planet. Around the world, a series of extreme weather events have intensified concerns about runaway climate change.
Priyanka Chopra, welcome to the Ranveer Show.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. First of all, very, very kind. And second of all, I don't think that's true.
When I talk to children and parents, then the number one question parents ask me is social media hurting my children? These platforms have been designed by some of the best product designers in the world, and they're designed to bring and reel our kids in.
As content comes in, we're able to identify the presence of these biases.
So much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you see the magic of AI now. So, Rajesh, I would like to turn to you. AI is at a boom right now. We all see it's with ChatGPT and everything happening globally around that. You have been a long-term player in the AI market. With that in mind, what do you think are the 3 takeaways that AI startups need to remember when it comes to navigating common challenges in the space, like difficulty in raising capital, navigating regulations, and all? So
first of all, thank you for this opportunity, MeitY Startup Hub. And Namaskara, Bengaluru. I'm a Kannadiga, born in Hubli, so it is as close as I can get to home, and this is what I'll call home for a lifetime. So very glad to be here. To get to your question, we've looked at use of AI in the forms of, let's say, in its early stage, where we looked at artificial intelligence being used for regulatory purposes in terms of scanning, SDN searches in anti-money laundering systems and then anti-fraud systems, etc. So when we look at how we deployed artificial intelligence and went about it, my advice to startups from that perspective would be, number one, to ensure that you have a solution for a problem, and the fact that you're not going around with a technical solution like artificial intelligence and then looking for a problem to solve. It's a cliche, but I think it's the core aspect to fundraising. Your value proposition has to be absolutely clear of what you're proposing, what is the problem you're solving, and you will then see that it's not difficult to raise funds. Importantly, it's also about the fact that when you look to demystify the logic, a lot of startups would say that this is what I hold dear, it's under patent, so I'll not talk much about it, and it's not going to help. If knowledge and black boxes can open doors for opportunity, literacy can open floodgates of opportunities. So it's very important to make sure that you are able to highlight very clearly what is the differential value proposition you have. The next part is with regards to when you approach fundraising, looking at how you've adapted that solution for the regulations of that country or the market that you're addressing. Because if you're on the wrong side of regulation, like for example, people who are into, let's say, collecting data as startups today, will see change in the way DPDP, or the Data Privacy and Data Protection Act, is going to look at things. So it's not just about collecting data, but how you treat that, whether you have consent. And those aspects need to be inculcated in the very design of the business model. And then when you look at the important aspect of being able to look at ethical changes, make sure that you're using artificial intelligence where it is perceived to be ethically right. You cannot use artificial intelligence where people would think that it is ethically wrong in that jurisdiction. So these, what I would say, are the three core things that you need to address. But a fourth one I'll sneak in here is to say about the right timing of fundraising. That when you raise funds, make sure that your bootstrapping is enough to make sure you have a minimum viable product to then go to an investor and seek funds for what they see value in. Because if you seek funds a little earlier, you might end up losing control of the company too early in the game, where you might end up being like, I remember the person earlier mentioned about acqui-hire. You could almost become a glorified employee.
Thanks. I think these are really, really valuable inputs for the startups who are present here and, of course, watching us online. Ryan, I would turn to you now. And given the distinct economic landscape of the UAE and Gulf region, how do you see the integration of AI and metaverse technologies impacting innovation and sustainable economic growth, not just within the startups, but within a country as well?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, and thank you again for the invitation to be here in this beautiful, vibrant country. Really appreciate it. The concept of AI in the UAE is actually quite interesting. I think we're one of the first countries to actually have a Ministry of Artificial Intelligence in the country, and we actually have a university dedicated to artificial intelligence as well. The UAE made international news just a few months ago with its release under the Advanced Technology Research Council of its Falcon LLM model. This model at the time actually surpassed the other open source or freely available models. And it was licensed in such a way that not just academia, but startups themselves could benefit by leveraging this model in their day-to-day startups into delivering a unique value proposition to their users. So AI is embraced not only from the government standpoint, from the academic standpoint, and then through the collaboration with UAE government, with the, for example, Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development, the Competitive Office of Abu Dhabi. They're actually implementing patent support, research support, so that if you create intellectual property within the country, they will provide up to, I believe, 90% of reimbursement for not only developing your product or idea, but actually protecting it. So we're seeing a lot of new startups in this space. We're seeing a lot of interest, especially as an investor. We're getting more and more people reaching out to us quite often. Almost daily, there's a new approach or a new startup that can leverage AI in some novel way. But we're seeing also this ecosystem support to help them really not only get off the ground, from the idea stage, but to grow, to scale, and it's a really exciting time that we live in.
Thank you, Ryan. That's really interesting and insightful. Abhay, I would like to turn to you, and I would like to ask you that your role as the Digital Innovation Officer at TVS undoubtedly given you a unique vantage point on the intersection of emerging technologies and global business. Could you please share a pivotal moment or experience from your personal journey that ignited your passion for fostering innovation within the startup ecosystem?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a very interesting question. Takes me back. I see a lot of people in the right sitting at the back, right? They're all students, and I think the first time I had the epiphany of sorts, right, where I felt that I should get into innovation, was when I was doing my engineering. I was a student and I was studying biotechnology, and I was working under 3 US postdocs, and we were researching on human genetics and certain other application of medicinal biology. But the plants that we extracted these medicinal components were from the tribal forests in the Eastern Ghats. And these were not commercialized yet. And basis their say-so, we researched that, and we won, of course, a lot of national level awards for that. And we were able to find medicinal values to that. And that really got me my mind ticking. And I realized that time didn't matter to me. I would spend the whole day and night at the lab, because back then, RTR and all these equipment did not have cold storage. So you couldn't just go back home expecting it will stay fresh, and next morning you could run the rest of the experiments, right? So you really stayed back. I literally had a mattress put in the lab. I could sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. I would time it and run the experiment. So that was the first moment. And I think the second moment was when I decided, after working for 3 global Fortune 30 companies, I realized that I needed to work for an Indian organization, and that's when I joined TVS about 18 months back. But the precursor to that was, we developed a very interesting, innovative solution. In a lot of cold countries like North America, Europe, etc., you have thermal insulation panels. And in our own lab at Lowe's Innovation Labs, we created a thermal insulation panel which utilized rice straws as a substrate and a mycelium strain. These rice straws were actually burnt in Punjab and Haryana, which caused a lot of pollution. So we used that, grew a particular strain of mycelium on top of that, cold compressed, and made thermal insulation panels. The best part was, this was more than 10x more efficient than what is commercially available in North America and Europe, and costed more than or less than 1/20th of the price points that they were available in. So it was a made in India product which is impacting millions of people. And I think that's where I realized that, I've worked enough for a lot of international companies which are headquartered in US and Europe. It's time to work for a company which is headquartered in India but has presence in 100-odd countries outside. So, yeah.
That's really interesting, and that took me back to my days. I started my career with JK Tires and General Motors, and as I listen to manufacturing companies, that becomes really exciting to me. Pat, I would like to come back to you and would like to ask you that Seeker is a company is leveraging AI for ethical and responsible representation of any information on the web. So how do you see ethical AI development as a concept influencing the development of technology sector, and what steps can startups take to ensure that AI integration is both responsible and conducive to sustainable growth?
There's lots of debates about AI. I'm sure all of you have seen them. Is it good? Is it evil? Does it take jobs away? Does it create jobs? And I think what we hear is that, like any technology that comes along, you need to harness it, and you need to understand, a philosophy behind what you're going to do with it. I mean, you can go back in time thousands of years. Man's always harnessed some energy force bigger than itself, and it's always built responsibility into that. And I think it's the same thing with AI. It can be used in a lot of different ways. There's other ways that it can't be used or it doesn't make sense. But it's like anything. You can misuse products and that aren't for what it wasn't intended, that's not the fault of the product, that's the fault of the person that uses it. And I think in the same case here with AI, there are philosophies that go into building these products, there are ethics that go into it, and all of those things are kind of part of the responsibility of the people and the corporations that build it. And then there have to be safeguards, like there always are. Everything today has some type of safeguard in it. And you have to trust that the combination of all those things will take it down the right path. One of the things I don't agree with is over-regulation by the government, because I think what that does is it starts to stifle innovation. So I think there's a fine line between what you can build and how you can build it and how you deploy it, and what a government may want or choose to regulate. So that's always, I think, the struggle in when new technologies are introduced is there's a tendency to try to put a rule around it or regulate it. And I think that those exist today. They just need to be conformed to as opposed to recreated.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. And there are a lot of debates going on about responsible and ethical use of AI all over the globe. Rajesh, I would like to turn to you and would like to ask you that if you could delve deep into the role of AI-powered automation and enhancing efficiency and productivity for startups, and how this enhanced efficiency allows startups working in the emerging technology stage to tap into the international markets.
So when we look at the aspect of using AI itself, it does provide a huge amount of operational efficiency with the ability to look at the minuteness of large volumes of data. So from that perspective of being able to get the right pulse on trends, etc., AI is the way to go for startups. Importantly, I would say that when you look at artificial intelligence tools, algorithms, data structures, etc., there are a lot of those now on open source as well. So it ensures that startups can use a lot of open source to get going with the adoption of AI rather than use expensive tools. And that's a good way of utilizing bootstrap money before they get into the stage of fundraising. But importantly, when you look at expansion and global diversification and expansion, there are key elements that AI will render. One is about the aspect of hyper-personalization. With AI, you're able to get good insights into the utilization of systems, utilization of what consumers access, utilization of how your customers perceive the goods that you are selling or the services you're providing. And those insights are very crucial to be able to refine and adapt the product suitably for different markets. When you look at international expansion, localization is a very critical factor. It's a critical success factor that will ensure that whether you are going to be there for long or is it just a whiff and then disappear. So in that way, to be able to not spend more capital, it is necessary that firms look at re-architecting their systems in a way where you have, like I said earlier, a minimum viable product that is suitable for that location, and then go on adapting AI in a way where you are able to bring in the additions of new modules, which then can adapt in an agile way to sell this product, let's say, in different locations globally. The aspect of artificial intelligence also is to look at the scalability. One part is about how you look at getting growth, but once you get there, it is being able to address that growth effectively. And that is where artificial intelligence serves hugely in its ability to process large volumes of data and being able to adapt more efficient structures to achieve results. And scalability is one key deliverable of AI that I think is crucial for startups to expand globally. And lastly, I think the adaptation for compliance and risk mitigation is very crucial when you look at global expansion, because it is something that is imperative that when you look at expansion, you are looking at compliance to be able to address the market, to monetize the offering. So these, I would think, are the core advantages of artificial intelligence that help you drive the product and take it globally.
Yeah, thank you. And these are really, really valuable insights. So localization is the word when you are expanding globally. Ryan, I would like to ask you that we always hear a lot about inspiration behind why startup founders do what they do. But we'd like to hear from you that being on the other side of the table as an investor, what inspired you to work in the VC industry? As there are a number of budding investors in the Indian ecosystem, as well as they would look at you for some key piece of advice, and that's something that you would like to give to someone who wants to become a VC.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I didn't start in the financial side of things. In fact, I started on the operator side. I've been very fortunate in being able to create, scale, and exit now 2 startups. And at the end of the acquisition for my last startup, I took a bit of a break. In fact, I went to a country, and I meditated, I did yoga, I did boxing, and I really took the time to reflect, why do I get out of bed in the morning? Beyond my family, beyond my friends, but what makes me tick? And the idea is that, for me, I enjoy being around a small table with a bunch of very impassioned people trying to solve a tough problem, right? You don't have the backing of a large corporate player. You just have that table, your laptops, and a dream. For us, for me, this realization of helping people build their dreams was why I got into the financial side of things. How can we take the lessons that we've learned, myself and my partners, and share those lessons, share that pain with brand new startup founders to enable them to be more effective, to be more efficient in building their companies and building impactful solutions that change the lives of not just them, but perhaps their clients. So when we work with startup investors today, we choose founders that tackle problems that have a high sense of urgency, a high frequency. These are the problems that people are facing every day, and that problem to them is very, very important. So working in areas of future of work, et cetera. For us in VC, I think if you are interested in not only learning, but being involved in new emerging technology, if you are interested in working with founders, working with people who are passionate about what they're doing day in and day out, VC is a great industry to be in. I think we've all worked in environments where you're surrounded by colleagues who don't necessarily want to be there. I can tell you, each and every day I go into work, everyone that I work with wants to be there because they're pursuing something special. They're pursuing their dream. And to be a part of that is beyond rewarding.
That's really interesting, Ryan. And I mean, we all would like to have more conversation about you on that. Abhay, I have a very interesting question for you now. So, how do your personal views align with the potential of AI? We have heard from all the panelists about the AI and how it's almost taking over the world. So how your personal views align with the potential of AI, the metaverse, and other emerging technologies to contribute and strengthening the global economy, and how do you envision their impact on the startup landscape?
It's a very broad question, right? So I'll probably try and divide that into 2 or 3 parts, right? The first one is, we are talking about AI a lot today, and I think it's potentially because of generative AI becoming a buzzword over the last few months, right, or probably an year, right? And that is why in the masses, everyone talks about it because there are too many B2C applications generating a lot of voice-based data, a lot of visual, audio data, whatever, right, which is being created, or textual data that's being created, and people are utilizing that a lot more now. But AI has been around for more than a decade and a half now, right, in different forms and factors. In fact, NLP, NLG was the precursor to what we see as generative AI today, right? So it's been there, it's been creating an impact, and people have utilized AI for a lot of efficiency play already. I personally see in all the sectors that I've worked in, retail, mobility, and manufacturing, etc., I've seen that across the value chain of the organizations, you can talk about a lot of emerging technologies, but the central base is always AI, on top of which a lot of these other technologies are then integrated, right? So it's been there. That's one. Second thing is the question about moving from artificial narrow intelligence. I remember speaking about this about 5-6 years back, and someone questioned me, you refer to AI as ANI, and I was like, yeah, it's ANI today, and it's eventually going to move to an AGI, and there's a lot of myths around what AGI is going to look like, right? Forget about ASI. So there again, with all these questions coming in, we heard from Pat talk about Seeker, right, and how they're talking about ethical AI today, and that's the need of the hour as well. So these technologies are going to solve for a lot of problems, provided we know what they're going to solve for, and how they're going to solve for it, and how do we ensure that we do not allow biases to creep in, for example, or a lot of unethical practices to creep in. We did an experiment about 5 years back where our computer vision algo was automatically suggesting, it was self-learning algorithm, and it was suggesting that a left-hander potentially has a higher probability of stealing than a right-hander. And we were like, oh my God, this is getting crazy now, right? Because now you're getting, the algo is automatically learning these things, and you need to make sure that they are bias-free, right? So these are the things that we also need to take care of when it comes to emerging technologies such as AI. Now, when it comes to other technologies such as blockchain, Web3, quantum, and so on and so forth, right? Metaverses, each of these technologies has very specific applications and use cases and solves for major pain points. However, let's not look at these technologies as a generic, all-rounder kind of technology where they can be applied to anything and everything. So you have to be very, very cautious about what you use it for, and it will solve for a major chunk of problems today.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that we have to use the AI and all the emerging technologies in the right way. Pat, I would like to turn to you and would like to ask you that you have been at the forefront of the development of search engine technology since the 1980s. So what are the major challenges that present-day startups will generally encounter when they integrate new technologies like AI into their concepts? And what strategies do you think would be effective in overcoming those hurdles when they are integrating new technologies with their systems?
Well, I think that, having started 6 companies myself and probably have funded another half a dozen, the thing that I've looked at after all these years is really what kind of mentorship these startups have. Who do they follow? Who do they listen to? Because oftentimes you can have a brilliant idea, you can be extremely smart, but there are other aspects to getting a business off the ground. There's the financing aspect, there's getting a customer, there's being in sales, there's being in marketing. There's all sorts of things that not any one individual can be good at, all of these things. So the key, I think, is to have somebody that you can rely on, that's done some of these things, that can help you through some of the aspects of being a startup and growing along the way. Because when people invest in you, they start to pay attention to you, and they start to look at where you invest the money. And I think the more help you can have, the more people you surround yourself with that can say, hey, don't go down that path right now, or take a look at this alternative. That's going to help everybody that wants to build a business, that wants to start something. I think that's one of the most important things. They always say people are really what makes a startup. That's what makes a business. And in this case, I think it's not just the people in the company, but it's who they surround themselves with as well.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Rajesh, maybe I would like to turn to you and ask that the AI-powered automation in enhancing efficiency and productivity for startups, a lot of startups are looking at doing that. How does this enhanced efficiency allow startups working in the emerging technology space to kind of be more efficient, be more price effective when they are kind of getting into a completely new market? So what suggestions, what ideas do you like to kind of give them?
I think when we look at getting AI into new markets, it's necessary to have the ability to adapt. Like I said, the cost of adaptation can be pretty high. So when we look at the use of AI, there is a need for not just looking at AI as a technology, but also looking at the key aspects of how you would look at project management per se. Because artificial intelligence in itself doesn't solve all the problems by merely a control system loop of self-improvement. It is what you start with the bare basics to make sure you got it right. And that is where you need to set clear milestones, make sure that you've captured all the burst of requirements properly, like an agile model to be used is ideal, and ensure that you've really worked out what you want to achieve out of the first MVP that you want to roll out. The core aspect there in terms of reaching out to other markets is in terms of regulatory adoption, and those need to be looked at from a perspective of the base design itself. And which is where you look at making sure that the system that you develop is modular in nature, that you're able to add modules as and when required. Importantly, when you look at adapting to change, there are certain surprises that you get in markets, and like the one I mentioned earlier, like data privacy, similarly, you have certain countries that may be having laws against the use of AI. Like, for example, the furor that we've seen with generative AI and how countries suddenly came up very soon, quick to react, probably one of the fastest reactions to any regulatory change to say, no, we've got to stop that. We've got to really wonder why would this happen? And those motivations of saying those changes can really affect a startup who has gone in with that product, assuming that they are the early birds and they would then drive huge change. So when you look at that aspect, it is necessary to change the model to make sure that you put across the value proposition. Like I said earlier, literacy is very important. Put that forward to say, this is what would be the difference. Make sure you're not ruffling any feathers, and then look at an iterative development. Because capital is the most expensive aspect for a startup. And I think it is the rarest commodity as well when you bootstrap your own funds and raise, and move on. So it's necessary to make sure that you have an iterative development, to make sure that incremental successes are what drive your plan to either raise funds or to then put in more money of your own to look at achieving better results. So global expansion is a great aspect to have, but the right sort of plan behind it is very crucial to drive success.
Thank you. And these are really, really interesting insights about capital and then how do you go about expanding in the global market and how to be more price and capital efficient. Ryan, I would like to ask you from your vantage point as a VC investor with Raha Beach Ventures, what measures can government and private sector entities take to create a favorable environment for startup financing? Maybe that allows for AI and other new technologies, companies to thrive not only in UAE, but overall in the Gulf region.
Sure, absolutely. I happen to be a part of a collaboration committee in Abu Dhabi where our main focus is enabling SMEs. It's identifying the pain points and working with the government to overcome them. An example pain point that exists there, but I think many other places, is first and foremost the registration of businesses. In order to foster innovation, in order to foster a thriving ecosystem of startups, they need to be established first and foremost. That process needs to be straightforward. Once you've established the company, the next thing is building up a bank account. Establishing a bank account in the States is an entirely different process than establishing a bank account in the UAE, and I'm sure India is just the same way. When you begin to invite foreign companies to join the UAE or any other company, you have to make sure that your regulations locally are well advertised and easy to navigate. Otherwise, before you can even talk about funding, you're going to face bottlenecks or hurdles that to some may be too challenging to overcome. And I think once you've established not only the company, you have banking, creating a regulative framework that enables angel investors to contribute, that inspires venture capital firms to not only engage, but to invest into pre-seed or seed level startups. This is critical. And I think when you involve the government, I think there needs to be support in terms of government-backed grants. If you're building companies, if you're innovating on their territory, there should be some level of incentive or some sort of involvement in fostering this growth. And I think in the UAE and in Saudi especially, you're seeing a lot of this type of thought actually take action. It's a really exciting time to be in this space.
And like as we are looking at the global environment and how startups could thrive in the global environment, these suggestions would be really, really valuable. Abhay, maybe from the perspective of more established players like TVS in India, and of course, like with the growing influence of emerging technologies all over the world, how do you perceive the role of the established players, for example, TVS, could be in supporting new talents, encouraging new startups, and galvanizing the whole startup ecosystem?
Thank you so much, Vibhu. So before I get into that, I just wanted to address one point that Rajesh mentioned, right, which was iterative development and not to ruffle feathers. I think for larger organizations, contrary to what startups need to do, we need to ruffle a few feathers. I think we need to get out of that comfort zone, ruffle a few feathers, because that is where disruptive innovation will really happen, right? Because if you're always playing safe, you are not going to disrupt what is happening for the last few decades, specifically so in automotive, right? So my agenda has always been to ruffle a few feathers, which gets people out of their comfort zone and then go for the big ones, right? The more disruptive ones. Now, in terms of how larger organizations do this, I can give you a few examples of how TVS has been doing it for a decade now, right? Of course, we've been investing in a lot of startups. We have a bunch of startup in our portfolio across the globe today. Not specific to a region, in multiple countries that we have invested in startups where we think that there's a strong potential. We have acquired a lot of startups. We have even sponsored a lot of contingents. For example, the Indian contingent of startups which went to VivaTech in Paris, we sponsored that. The same thing in multiple World Economic Forum and other environments, right? That Indian contingents have gone. We have invested in that. We had tie-ups with the likes of NASSCOMs to CII. In fact, our chairman emeritus is on the board of directors of RBI and was the ex-president of CII as well, right? So there's been always an interest via various channels to invest into innovation, be it startups, be it academia, or be it other institutions which are fostering the spirit of innovation both internally and externally. So we've been continuously doing that. I think that is the need of the hour, where you contribute, but I think remove those barriers in terms of adoption. Once you invest in them, it doesn't stop there. The major aspect is, can you really provide them scale and the resources that you need? So a lot of our investments and acquisitions are primarily relying on the fact that can we provide additional resources to these harbingers of innovation to really get it at that scale. A lot of proof of concept, proofs of values that we do in partnership with startups provides them scale across multiple continents. We have presence in 80 plus countries. So we don't say, let's do a small proof of concept in India. Let's get you to Latin, let's get you to Middle East, let's get you to Africa, and so on and so forth, right? So that's where large organizations can really contribute.
All the startups listening to, you know where to go for funding now. Yeah, so maybe one question to all of you, and you all can kind of share your valuable inputs on that. What are the 5 important qualities that every startup needs to thrive in a global economy and completely dynamic global economy? Maybe you could give some 5 inputs and 5 qualities that every startup or every entrepreneur should have for that.
Sure, absolutely. I think the first consideration is the unique value proposition. Are you actually solving a gap in the market, or are you creating a new opportunity? It's very often that I talk to startup founders, and they'll tell me that we don't actually have competitors. We're the first to market, we're the first with this novel idea, and then I'll ask them, well, have you just searched in the UAE for competitors, or have you searched in the region? Have you searched across Europe or across the States? And what we'll find is that people aren't actually doing enough research. So that attention to detail and that curiosity to see, yes, I have this idea, but is anyone else doing it? And how can we do it better? The next one is team product fit. Why are you uniquely capable in solving this challenge? What in your background gives you that competitive advantage, or what in your team's background, what do you provide in terms of unique perspective that enables you to challenge this? I then ask you to think about why now? Was there some sort of regulation change or some sort of shift in the market that enabled this new concept, this new product to gain traction? I also think about scalability. Is this something that's only tackling a problem that exists within your town, your state, your country? Or is this something that can focus on a global scale? I think that's 5.
Yeah, that's really, really amazing. So maybe, Rajesh, you could go next.
So if I were to look at the 5 attributes of a startup that I would look for, is the first one would be the organization structure. Because when you put up a startup, it's all good news when you say the founders have come together and created a wow factor. But I think it's very important to understand the differentiation in roles of each person. You cannot have all the founders doing the same thing. You cannot say everybody will innovate. You cannot say everybody will go to market. There has to be distinct roles that people identify. And that is maybe a sacrifice by some who don't perceive an aspect of strength in a particular field. But it is something that has to be done. So a very important part is constituting the right team. The second part is, of course, like I said, the value proposition and differentiation. The third part would be clearly the adaptability, because startups will face challenges. And I've mentioned this thrice, so I won't again say capital. But I think the core challenges come from competition, the core challenges come from environment, the core challenges come from the ethos where you operate. And so adaptability is very important. The fourth aspect I would say, which is very important, is with regards to technology change. Sometimes startups can have an ego saying that, I have invented something that is unique, so I won't change this technology. And I've seen a lot of failed startups that have stuck to that feeling of, I've done something, which is a miracle, which is a boon to mankind. And then it's just vanished because technology change is something that will drive them out. And the last one I would say is making sure that every offering that you have has a user-centric design thinking. If you are not user-centric, if you're not customer-centric, then no offering of yours is something that is going to last long. It will probably be something that goes to a stage of fundraising and PR in the news. But when you look at longevity, I think customer centricity is the key.
These are really, really exciting 5 suggestions that all the startups could take from here. Abhay, I would like to turn to you.
I think a lot of them have already been covered, right? So I probably add maybe a few more. One I think is that every entrepreneur should be focused on first principles and second order thinking. First principles would allow you to really look at the basics, right? Because if you really want to disrupt something, you can't just talk about incremental innovation, right? You really need to think about the basics and solve for a real value problem. I mean, a problem which can really solve, and create a major value proposition, right? So that's that. Second is second order thinking. Second order thinking allows you to really think ahead of what is your immediate step and basically how that really impacts, what are the other macroeconomic factors and how that you are catering or looking at those factors and then responding to that much better than your competitors are, or solving for problems much ahead of its time, right? And that is important. Third, I would say, is perseverance. The journey is not easy. There could be so many different challenges and you have to be perseverant, right? Specifically when it comes to startups working with corporates, it's not easy sometimes to work with corporates or enterprises, right? And when you have to go through that journey, it's important that you stick on for a period of time, be perseverant about it and continue to solve that problem. I think those are certain additional points that I thought that, Rajesh and Ryan had already covered most of them. So those I wanted to add in.
Yeah, these are not only the lessons for the entrepreneurs, but these are also life lessons. We also have to kind of have those qualities to kind of survive and thrive in the completely dynamic global environment. Pat, the same question for you.
Yeah, so one of the things that they don't ever teach you is how do you deal with a large competitor that suddenly looms in your space when you start to build your product and you take a look around and you say, how am I going to really enter that market and deal with somebody that's already there? And having had to deal with that in the search space for about 20 years, I've come up with some ideas on how one can do that. And you have to really pay attention to the market and to the audience that you want to serve, but you also have to be very clever about how you get your product in front of them. And one of the things that when we started this, and I showed you that first video, which talked about all the technology and things that we're doing, you know, that's pretty straightforward. But how do we get that, you know, into the youth market? How do we distribute that around the world? And so, as I had said in the beginning, we had partnered with Bear Grylls, and you know, we've created an innovative way of, you know, bringing this kind of a concept across the youth market, and you know, we're marketing it in just about every country to try to get, you know, the engagement and the education in it. And I think, is there one more video that they have to show?
So all the young people, please watch out for the Bear Grylls message and mission for you. Can we have the mission seeker video, please?
Adventure. It's the most natural thing in the world. This is about helping young people to find their own adventure. That could be dinner. Out here, it's the wild that's in charge.
Meet 14-year-old me. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Not exactly the best start to my career.
Okay, so Bear Grylls' young adventurer movie 1, Endangered. It's going to be epic, team. Here we go. The journey begins. Are we ready? The storylines in these movies is about trying to do all we can to protect the planet. It's about young kids together. We're all set. On the adventure of a lifetime.
Monkey! 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 Knock it off, Bear. You're scaring her.
I'm scaring her?
Movie 1 is called Endangered, and it's Bear's first mission. He's dropped into the jungles of Borneo and Sumatra, where he finds himself in a battle against deforestation and species extinction.
Can't give up!
We all have a duty of care, you know, we all share the same planet, and that together, if we can help each other, we can actually make the world a better place. We're really telling kids loud and clear that you can be the change. You can be that leader of the future and that positive force for good.
Kids can be heroes too.
It's about kids making the difference, and I love that.
I'm Bear Grylls, and this is Mission Seeker. Mission Seeker is all about the small acts that inspire big change, and we want you to be part of it. Every month, I'll be issuing a new challenge. What you do to meet it is up to you. But Mission Seeker and my ambassadors are here to give you some ideas.
Search, discover, and get out there, and do it.
But show us. Share your journey online. Get ready for the adventure of a lifetime.
So what are you waiting for? Your mission starts here.
Thank you, and that's so exciting for all the young people. All of us would like to take up this challenge from Bear Grylls. Thank you, Pat. And with this, I would like to thank Rajesh. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. Thank you, Abhay. Thank you so much. Pat and Ryan, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. I would hand it over to you now. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Bibhu Mishra. And the film, of course, with that, it ended on a rather exciting, adventurous note. May we hear it for the panel? And I would like to invite Sri Bibhu Mishra himself to give tokens of gratitude to all our panelists. Mementos. First to Patrick C. Kondo, CEO, Seeker Technologies, USA. After Patrick, to Mr. Abhay Tandon, Digital Innovation Officer, TVS. Next to Mr. Rajesh Birjankar, MD, Kia.ai. And to Mr. Ryan Adams next, Managing Partner, Raha Beach Ventures, UAE. Thank you indeed for giving many takeaways to startups in the audience. It's now time for us to invite onto the stage panelists of the next session, which is about digital innovation for One India. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you once again. And on the fifth panel, Sri Harkesh Mittal, Chairman, Startup India Seed Fund, from a program. May I invite Sri Harkesh Mittal on to the stage. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT. Sri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. And Sri Sanjeev Malhotra, CEO, IoT Center of Excellence, NASSCOM. Changing of boards, etc., will take a couple of minutes. And I would thank the audience as well as the speakers of the next session for their patience. Gives me great pleasure to invite the moderator who will take this discussion forward, Dr. Mrityunjay Suwar, CEO, KIIT TBI, entrepreneurial professor and the CEO of KIIT Technology Business Incubator, Bhubaneswar in Odisha. Under Dr. Mrityunjay's leadership, the institution has promoted 400 plus startups, ladies and gentlemen, and created 6,000 plus technical jobs in the last 13 years. He's also the chairman of Bhubaneswar City Knowledge Innovation Cluster, which is an initiative of the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and promoting STI ecosystem development in East as well as the Northeast of India. Once the panel settles, so I hand it over to Dr. Mrityunjay.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon to all. Still the fifth panel, the energy is still on. I request the audience to settle down, please, because you're going to have a very interesting panel today. The theme is Digital Innovations for One India. I come from startup community, the promoting startup culture in the country. I have seen a lot of growth in startup, especially in the sector of digital innovations. And I coined the term, digital innovation is infectious in nature. It is really infectious because everywhere you find now innovations happening digitally, be it public governance, social governance, be it health tech, fintech, edutech, everywhere. So I'll not waste much of time because we have got 4 interesting panels. I have talked to them earlier. With us, to my right, Sri H.K. Mittal. Let's welcome a big round of applause. Sri H.K. Mittal is the chairman of Startup India Seed Fund. I know him since last 14 years as the godfather of startup promotion called incubation ecosystem in the country. Earlier from DST Government of India, the former secretary of TDB Government of India, and still he is mentoring startup. I welcome you, sir, to this panel. Next to him, we have Sanjeev Kumar Gupta ji, and he is from the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. I just met him. He said Karnataka is the #1 in innovation. And Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, he's the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Missions called KDEM. an initiative of the government of Karnataka. Mr. Gupta brings in more than 27 years of experience as an administrator, business leader, entrepreneur, mentor, and Indian IT growth facilitator. Very, very unusual characteristics. So I welcome you, Sanjeev Kumar Gupta ji, to this panel. Left to me, I have Sanjeev Malhotra ji, who is the CEO of, next to me is Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, who is the CEO of C. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay is the CEO of C. And the chairman of C. Project Board. He has a PhD in corporate strategy and policy from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and he is a alumni of IIM Bangalore's postgraduate program in public policy and management in 2014, and MTech from IIT Roorkee. He has won several awards, including J.C. Bose Award and many more. I welcome you, Upadhyay sir, to this panel. Next to him, we have Sanjeev Malhotra ji, because they're confusing, the two Sanjeevs are here. He is the CEO of IoT Center of Excellence at NASSCOM, having spent many years leading product development, strategy, and global operations in large and mid-sized companies. Sanjeev ji had an opportunity to lead multiple domains of SaaS, mobile internet softwares, e-commerce, and managed services, server and CPU technologies, IoTs, and many more connected devices. So I welcome you, sir, to this panel. So what I'll do, in interest of time, I'll be basically the enablers of many of them, all of them are enablers of digital innovations in the country. I'll start with Sri Mittal ji, the question, and I'll be requesting them to each respond to it in 4 to 5 minutes each questions. Sri Mittal ji, you have seen the growth of innovation ecosystem in the country. You have seen from beginning, and still you see there is a growth happening. What is your message to this community who is sitting here, that how India has seen the growth in innovation ecosystem and how it is still going to go next further? Your response.
Thank you, Mrityunjay. Thank you, MeitY Startup Hub, the organizers, for inviting me here this afternoon. I don't have to say this, but I'm an old man, so I have a lot of stories to share with you. In fact, let me begin by the story of India's IT progress. Let's do a little bit of time travel. The year is 1990, and our country has just 3 days of foreign exchange left to buy petroleum. Our economy would have come to a grinding halt after 3 days because we would not have had any petroleum. India was in a crisis situation. We had to pledge our gold to get some foreign exchange. And as you know, in India, pledging of gold is done only when a catastrophe hits the family. So that was the situation. We were in a really bad situation. And we had opening of the Indian economy. That was a compulsion which we had.
Hello.
Thank you. We were in a bad situation, and it is around that time when the Y2K problem hit the country. Not the country, the globe. I think those of you who are old enough would know what Y2K problem was. Our computers were programmed only till the year 1999. On the night of 31st of December, as the clock would strike midnight, all the computers would have stopped because they were not programmed for the next century. Now, hordes of Indian IT professionals were engaged to solve this problem because COBOL was the language which was being still used in India and all other countries had stopped using it. Hordes of Indian IT professionals went abroad to solve this problem. And with the result that now most of these IT professionals, they had a bicontinental strategy. They were familiar with how the business is done in two countries. Now, that was actually a change which brought about a lot of change in the mindset of the country. It was this time when world's confidence in our abilities to deliver was established. More importantly, our own confidence in our own abilities to deliver was established during this period. That was the beginning of the IT century, or I may say the digital innovations. Then I'll give you a small story. There was this youngster who was a young engineer studying in Northeast in one of the colleges, named Harjap Singh Maan. He wanted to be a startup, wanted to be an entrepreneur, but he did not know what to do. He came back to his hometown in Noida, near Delhi, and was searching for the problem to which he wanted to work on. He identified a problem which was in his own society, in his own residential complex. 5 to 6 vehicles would get stolen every month. 5 to 6 vehicles would get every month, and with the result, the real estate in that complex, the real estate prices in that complex were not going up. So, by an accident, he met the builder. The builder gave him this problem. Maan very confidently said that yes, I can solve this. He had no clue as to how he's going to solve this problem. And then the owner was very excited. He said, yes, give me the solution. He said, not like this. I'll come with my team after 15 days. Maan had no team. In 15 days, he put together a team, put together a presentation, and gave it to that individual. And it was a simple solution based on RFID, which he gave to that builder. And as a result, they did a very simple solution: RFID tag on the vehicle, on the keychain, and a reader at the gate. It was an automatic system which was put in place. The problem stopped. The story is a little long. I'll have to cut it short in the interest of time. And he did several innovations, including employing deaf and dumb people as gatekeepers at the society. Maan became the largest employer of deaf and dumb people across the world. And he's done a remarkable business. It's both a social business and a commercial business. The initial offer he got was about 1 crore of rupees per month. That was his turnover to begin with. He's now moved into many other areas. There are many innovations, both digital and non-digital, which India is very proud to have. And I have been lucky in supporting some of these innovations, some of these incubators throughout my career with the government, now along with the government. Thank you. I'll stop here. Sorry if I have taken a little long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aldi, because the stories are important to tell here. Now I'll go to Sri Rajkumar Upadhyay ji. Upadhyay, you have been leading the CDOT, and we know that CDOT is engaged in a lot of innovations. How are you developing this? What interesting things you have developed, and how are you working with the state governments to deploy these digital innovations?
Thank you so much. It's a really great opportunity to be part of this panel. First of all, let me tell you, CDOT is the R&D arm of Department of Telecommunication. We do develop technologies like 4G, 5G, security, disaster management systems, network management system. So many technologies which are in the domain of telecom and security. One example I'll give, the 4G and 5G which we have developed along with Tata's is getting deployed in BSNL very, very soon. So as long as, you know, what we need is the theme is that the Honorable Prime Minister keeps telling that last aadmi tak hame pahunchna hai. So digital inclusion for all, that theme, that the person who is sitting at the last also should get connected. And for that, what do you need? If you want to connect the last person on the pyramid, you need digital infrastructure. Even if you create digital infrastructure, that is also not enough. It should be affordable, it should be accessible. So therefore, there are a lot of schemes which government is working. I can just quote two schemes. The first scheme is the 4G saturation scheme. Like 4G has already reached in our country almost 99%. But still we have 25,000 villages where there is no connectivity at all. So Government of India funded a program, 25,000 crore program, under which all these 25,000 villages will be covered within next 1 year. The second scheme is, now for example, if you take example of UPI, today we have 10 billion transactions of UPI every month. Last month, July, the statistics is we clocked 9.9 billion transactions and amounting to $184 billion of transactions. Now, internet in our country, with the population of 1.4, the internet penetration is only 860 million. So still there are 500 million people who are not getting these services, hence they cannot come to the mainstream. And therefore, these schemes, like I said, 4G saturation scheme, the BharatNet scheme. Under BharatNet scheme, just 2 days back, Cabinet approved a scheme of 1.3 lakh crore, under which the BharatNet will move to every village. Now, once it moves to the village, fiber goes to the village, but the village cannot afford, since it is commercially not viable, the many entrepreneurs will not go there and put it to the households. Therefore, government came with a scheme called Bharat Udyami scheme. Under Bharat Udyami scheme, we are giving a subsidy of 4,480 rupees. If you take one connection from the fiber to the particular house, you get 4,484. So that the capex is reimbursed. Then the revenue generated from that house, 50% of the revenue goes to Udyami. So government is coming up with lot many schemes so that, one is we take care of the capex infrastructure and we also take care of the final services. And whatever final service, anyway, the customers are ready to pay, but they are not ready to, nobody is ready to fund that capex part. The capex part is being funded by we also work, as you said, working with the state governments. Yeah, we definitely work with most of these state governments in rolling out certain solutions. One of the solutions we recently, rolled out in Akola in Maharashtra, where we are saying even if you don't have fiber today, from air using a Wi-Fi unlicensed band, how I can drop a bandwidth up to 1 gigabyte. 1 gigabit per second bandwidth can be dropped. So we are working with MeitY in promoting these health facilities, education facilities, these kind of facilities in these villages. And we have lined up approximately 70 to 100 startups with us working in different areas. Some are working in health tech, some are working in education, some are working in agriculture. So, and we have also many schemes where we fund the startups. We have two schemes, three schemes primarily. The first scheme is DCIS. That is up to 5 crore we fund there in the DCIS scheme. We have second scheme, CCRP. This is CDOT Collaboration Research Program, under which we have funded very recently two consortiums. We funded 75 crore each. Then we have a scheme called TTDF, Telecom Technology Development Fund. That is a scheme of 600 crore per annum. We have last call for proposal, we received around 400 proposals. Around 134 we have cleared. Again, the second round has been launched. If you look at the USOF website, the second call for proposal also is there. This time we have given certain areas where we want our country to go forward. Like, for example, development of chips for Wi-Fi, development of chips for 5G, development of chips for mobile phones. So this is another call for proposal. We work with all the state government, and in fact, I have been meeting the state government principal secretaries, ITs, those who are handling the startups, so that this effort can be coherent and together we can solve the problem of this country. Thank you so much, and I'll come back for the next questions.
Thank you, Rajkumarji. It's an interesting thing because he told everything about all the schemes what C.DOT is offering and enabling digital innovations in the country and reaching the last mile. Thank you for responding to those questions. I'll come to Sanjeev Gupta ji. Sanjeev ji, I think Karnataka is known for innovations, be it digital, be it deep tech. So what is the secret sauce of this? And how would you put yourself number one? And what are your offerings to the other states to work collaboratively?
Hello. Thank you so much for asking this question. How many are from Bangalore in the audience? Look here. This is called the power of the innovation which is happening around here. 95% is from Bangaloreans or Karnatakas here in the room. It's not because the event is in Bangalore. It's because the innovation happens in Karnataka. That's the people are here today. I would like to give you some statistics. Karnataka has been ranked #1 innovation by the DPIIT, by the Planning Commission, NITI Aayog, and all the indexes for the last many years. All of you know this, correct? Yes. All of you know that out of 100 unicorns which are born in India, 45 unicorns has born from Karnataka. Yes or no? The one statistic which I'm going to share with you, which you will not be aware about, out of $165 billion the startup has raised so far in India, 65 to $70 billion is raised by only Karnataka-based startups. This is the power. The first unicorn, the 50th unicorn, the 100th unicorn was born here. The one unicorn who converted into multiple own unicorns is also born from here. Why? Why it is happening? Why the Karnataka is the leader in innovation? That goes to 100 years back history. Around 1920s and 1930s, the Maharaja of Mysore, where is sitting in this palace today, they invested on the talent and set up the world-class institutions. They called up the global industries to showcase their product. And what happens to that? You have Indian Institute of Sciences came up here. You have multiple institutions came up. When all the other states were setting up their own institutions of government-funded engineering colleges, degree colleges, Karnataka was the only state where only one engineering college was from the government, the rest all were from private. Private means at the mark of proficiency, at the mark of excellence. Because of that, you found the innovation coming in place from DRDOs, ISROs, from all the HALs, the BL, the BHELs. At that point of time, all these R&D centers came here because of that talent. And after this, ladies and gentlemen, we got the multinational companies waves coming in place. Now the another statistics. आप पूरे विश्व के 500 top companies को ले लो. The 500 Fortune companies. The 400 Fortune companies, of those companies have their R&D center here in Karnataka in Bangalore. This is the power which has been done. So genetically, we Kannadigas, or people who has moved from other places and become Kannadigas, like me, has actually considered this place as genetically founded of innovation, entrepreneurship, and etc. And when no one was talking about of the startups, Karnataka government came out with the first startup policy in India. First startup policy. When nobody was talking about of the VC funding, government of Karnataka came up to set up a Kitwin fund of 100 crores. Nobody. And the successful fund raised by them. Out of 90,000 plus startups in the country, 20,000 or 22,000 startups come from Karnataka. This is the power of this happens. Now friends, the secret sauce is, can you experiment 100 years of in the respective states? What we can do is we can expedite the process with the states. All the states are looking forward to how we can revolutionize the startup ecosystem. What we require is three important things that we are functioning upon. One is purely looking at industry which can give them business opportunity. And here Karnataka offers that. I would request every other state to look at that level. The second one is the access to the capital and access to the mentorship. How do you create access to the capital? I'm so happy that Mr. Raji is here saying C.DOT will happily fund. And he was talking to me and sharing me that two of the big investors from 75 crores above, which has been funded by the C.DOT, is basically coming from Bangalore. So again, the story is replicating, but I would love to know that other states are also getting into it, more of stuff, right? And for that to make it happen, you need to have an access to capital, you need to have an access to industry, which is market, you have an access to mentorship. We industry people in Karnataka especially feel that they are part of the government. They are not outsiders. They work with the government to design the initiatives. So they take ownership in giving the mentorship. Now, this model is what is the unique, so-called the secret sauce of Karnataka's leading state. And Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, every other state is doing great job, fantastic job. But maybe some of the lessons that we both can learn with each other and can help them to grow as well. I can keep on talking about Karnataka. I'll just pause here for a minute.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. I think well said. Invest in platforms and build collaborative approach. Industry, policymakers, government, all working together. Well said, Sanjeev ji. Now I come to the next Sanjeev ji, Sanjeev Malhotra ji from NASSCOM. I think all of you know NASSCOM is building a lot of center of excellence and also working heavily in the digital innovations. So the question to you, Sanjeev ji, how NASSCOM is enabling this whole innovation ecosystem digital format and also providing some solution to the industries. Any interesting examples you want to share with the audience?
Sure. Thank you. My job has been made easier. Sanjeev ji has already woken up everybody, I think, with it. So, we are an organization which has been set up between, as a collaboration between MeitY, which is the Central Ministry of Electronic and IT, along with the state government. And we have set up 4 centers of excellences across the country, and our hub is Bangalore, for the obvious reasons that Sanjeev ji just mentioned. Bangalore is a natural tech capital of the country, and probably we can say for the world also. And our mandate has been to bring more innovation in the emerging technologies. When we say emerging technologies, we hear all these words like IoT, AI, AR, VR, robotics, blockchain, and so on. Now, the products that you see actually are not made of one technology. It's amalgamation of all the technologies. Very rarely you say this product is only this tech or that tech. Typically, a product will have many technologies into it, and that's what a job of a product is, to actually solve a problem, provide a solution to a particular use case or to some organization, be it in healthcare or be it in manufacturing or in logistics or any other domain. Our effort has been, first of all, we opened first of its kind of lab in the country in 2016, which was providing facilities to the startups to work in the lab equipment at a pretty easy access and without any cost. So that was the starting point for us. But over a period of time, our effort has been, how to take these products to the market, how to do lab to market type of an effort, how to make enterprises and startups work together. So our platform has been the largest platform for startups and the industries to work together as a win-win. Industry is looking for solutions which benefit them, and startups are coming up with solutions which are not available anywhere else, and they're looking for customers also. So we have been working tirelessly into making these organizations work together. Now, let me give you an example. While large companies are able to bring a lot of solutions on board, they have resources. But it is important that the SMEs of the country actually get equipped with the latest technology. And they cannot afford the latest technology that is available around the world, buying it from different parts of the world, either in Germany or USA or any other country outside. That's where, our startup ecosystem has, I would say, done a wonderful job, have grown significantly from last 5 to 7 years to where it is now. And I would say it's a viable alternative for all the solutions that industry needs. And if I talk about SMEs, they need solution, for example, in quality control, which allows them to become more competitive. It has been a manual effort so far. But using the computer vision solution, many SMEs now have affordable solutions, which are homegrown solutions, what we call Make in India. I mean, these homegrown solutions are actually being adopted by the SMEs, and where we are helping them to adopt it, it comes at a very reasonable cost. Then there is energy management, that's a lot of SMEs are wanting to save cost. So these solutions for energy management, is something that allows these SMEs to save cost and be more efficient. And similarly, there are, a lot of other things where a lot of SMEs are actually trying to get onto the digital journey. So far, they've been using, all this pen and paper for recording all their production and so on. And getting onto the complete digital logbook for entire factory is something now a lot of SMEs have started doing, and it's all happening with homegrown solutions. So that's the beauty of it. And these solutions are being developed from every part of the country, right? Be it some of them are from Gurgaon, some in Chennai or Pune, Hyderabad, and Bangalore, of course, has the largest contribution to it. But we have good work being done in every part of the country, and that's the good news. And I believe we will have more of such adoptions and more such startups coming up.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. I think he mentioned about how NASSCOM is basically working with the SME industries, providing them solutions in the space of digital innovations. Now I'll come because everybody talked about Karnataka. Somebody says, Sanjeev says #1 in innovation, but there is one we want to get something from Sri Mittal ji, who has been seeing the innovations in the whole country and beyond the country. Sir, what do you think? Apart from Karnataka, let's say Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune and all, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are also basically engaged in innovations, not only digital, but also deep tech. What is your message to all of us that how you have seen Tier 2, Tier 3 is playing a bigger role now to bring innovations in the country?
I think the organizers are being partial with me. My mic gets switched on and off regularly, but doesn't matter, I'll not give up. So you asked me a question, what is happening in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns? I think there's a conscious effort of the government, both the central government and the state governments, to focus on cities which are less developed, which have missed the attention or were not the center of attention. I think now there's a key shift, and it is the Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns now who have number of incubators, number of enabling mechanisms, mentors, investors. This is an entire ecosystem which is being created in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. And innovation is not only limited to the metros, the major cities. It is also now available in the tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. I intentionally gave you a story from Northeast, Silchar, about Harjap Singh Man, because that is where he had his entire education, that's where he had his entire career. But he finally settled in Noida, near Delhi, where he's taken up his startup. Similarly, today I see that a lot of women, a lot of young girls who have come up, and they are taking this route of innovation and entrepreneurship very seriously. In fact, to add to the Bangalore story, let me also join the gang of Bangalore. Since I can't defeat them, it's better to join them. There's a story of the youngest entrepreneur of the world, youngest. His name is Suhas Gopinath. I was hoping that he'll be here so I can at least introduce you. He's also from Bangalore. And he started at the age of 13 years, 13 years. And his company is valued at, these valuation figures are never real. So his company is valued at about $800 million today. He has about 1,000 employees, and out of which I think about 800 of them are based here in Bangalore, and 200 of them are based in US. As a youngster, he was not allowed to register his company in India because he was not 18 years of age. He had to face multiple problems because of his age. I shared his story with the board of directors of World Bank long back, and they asked me a question, Mr. Mittal, what does it take to get Suhas Gopinath to speak to our board? So I said it takes 2 business class tickets from India to Washington, DC. They asked me, why 2 business class tickets? I said, we don't send our children alone. He'll need to have some escort, some senior responsible person. So anyway, They invited Suhas, and also he was made to join their board, the World Bank board. And many interesting incidents happened with Suhas. He would go to attend that meeting, and he would be kept at the gate. The security won't allow him inside. He said they would say that visiting hours are from such time to such time, because they would think that he's a student and he's come to visit the World Bank. And similarly, okay, I think we are heading towards the evening. So let me tell you a very interesting anecdote. Both me and Suhas, we were invited to speak at a college in Andhra Pradesh. That day particularly, and Suhas was a young fellow, maybe about 18, 19 years of age. That day I saw that there is a crowd of about 2,000 people, out of which 1,800 were young girls. And Suhas had some other meeting, so he spoke first, and he sat down and he left for the other meeting. Immediately after Suhas left, 1,800 of those young girls also left after Suhas. So I was left to speak with about 100 of those old faculty members. Next time I made sure that I speak before Suhas when we were speaking at a different. No, that's also the power of innovation. Whereas a young fellow is appreciated. In fact, the country today, the world today appreciates these young people, and they are. Suhas, by chance, are you there? No, he's not there. I think I have many interesting stories like this, but I think let's move on. Let's move on.
Thank you, Mittal sir. I think because we don't have much of time, 10, 12 minutes more, I'll go straight to Sanjeev Gupta ji. Gupta ji, you talked about Karnataka, always in innovations. Being the CEO of KDEM, what interesting mission programs you have brought in, which has really led the growth of digital growth of Karnataka state? Some interesting stories to tell to the audience.
Sir, I will request my senior from the bureaucracy also, sir, he's a great inspiration for us. We don't use word tier 2 or tier 3. Full stop for these words. These words are looked down. We call them as emerging tech cities. Look up. These are the terminologies, first of all, we have identified for all the cities like Mysuru, Mangaluru, Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum, Tumkur. These are my emerging tech cities, number one. Number two, sir, we are trying to come out with a concept called as democratization of entrepreneurship. That means the entrepreneurship should reach to the grassroots level, and from there it should go bottom up. How do we create that? If we create hubs in Bangalore or in Chennai or in Hyderabad or in Gurgaon, that's not going to change the color of the emerging tech cities. We need to go back to the doorstep and knock it and give them the service that they need. What service they need? And how do we create an ecosystem? So under the academic institutions, our NAINS program is trying to come out from an idea into a student funnel. And at this level, we have hundreds of institutions which are just coming out with ideas in the student. Then we fund, from a government perspective, we fund up to rupees 50 lakhs to convert idea to POC as a grant, not even equity. So once an idea to POC is converted with a grant, and then we set up K-Tech Innovation Center across the state. So that means the incubation center is available for them to convert into the POC and idea. But now from idea, they need to go for scale-up. How do we go for scale-up business? There was a missing feed. There are three things which are missing. One, a fund which can make them available for them at the grassroots level. The grant is available to convert the POC, but how do we create a fund? So recently we have come out with called as a cluster seed fund. That means a startup in Mysuru can avail the Mysuru cluster seed fund, a Mangaluru cluster seed fund, a Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad cluster seed fund. That means you need not to come to Bangalore for VCs, A. Secondly, we create a program called as Beyond Bangalore, under which created a Beyond Bangalore means creating more Bangalores outside Bangalore. So we're creating that, and they've got VC to go to, and we take them quarterly to the VCs, to the respective towns, and the top 10 starters from that every quarter pitch. The condition is the VCs has to then and there sign something. And that's the way that the momentum is building up. Having said this, then the accelerators, which can take the startups to a next level in scale of the business. We are not setting up the one accelerator hub here and everybody should come here and done this. Many other states does that. We don't do this. What we do is a Karnataka accelerator network. That means some very mature accelerators from Bangalore, some potential accelerators in the emerging tech cities, they combine together, make a network. And then the accelerator program is run across them. Then what we're also trying to put together is that you have these institutions and the HNIs at the local level should become the investors. How can a Tata showroom player in a tier 2 city, so to say, sir, they can become the investor? We are trying to put together a model where the fund, that cluster seed fund, 30% of the capital comes from the HNIs. They will learn how to invest. In next 4 to 5 years, this model of democratization of entrepreneurship will be a proven model where you will find that the startups from the communities, our Honorable Prime Minister talked on the 15th of August, just 2 days back, saying that the startups and the economy, which is going to grow up, is going to be coming out from these emerging tech cities, not limited to only the 6-7 towns in India. And that is going to happen. Last but not least is, we ourselves gave ourselves mark. We were talking about 5% of state GDP should come from startup. So tell me which state is talking about of this number. We are promising ourselves. And we need to prove ourselves that we are going to deliver that. The only thing that can be delivered is with a very strong partnership of the model that we are trying to put together. And I'm happy this is one which is giving some success. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yes, I think well said. Democratization of the startup world, the entrepreneurship world, very well said. And also, they're involving everyone, all stakeholders to make it happen. Thank you for this. I think we have 5 minutes more. I'll come to Rajkumar Upadhyayji, the C-Dot head, the chairman. Sir, I think the digital landscape offers a plethora of opportunities. And could you please give us some inspiring examples that how digital innovations can be leveraged to bridge the regional disparities? Any interesting examples, maybe 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think the first, we developed many technologies which are used for, bridging this digital divide and also, making some gains in terms of, I'll give you first technology what we developed. I think that you can try right now. I encourage all the participants to try themselves. Please log into sancharsathi.gov.in. sancharsathi.gov.in, or you Google Sanchar Sathi, you will get it. What does the portal do? It solves many problems, but I'll mention 2 problems. Problem number 1 is stolen mobile phone. Many snatching of mobile phones cases were happening. And therefore, we developed a portal under Sanchar Sathi. In that, there is a citizen-centric service. You click lost mobile phone. You just put your IMI number. If you can't put your IMI number, police can put your IMI number. And we will tell you where your phone is. And Karnataka is the leading state. I think I must compliment it. We launched this service in May, and Karnataka already recovered 10,000 phones. 7,500 phones were recovered in Bangalore. 2,500 phones were recovered in Hubli. This is the lost mobile phone application which helps. Second, in your Aadhaar number, how many connections are there, you can see in this portal. You put your mobile number, it will tell you for your Aadhaar number how many connections are there. So, and you can block it there itself. Even when we launched this service, I tried my number. I also had an extra number on my Aadhaar which was not belonging to me. I disconnected it. Just to give you an example of the lost stolen mobile phone, we have already recovered 3 lakh phone after launching just a month back. Aadhaar, almost 9 lakh connections we have disconnected, which were not actually, which were used by anybody else's Aadhaar. The third thing is we have, using AI, we looked at all 114 crore database, and we found there are fraud connections because of cyber fraud problems. Because what the cyber fraud guys do, they will take SIM, make 100 call, bury it. Make SIM, make 100 call and bury it. We used AI and we have disconnected 66 lakh phones after the launch. 66 lakh phones we have disconnected. We got their WhatsApp disconnected. We got their Facebook disconnected, Instagram connected, and we have frozen their bank accounts also.
because the cyber fraud was going in a big way. So these 3 applications, you can try it yourself. The other thing which from the rural side, the top application which I will think is this. We install a small box. I will not talk to what is this box. A box is installed in the block. And from the block, using our BharatNet fiber, it goes to the villages. So one block serves around maybe 500 villages, 400 villages. It will go to all the villages, and in that village to the population. They can get all education classes, audio lectures, video lectures, books without internet. They can see 100 TV channels without internet. They can listen to 20 audio channels without internet. So this is another innovation. Because why it was done, when we started during COVID time education classes, villagers wanted education classes, but the net was not supporting. Backhaul was not strong. And therefore this idea came, why don't you put every content at the block headquarter, which is required. Books don't change, audio lectures don't change, online classes don't change, yoga class, skill class, everything is in the block. And from the block, it goes to the villages and distributed there free of cost. The only thing required is you need a Wi-Fi interface. It could be a phone, it could be a TV, it could be a laptop, it could be a tablet. So this is, I think for the shortage of time, I will not talk about. One more thing I will say, disaster management system which we developed is operational already in 36 UTs and states. Earlier you used to hear when the cyclone used to come, thousands of lives used to go. Now the life, for example, Odisha is one state which is using it perfectly. The lives lost in Odisha is now 0 because of this disaster management system. It is a targeted geo system. It will send messages only to those people who are affected. It is geo-targeted, geo-fenced application. Automatically using AI, it finds out where the cyclone is coming and who are the people. It picks up the number present there. You may be coming from Karnataka, you may be come from Israel. If you are present there, you will get that message. So I think there are many applications. In the paucity of time, I won't take many. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajkumar sir, for pointing out everything from the magic box to disaster management. Thank you for that, for bringing CDOT to all of us. So the last question is to Sanjeev Malhotra ji. The last question that NASSCOM is only in Bangalore, or basically you are in other states, reaching to the states where I think you are contributing, working with the state government and bringing NASSCOM in the forefront to digital innovations area.
Right. No, we do work with states. It's important to take these innovations that are happening in Bangalore, happening in Gurgaon and Pune to places where it can make an impact. So there are many programs that we run, especially in the healthcare space. We have, not many people know what good work is happening, but through in these startups. There is a device which has been made in Bangalore, which can do an eye test for glaucoma, and it has got an AI built into it. It is made in Peenya here in Bangalore, and it is one of its kind of device in the world, which is a portable device. And it is very useful for people in villages. Glaucoma is a disease which can actually render people blind and take away the livelihood of people. But it is curable if it is found early on, right? And this device, which is made in Bangalore, we have deployed in a couple of places around the country, in AIIMS, in Punjab, in Andhra Pradesh, and so on. So there are similar devices like that which have early detection of cervical cancer. Right, this is a device which actually uses AI for detection of cervical cancer, because by the time people come to doctor, it is too late. And this device actually enables somebody who's a paramedic to use this device in a village through AI can actually detect cervical cancer at the early stage. So there are devices like this where we are working with the state governments in deploying these things in what we call low resource settings. And that increases the awareness. Not only it provides advantages, our job is making sure a lot of people know about it and they can actually scale it up in their state. So that is what we are doing. This is just one example, but then we do it in other areas also. But for respect for time, I'll just listen.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. I think this is good to know. NASSCOM is basically also expanding its operation in the low resource area, the low resource settings areas. And I think we have come to an end. It's already 5 o'clock. I thank the esteemed panelists for giving your time in this session for digital innovations for One India. I thank MSS, MeitY, everyone, the organizing committee of this for setting up such a wonderful session here. Thank you. Thank the audience having patience listening to all the panelists. And let's work together to build a new India which is more digitally, more vibrant. Thank you.
And on that note of optimism, I'd like to invite the moderator as well as the panelists to launch the white paper, the final white paper of the day. This is on the circular economy. If all our dignitaries on the dais could help launch this. This is the one which will be launched right now. If you can hand it over to all the panelists on stage. India's digital revolution, unlocking transformation towards a more sustainable living. You will find this QR code in your conference kit. In case you want details, you can download right from there. The ribbons are off, the launch is on. It's been a wonderful panel session as well. May we hear it for all the panelists? For all the takeaways that have come from this panel. I'd also request Dr. Mrityunjay to hand over mementos after this to all the panelists. First to Shri Harkesh Mittal, Chairman, Startup India Seed Fund Farmer Program. To Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT. To Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. To another gentleman with the same first name, to Shri Sanjeev Malhotra, CEO, IoT Center of Excellence, NASCOM. Thank you so much. Thanks indeed for being with us at the DIA Summit. It's now time to hear a speaker who is joining us virtually from, I would say, across the seas. Gives me great pleasure in introducing and welcoming him. So let me do an audio check. Randall, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. Can you see all of us as well?
I see the room, and I'm glad to be here from New York.
Great. We'll request the audience to settle down. He is someone whose work especially you have heard a lot. He's the one who created the Forbes 30 under 30 list, and you're going to be listening to him. It's going to be minutes of inspiration. My name is Vasanthi Randall. I come from the world of media. I'm a podcaster and from the startup universe. And I must say that as a fellow media person, I really look forward to hearing you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please settle down in the audience. I know it's been a long day, but if I can request everybody, and I know there are some people who would be watching this online as well. Randall, I would like to request you to just take a couple of minutes because the earlier panel is moving out.
Yep.
The panel members are have just stepped off stage, so naturally there are lots of, parting thoughts. There are members of the audience who want to catch a little bit of that. But we also have many guests walking in. So once again, requesting the audience to please take your seats and be set to listen to our speaker, very special speaker, at the Global G20 DIA Summit. He's a Chief Content Officer at Forbes Media. Forbes Media, as you all know, is a global media branding and technology company. And Mr. Randall Lane, or Randall as we call him, is a renowned author and journalist who created the Forbes 30 under 30 list, a very powerful list of individuals. May we welcome him with a round of applause. I know it's you know, when you're not exactly there in the room, it's hard to feel the energy, Randall. But I hand over the floor to you now.
I appreciate that. And I am excited to be addressing you all. I'm sad that it's virtually. I would have loved to have been there, but I broke my hip a couple weeks ago. So I'm stuck here in New York virtually. But I've been to India several times. I got engaged in India 20 years ago at the Taj Mahal, actually. And a few less than 10 years ago, I worked with tGELF with the Kemka family in my role on the board of Global Citizen. I was part of the team that helped bring Coldplay and Jay-Z to Mumbai, and what was, probably a lot of you were there, for probably the biggest free concert in the history of the world. We raised billions of dollars for water, sanitation, and other great issues. So bottom line is I've been to India several times. I've seen the romance of the country. I've seen the passion in India. And I've also seen the economic might, and it's really unavoidable. And in my job at Forbes, I get to look around the globe and see where the action is. And, you guys are sitting there in a country that's approaching a $500 billion digital economy. In terms of innovation, I know it's a big focus today. India's moving up. I think it's up to, from 81st 2 years ago to 40th, according to Ernst & Young, in terms of innovation, in terms of how much money is being spent on R&D. But what I'm really excited about, because I could see who's in the room, it's a bunch of startup founders, and there's some real numbers that jumped at me as I was preparing to talk. 110 unicorns in India, which is, obviously a huge number that's growing. The estimates are by 2030, there'll be 280 Indian unicorns. That's really incredible. In terms of the money raised this year, it's expected that there'll be $180 billion raised in Indian startups, and those startups collectively will create and have created about 500,000 jobs. So that's really amazing. But again, looking in the room, and I did get to look at the room as I came on stage virtually, I was obviously very moved as the 30 Under 30 founder by all the young faces. And so I'd like to actually kind of veer from the script a little and talk a little bit about that phenomenon, why so many of you, and there's so many young entrepreneurs there, and really to appreciate this moment of history, because this is a really special time. Because if you think about it, take human history back, whatever, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million years, as long as humans have worked the earth, there was always a consistent rule in terms of what you needed to accomplish great things. You needed resources, you needed experience, you needed networks, you needed credibility. All of them required age, all those things. So whether you were a blacksmith or a lawyer, you're a shipbuilder, whatever you were doing, you need to learn your trade, you need to save your rupees, you need to wait your turn. But over the last 10 years, really, so that this audience would have looked different 10 years ago, as the world's gone fully digital, that's all flipped. So right now, as everybody here knows, if you need your computer fixed and you had a choice of a 25-year-old walking in to help you or a 55-year-old, you'd pick the 25-year-old. If you needed to hire an app designer and you had to choose between a 25-year-old and a 55-year-old and you didn't know anything else, you take the 25-year-old every time. And this is revolutionary. This is really revolutionary because it flies in the face of the human experience. It's revolutionary because it's not just the tech industry. Every field now is a tech field, whether you're in education, whether you're in hotels, whether you're in dentistry, it doesn't matter. It's revolutionary also because we're not just talking about a level playing field where a 25-year-old, somebody in their 20s can compete, but where being young is now actually, for the first time in all of human history, and we're at it right now, but being young is an actual advantage. And that advantage becomes because of the ways most of your brains are wired. Because again, I'm seeing in the room, I'm seeing people in their 20s. Your brains are wired differently because you all grew up with the internet from the time you were born. You can't remember the time there wasn't an internet, when there wasn't a smartphone nearby. So it's that natural comfort with technology that gives you an advantage over people like me, who may be only a little older, but we didn't get the internet till we were out of college. So, in my day, when you were tech savvy, it means you could fix the TV. If you're in your 20s, you have an advantage in virtually every area of your life because you're looking at problems and you're seeing solutions that I can't see. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with the way your brains are wired and the digital generation. It gets better than that though, because yes, the digitization of everything gives young entrepreneurs an inherent advantage, but it's also blown up the economics that previously would have prevented you from leveraging it. Because, you know, if you think about the root word of the capitalism, it's capital. And until 20 years ago, you needed a lot of money to start a company. Almost any kind of company needed capital. You were born rich or you waited and accumulated. You know, money came again with with context and experience. But now you don't need money to build a factory. You don't need to hire 100 people to design some code. You don't need to hire McKinsey to find an opening in a market. It could just be one person with one computer, and you could be in Boston, or you could be in Berlin, or you could be in Bangalore. If you have an idea and you know how to turn it, you know, you could turn it into a business. You could then popularize it, and you don't need help from anyone. And if you do need the money, by the way, venture capitalists will line up to give it to you. That wasn't true even 15 years ago. Age, education level, it doesn't matter. They want to see the original scalable idea. And you know, even 30 years ago, even if you had that idea and you invented something and it was cutting edge tech, there was no way to get it to market. You'd wind up selling it to a big company. Maybe you get a little royalty out of that. 20 years ago, yeah, you could raise a little money, but the investors would insist that they'd have an adult run the company the way Steve Jobs at Apple had to have John Scully kind of manage him until they figured out that he really knew what he was doing. 10 years ago, even, it was the same idea. You needed supervision, you needed gray hair around you. You need to keep an eye on kind of those young entrepreneurs, but now there are no pretenses, there are no adults. In terms of outcomes, there are no limits. And that's what's very exciting. It's why I was very excited to speak to this young entrepreneurial group, because think about all these trends. Think about this moment in history with everything going on. And now I'm speaking in a room, in a country, when there are literally hundreds of millions of people who are under 30 with a great education system that promotes the best and the brightest, and no limit in terms of the market, in terms of the global market, in terms of what can come up. And also, we're now with AI and robotics, two areas where India can be a capital of the world. It's an incredible moment. So I just want to thank you all for what you're doing. I'm excited to see what comes out of these next 3 days from afar. I wish I was there. But what's really exciting is that everybody here is at a moment in history that has never existed before, which is you guys all have the chance to do unlimited things with nobody stopping you. And I think these 3 days will hopefully help accelerate. Hopefully the competition will help accelerate that. Hopefully all the networking and the speakers will accelerate that. But again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but trust me, the spirit of the Forbes 30 under 30 is with you all. And again, I look forward to hearing what comes out of this great event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Randall. What you said was so relevant. Whether you're in Berlin, Boston, or Bangalore, all you need is an idea and probably a laptop. Very, very inspiring. And I'm sure people, the young representatives in the audience from different places across the world will only vouch for that. I'd like to thank you for being present, even if virtually. Next time, hopefully, you'll be in Bangalore.
Look forward to it.
Thank you. May we hear it for our speaker, Mr. Randall Lane, Forbes Media Chief Content Officer of the Forbes 30 and Under 30 fame. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard multiple perspectives throughout the day, beginning with the inaugural, the minister, and different people from startups across the globe joining us. It's now time to almost move towards the wrap-up of day one. But we have this special panel, and I'd like to invite the speakers, Ms. Kathleen Cesale, Councillor. Well, there is a film that is waiting to be shown right now. The X Prize Foundation, may I request people at the console to play the film, after which the panel can step in.
Hi everyone, I'm Anusha Ansari, CEO of X Prize, and I'm so happy to be able to participate, even if it's virtual, at the G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit. I'm CEO of X Prize Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization, has been around for 30 years. And what we do is we basically are focused on creating an equitable world of abundance. And how we do that is through accelerating breakthroughs, inspiring innovators, and making sure that attention and focus and innovation goes to solve humanity's grand challenges, the biggest challenges that we face. And there are plenty of them out there, so we have our work cut out for us. And that's why, it was really important for me to participate in this conversation, this summit, because I know a lot of you out there in the audience are the type of people who would like to put your thinking hat on and focus on some of these big challenges that are out there and use your knowledge and your resources to innovate and find solutions for these problems. This is a work of a lifetime for me, but how I ended up being actually able to participate is through an amazing individual, Mr. Shiv Kemka, who is also the founder and someone who's very active in this dialogue, but also a founder of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation, which is an organization I've also had the privilege of working with and met some of the amazing young leaders that they have been developing and was able to mentor a few of them. And that's how I got involved with this work, and totally believe in the power of young people. I feel that being able to be connected digitally across the globe has given this young generation not only the knowledge and the power to be effective in bringing about change, but also connected them much better together and given them a common ground and common language to collaborate. And our global problem requires collaboration. We can't solve these things by ourselves. It's something that requires focused attention, but also in order to implement some of these solutions, we need people who will help each other out, whether it's technically, whether it's through policies, whether it's through just connecting with each other. We need to make sure that the solutions that are being developed, those amazing people who are working on solving these problems, get the support of the rest of us to implement these. So having amazing leaders with the right moral compass, with the right motivation is very important, and that's what tGELF is all about. So a little bit about my background. I was born in Iran. I grew up in Iran, and I was fascinated with the night skies. When I was very young, we'd sleep outside summer nights because it was hot inside the house. And that gave me an opportunity to, look up at the night sky and see these stars. And watching these stars sort of really got me thinking about what's out there. So I'm a very curious person, and I was really curious to understand what's out there. And this curiosity is what really drew me to want to study math, sciences, especially physics, astrophysics later on, and eventually led to me being an engineer, which it's a technical definition for a professional problem solver. Imagination has been a big part of my life. I love sci-fi, and I believe imagination is a very unique gift we have as human beings. And this gift is what gives us the ability to think of things that do not exist, to help us imagine things that we have never seen. We go places where we've never been before. And this gift of imagination helps us really be innovative and create new things. So this is a gift that we use when we're young quite often. Unfortunately, as we get older, sometimes we forget we have this gift or we don't use it as often. And I hope that more and more people continue using this unique gift we have as human beings throughout their lives. And I hope you all use it all the time. And we rely on that at XPRIZE. I became involved with the XPRIZE Foundation some 20 odd years ago when it was just launched by Peter Diamandis, the founder. And he shared this passion for space with me. I grew up wanting to become an astronaut because of my fascination for space. And, as a young girl growing up in Iran, I probably didn't think there is a way, but that didn't stop me. It became my obsession, my dream, something I wanted to focus my life on. I read every book I could. I watched every sci-fi movie. I imagined that someday maybe there will be a true Star Trek world where there will be a Starfleet Academy, and I would go apply and become a Starfleet officer, a science officer. I was hoping, and really travel the galaxies. And of course, when I became an adult, I had the opportunity to come to the United States and continue my studies. I realized none of that exists, but that also didn't stop me. And it just made me want to, always look for those pathways, the opportunities, the doors that will get me one step closer to my dream of going to space. And that's how I ended up meeting Peter Diamandis. I became an engineer, successful entrepreneur, built several successful tech companies. But that success was not enough for me. What I wanted to do was actually fulfill my dream, my childhood dream. And meeting Peter gave me that opportunity because my family and I ended up sponsoring a competition back in early 2000 where basically it changed the way we all look at access to space. Back then, and there was no SpaceX. Space was not a hot topic. It was something only governments could do. And everyone who found out we wanted to sponsor this competition told us we're crazy. They told Peter he's crazy. It's like, there is no way. Who's going to build a spaceship? Because the prize was all about building a spaceship, going to space, to the edge of space, 100 kilometer, and doing it not only once, but twice. And after you would do that, demonstrate that without any government funding, you would win a prize, $10 million. So to me, as an entrepreneur, I'm like, this is amazing. You're asking someone to do something hard instead of going and hiring just one team to work on it. You basically put out this call to action to the world. You ask anyone who wants to participate, anyone who thinks they can build a spaceship, to go build it. And here's $10 million you can win. So of course, we had great success. We had 26 teams who competed from 7 countries. These 26 teams collectively spent, I think, roughly around $100 million to win the prize. So we found that through this, through this competition and the success at the end in 2004, when it was won, that, there is a possibility of leveraging capital when it comes to competitions. And that's what we've proven over and over again at XPRIZE. We have now launched over $300 million worth of prizes. We have 10,000 teams from 140 countries who compete in our prizes. And collectively, we've seen across all these past few years, across all of our prizes, on the average, there's 31 times leverage or return on every single dollar that is put up as a prize purse. So it's the best model of philanthropy for us. We are a nonprofit organization, and I don't look at it as a donation. I look at it as an investment in the future. So I talk to a lot of people who want to leave a legacy, who want to leave the world a better place for the next generation. And those are the ideal people and some of our greatest benefactors who have been helping us, launch these prizes in the 7 domains that we're very active in. We work in biodiversity, in climate and energy, in health, education, in food, wastewater, and of course, space is where we got our start, and a lot of deep technologies and innovations in AI, in quantum, play a big role in making sure that we can really focus the energy of the world in finding out how we can solve some of our biggest problems. One of the biggest challenges we face right now, of course, is environmental issues, specifically climate change. And we have one of the largest prizes ever launched privately. It's a $100 million competition to extract carbon at gigaton level, which is what we need from the atmosphere or the oceans. We also have other related environmental competitions. One specifically is to bring to market alternative protein sources. As our population grows and the need for protein consumption grows in the world, doing it traditionally but growing for animals and consuming that meat has not only negative environmental impact, but also the way the stocks are treated are not very humane. So what we tend to do with this competition to provide alternative source of protein for our growing population, which has the same or better nutrients, price points, and content. So that's another very interesting and important prize for us, active prize that we have. And we also have an active prize at the semifinal stage to protect the biodiversity of the rainforest ecosystem, as well as detecting and putting an end to destructive wildfires. We have a few very exciting competitions coming up later this year that we will announce, but I would love to make sure that you all know about our work, know about how important it is, and that you all can do something about the problems that you face, whether it's through X Prize or otherwise. I think it's important for us to not be victims of the future, rather be architects. And what we want to do at X Prize, create a movement of people who want to be architects of the future for humanity and for themselves, and not just give up because there are these really seemingly difficult and big challenges that we face in this world. I truly believe that with collaboration, with our imagination, and with innovation, we can solve any of these issues and problems. It requires the willpower, and that is something we can all work on. As I said, I believe that young people are very powerful. I think the fact that they're digital natives helps with that power and with their connectedness. And that's why making sure that the digital divide is resolved, and that more and more people can get connected together and get access to resources and be able to tap into those resources to do everything I talked about.
Yes, the mics are on and back. I was wondering if I had been silenced. You see, at the end of the day, when we wrap a whole session of panel discussions, I'm pleased to invite the speakers of the last session right now. The topic being G20 Collaborative Innovations for Sustainable Development. And for which I invite the speakers, Ms. Caitlin Ciarle, Councillor, Science and Technology, Australia. Let's welcome her onto the stage with our best of our energies. Mr. Mohammad A. Alarifai, I hope I got your pronunciation right. Apologies if I haven't. General Manager of Startup Enablement, Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Saudi Arabia. Mr. Bonifacius Wahyu Pudianto, Director of Informatics Empowerment, Indonesia. And the panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Parvez Alam. We welcome you, Mr. Alam, Executive Director of CIIC and AIC. Mr. Alam is a well-recognized professional in entrepreneurship ecosystem and is instrumental in setting up the most progressive startup incubation center in Tamil Nadu, which happens to be, of course, our neighbor. It's over to the moderator.
Thank you, MC, for the introduction. And then it's my privilege to moderate this session with two eminent personalities coming from Australia and Saudi Arabia. So Kathleen comes from Australian High Commission from New Delhi, and she's the counselor responsible for science and technology. And Mr. Muhammad Al Arifi, head of digital empowerment in entrepreneurial enterprises from Saudi Arabia. So in the interest of time, we will very quickly grasp the key insights about that, how the G20 collaborative innovations we can do in the area of sustainable development. So as you know that SDG is the very buzzword, and ESG, whether it is corporate or whether it is startups, everywhere we are talking about compliance of SDG goals, and it is no longer a voluntary. It become a more mandatory, right? Earlier people used to call themselves as a compliance as a more of voluntary. So how do you look at, maybe I'll start with, Mr. Mohammed. So how do you see that Saudi now, we could keep hearing a lot of news coming up with the NEOM city, sustainable development, and I'm sure, you are wanted to go ahead than UAE in terms of the startups, and you're doing a lot of events like LEAP and so on. So can you just a bit explain that how, you are considering these innovations will lead to a sustainable development, and how a country like India can collaborate and then take things forward along with Saudi?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. So to answer this question, I want to shed light on what's now happening in Saudi Arabia. So 7 years ago, Saudi announced the Vision 2030. And that is with very, very ambitious goals where we want to reach by 2030. The way this vision was designed, first of all, it brought everyone, private sector and government sector, under one roadmap. We have one North Star for everything that we do. This is where we're going to get, and this is how we're going to get there. This drives significant demand and also creates a lot of opportunities for whether private sector locally, new startups to fill any gap that is there, or international startups. Just to shed light on what part of the vision, you mentioned NEOM. So NEOM is, I was listening to a documentary not long ago about NEOM, talking about how it was created. Everything they bring, they got all the consulting companies, all the best of the best in the world. Whenever there is a benchmark, this is not acceptable. Because what we want to do is something in the future. So here is huge room for innovation. So they got everyone outside the box, multiple workshops. Let's do something that was never done before. Let's try something that was never tried before. If we do something that is slightly better than a similar city elsewhere in the world, that's not acceptable. So And that's why we had the octagon, we had the line, we had the different very, very innovative, very ambitious projects that are now being delivered. They're under construction and will be moving people in the coming few years. So what does that, I'm mainly focusing on startups and the entrepreneurship. What does this mean to me? There are many opportunities that or many objectives that cannot be achieved without startups helping them. So if we're talking about logistics, so what we want to do is logistics that was not done before. We cannot do the conventional way of providing the supply chain, etc. So that created a lot of opportunity for up-and-coming startups, and also a lot of collaboration, because we cannot, if we want to go far, we have to go together. So it has, we have to have collaboration with the East and the West, where like startups that are in advanced stage, they can come and help us build this ecosystem and access the opportunities that this vision creates.
Thanks for highlighting. I think you highlighted the role of innovation and startups in creating a sustainable, development, like especially in the city, what you are creating, like a completely a future which never, duplicate any of the earlier experiments, is really an eye-opening, and it creates a lot of opportunities. Now, coming back to Ms. Kathleen, like, what I perceive is that Australia wanted to position as an R&D country, right? You want to be a brain. You don't want to have a more manufacturing. You don't want to be like India, where we work on the GDP on the manufacturing or labor and things like that. You want to work always on the state-of-art technologies and advanced technologies and so on. So having said that, do you see a potential collaboration between R&D technology from Australia, collaborating with, the manufacturing industries in India who can do the transfer of technologies? And how do you see that technology is evolving in the area of sustainable development? And what is the contribution from the Australian science part? I think since you've been the think tank and policy making, right? You're involved in the policy making. So what do you feel that how it's evolving?
Hello, g'day everyone and namaskar. Caitlin here from the Australian High Commission in New Delhi. And I should say up front, I've actually only been in this position for just over 3 months. So I'm still very much learning. I guess there's a couple of things in that question. If I can take a step back, yes, Australia is very proud of its research expertise. And we've seen that. I guess I have the privilege of talking to scientists and researchers every day, and don't quote me on the numbers, I should know this, but for a country that represents, I think 0.03% of the global population, we're responsible for about 4% of scientific publications, the output. So we well and truly punch above our weight. We're, the country where our national science organisation that does industrial research, we're the first inventors of Wi-Fi. So when you go home to your hotel or home tonight and your phone picks up some emails or text messages, you can thank Australia. We've got some, obviously, expertise in other areas. We're a leading sort of resources extractor and mineral, resources technologies, health sciences across the board, which we're really proud of. But we're also very much, all that being said, we very much rely on international collaboration. This is another stat I'm making up, but it's something like 40% of those scientific publications are co-published with an international author. And India is actually our 7th largest sort of co-publisher. All of those things, all of those developments come on the back of international collaboration, so it's hugely important, and we want to see that continue. And in terms of here in I think sometimes, to a certain extent, yes. The easy answer is yes. We would love to develop the know-how and the technology in Australia and leverage India's manufacturing output. That's a very simple one. Of course, we'd love to do that. But it's a little simplistic too. We want to do more. India is super smart. And as I said, we do these amazing co-publications. From the Australian government's perspective, our bilateral programs are about leveraging the strengths of both countries. So I happen to have, for example, space collaboration in my remit as well. And we're, sponsoring a program for Australian and Indian space startups to collaborate and co-produce something and test something. And the recipients of the first award of those will be announced in the next few months. We have a 16-year-old bilateral research fund, which is Australia's oldest government-to-government research fund. That's with India. And every year we're funding 4 or 5 research projects in areas of shared interest, because Australia and India both have to deal with drought, and both have to deal with tropical diseases, and both have to deal with climate and extraction of resources and all those sorts of things. And so that's not, that's both parties coming to the table and lending that brain power. That's exchange of researchers and secondments and joint PhD programs that are hugely successful. It'll be in an Australian university that is the first foreign university to open a campus in India. We're very, very proud of that. Indian students in Australia make up our biggest proportion of international students. We're very, very proud of that. We've got this living bridge between the two countries. The other thing I would add is, yes, we would sort of definitely leverage India's manufacturing capability. The Australian government in the last few years, coming out of COVID and some of the other issues in geopolitics, we're also looking at how do we maybe bring home some of that advanced manufacturing capability? How do we contribute to other parts of the global supply chain? So in resources, for example, we're looking at, and we don't know the answers yet, but let's ask the question, can we do a little bit more value adding in our resources in Australia? So the Australian government's just at the moment setting up what we're calling the National Reconstruction Fund. That's a $15 billion Australian dollar investment in that advanced manufacturing capability in key sectors where we think we can contribute to really critical global supply chains. I actually once, for a panel a few weeks ago, tried to convert 15 billion Australian dollars into rupees and then try and work out the lack and crawl. I gave up, but it's a huge amount of money.
Yeah, it's very great insight to hear. In fact, I was involved with this India-Australia Strategic Fund, bilateral fund, which funds many research projects coming out from India and Australia. It really motivates the bilateral collaboration between the two countries, especially on the academic and R&D environment. So I'll come back to you after Mohammed. So Mohammed, you have mentioned that Saudi is looking for creating a future, right? And that too, you have a very competing neighbors who are already also thinking about future. I recently saw a future museum in Dubai. So having said that, now Saudi has an inclusive ecosystem. Like you say that now you have Saudi has been very bullish about startups and things like that. Do you have a venture capital ecosystem, or Saudi is coming out with any sovereign fund, right? Wealth fund, which will give a more impetus to these kind of innovations, especially on the the sustainable and other areas. So, what do what's your insight on this?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Parvez. So I will go back like 5 years ago. How was the startup ecosystem? How was it structured in Saudi? And how is it now? So maybe 5 years ago, the total investment, VC activities, was less than $50 million. So it was non-existent. So very few startups, very few VCs. And then with the vision being activated, where the SME authority was established, the objectives became very clear, the established a couple of VC funds, government VC funds that act as LP in some of the private funds, did a couple of programs to incentivize investment, co-matching, etc. PIF had a lot of focus on VC activities. Sanabil was established, as well as a lot of accelerator programs started being active. So last year, the total investment was $1 billion. The year before was $570 million. Last year, globally, there was a decline of 35% in VC activity. Saudi was increased by 75%. So it's not, the year before our increase was 270%, from 150 to $575 million. However, $1 billion of VC activities for a G20 country, an economy like Saudi Arabia, just tells us that this ecosystem is yet to be seen. It's being created. The latest round is Series C. And some of the Series C that was raised this year, startups that were created a year and a half ago. So because there is a lot of demand, and startups are trying to fill this demand. We had a couple of VCs. Aramco became Saudi Aramco, which is the largest oil company, became extremely active in the startup ecosystem. They established, I think, 3 programs. Prosperity 7, which is a $1 billion fund that invests in US and China. Started in US and China. They have Wa'id, which is the entrepreneurship fund that started actively investing outside Saudi. They have, Sanabil has invested, they have released the funds that they've invested in. The top funds globally, they act as LP in them, whether in Silicon Valley, in India, in China, in Europe. And this is all like development money. It's investment with the return on investment, but however, it eases the connection between the different countries. Currently, you cannot say the borders are being fading. So NEOM actually sits in Saudi, and it's interconnecting with Egypt and with Jordan. The world is becoming global. Whatever, a lot of the startups and in Egypt or in our neighbors in UAE, in Kuwait, in Qatar, cannot base their startup on one market. They all work in Saudi, they all work in Dubai, they all work in Abu Dhabi. I think if we look at it, if we zoom out, actually the Saudi market is not the Saudi market, it's the MENA market. 400 million population, have very similar culture, very similar customer way of thinking. So whatever works, and not only MENA and extend to East Asia and Mid Asia, where the buying, the customer like ingredients is the same, whether it's B2B or B2C. So I think, whatever is happening in Saudi with the NEOM, with the city of the future, etc., is a regional thing. It's a global thing, but it starts with the region.
Yeah, I think as you rightly said, Saudi is a hub for opening avenue for MENA market as such, and then you have the large geographical advantage, largest region in the MENA, right, in the geography wise. So you have that advantage, and as well as this competitive edge. So coming to Kathleen, like you mentioned about that, as you know, there's a very smallest population but largest number of scientific publications, and India, Australia has very good academic collaboration. As you know, a large number of students from India goes to Australia for higher education and so on. So how do you see that this, that academic collaboration leads to a more of R&D joint collaboration? You mentioned about this India-Australia, strategic fund, bilateral fund to boost the innovation and creativity. But how do you see that this will also help among the G20 nations, especially India, Australia, to collaborate on sharing this technology? Do you see that any value proposition for startups in this to get involved and acquire technologies? You mentioned that Australia wanted to focus more on the advanced manufacturing. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Do you see that this academic collaboration leads to R&D, which leads to products and which may lead to startups? How do you see this chain works?
I wish it was that simple. I wish we could say this leads to, I can't lie, Australia, like many countries, there's the valley of death, right? It's how do we get our amazing research, how do we translate that, how do we get it funded, how do we get startups to become scale-ups, to become firms?
Where do you see Australia would like to add their value more?
I think we need to, and this is part of the sort of, I think it's well understood. I think we know, all of us, that there are improvements that we can make to support our startup ecosystem, to support linkages, to better plug, I guess, Australian ideas and startups into international markets. How do you make those connections? And Australia's got great industry. We've got a really entrepreneurial spirit. We've got 5 firms here that have come to India off their own back. So I'm really, really proud of our industry, but of course we can do more. And I guess I'm a bureaucrat. I have to speak from a government perspective. We know there's that gap. We know that we can fund, we're a huge funder of research infrastructure and basic research in Australia and overseas, but we know that doesn't translate as simply as that chain. So we know there's things to fix. So, by way of example, we're very much supporting efforts to try and plug Australian firms and ideas into global markets like India's. I'm from, as I said, the policy side of the Australian government. We have 5 offices here in India, which is as many as anywhere else in the world. And for every office where we have policy sort of high-level people up here, we have our Austrade, Australian Trade and Connection office with us in all 5 of those offices. These are business people who understand the pressures facing Australian industry, who understands the weaknesses and things that the opportunities here in country. So they're on the ground working with Australian firms, building connections. We've got the Australian Trade Commission run a program out of Bengaluru supporting Australian companies to take those steps and feel more confident entering new markets like India. So we have a range of programs like that to try and plug that gap. We're also sort of targeting where we can key industries, and I guess this is a good example coming back to that sort of sustainability goals. Our National Science Agency has got 50 years of history collaborating with Indian organisations. This is the CSIRO, and they have an MOU here in India with the CSIR, sort of their industrial research equivalent. Prime Ministers MeitY and Albanese jointly announced a program back in March when Prime Minister Albanese was here in Australia. In a couple of months' time, we'll open round 1 of applications for a sort of a jointly funded, joint Australia-India. It's an 8-month program for startups in both countries to support them to, test their products, enter the other country, get some real sort of mentoring and support. So we're really trying to target areas like now. The focus area of that program is circular economy initiatives, because we know that there's the swathe of programs, circular economy, one of them, ending plastic waste, food waste, sustainability. That's a problem shared by every country. And it doesn't have a border, and it doesn't have passports. And they're things that we can, as I said, leverage each other's strengths, come to combine solutions, tap into each other's access to capital and markets and demand and testing and expertise, and try and get some products out there that can support global sustainability objectives. And I can't talk too much about the G20 in particular, but only to say that it's a great sort of forum to have all of these nations in the one room talking about the issues we all have. the shared problems, and I absolutely think there's value in that. And for every discussion in a G20 discussion where it's public servants like me, there's been a side event where it's industry from every country, and that's been really useful as well. I'd also like to just, I guess, take the opportunity to thank India and the government here for, showcasing using this experience, the digital economy and, how digital technologies can support those sustainability development goals. I also had the privilege of attending one day of the Startup 20 Shikar in Delhi in early July. And for those that don't know that under India's G20 presidency, the Indian government established a brand new G20 engagement group called Startup 20. And that was a wonderful event. The same thing, getting startups from every country in the room, but also in addition to sort of talking about how do we streamline, access to capital and things, there's a really wonderful discussion or a side working group around inclusiveness and how do our countries approach supporting female founders or founders from diverse backgrounds. And I think that was a really important conversation that I really just wanted to acknowledge as well.
Yeah, I think thanks for giving heads up. I think you spelled out a lot of programs. The Australian government is keen to work with India, especially on the circular economy and other programs which you mentioned about it. And maybe as a concluding remarks, what I felt is that I like the word what you said. You like both the East and the West. The collaboration. I think that's the theme of the G20. Like all the G20 countries should come together. And as you see from the MeitY has coined one of the theme today as a circular economy also. Like some startups from, I was just sitting in the jury session, I could see that many startups coming from the circular economy side and pitching, their things. I think we should thank MeitY for choosing this as one of the important highlighted thematic area. So having said that, on the circular economy and the sustainability, like for example, now there are ESGs policies have come up, these environmental, social and governance. And especially on the West, they are very keen. Big corporates are following ESG, standards. And right now, the standards like GRI and their compliance to the corporates are coming up with compliance to these standards voluntarily. And now government is forcing them to follow on and so on. So maybe as a concluding remark, from your government, since you represent a government, from government side, what is the focus and impetus they are giving on this, SDG, ESG, and things to get, implemented? Maybe a few lines from both of you so that we can conclude here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Regarding the different collaboration with the G20 members, I'll just give what we're doing in this regard and how the whole global economy is becoming one big economy, led by, I think, the largest economies. So we recently created this year where we grouped the high potential, the high scalers, startups and launched the Saudi Unicorn program where we're identifying the potential unicorns and put targets on ourselves and how we can get there. And through this program, we already started working with MeitY, with Next Icon in Indonesia, with the French Tech, with the different G20 counterparts where they're supporting startup ecosystems, where it's a mutual collaboration, where we help them access the MENA market, they help us learn and access talent and access startups in their regions. And I think now with the new generation coming, I think the way the startup founders are focused, what makes huge value to them is very, very earth-friendly, has to be in line with the ESGs and with the sustainability goals, with the carbon emission, the different environmentally friendly way of doing future things. So I think, and that's fully in line with the new projects. So NEOM and the Octagon, which is one of the largest industrial complexes or cities that is green. We established the Saudi Green Initiative, which is mainly focusing on enhancing sustainability and making the world a better place. And that all gives opportunity to entrepreneurs and to startups to make it happen. Because we cannot rely on the conventional way of doing things that will take very long to achieve our goals.
Thanks, Mohit. Yeah, Kathleen, you're...
Just to agree, I think if you ask an Australian business person who's here how they find navigating some of those things, they'll give you a very blunt answer. I'm very conscious I'm not a business owner. I can't say. Australia has the highest of regulatory standards. I meet enough businesses to know sometimes a lot of the time that's annoying, to say it nicely. That's not what they say to me. But I also think we also have the highest and the most sort of innovative companies as well. And I guess that's part of, and we have companies that are very responsible. And while we have regulatory standards for some things, we have companies that absolutely see that this is our contribution to the world and we have to be competitive, and customers' demands are changing, which is a really good thing as well. People are willing to pay a little bit more to do something better. So I think that's a sort of a natural progression. I would think, just to conclude as well, I guess, I don't mean to sound glib about it, but that's the beauty of innovation, isn't it? We've got companies that are trying to solve a problem in a smart way that's competitive, that works, that does it before the other guy. For example, was at a space thing the other day, and there's a firm in Australia that's looking at how to use scrap steel to make space objects and to input into satellites as part of that sort of circle of life, circular economy of the space economy, noting that the number of satellites in space are going up exponentially. That was them trying to be on the forefront of things. There's no direction yet, as far as I know, around the use of recycled products in satellites. Even that's a bit far-fetched for Australia for the time being. But in my experience, companies have always moved first in a really good way.
Yeah, I think, I'm very glad to see a bureaucrat empathize more about the business community. I think you have been very blunt in, how these policies should help. And I think in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, please put up big hands together to Mr. Mohammed and Ms. Kathleen for sharing their insights. We learned a lot about the policy implications and new insights from Saudi Arabia and Australia. Unless audience have any questions, I think we can wind up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, in fact, to the speakers, to the moderator. I request you to stay back for a moment. May I request Mr. Suryakant, if you're here in the audience, to please step up and give tokens of appreciation to the speakers. I could request the moderator. Okay. Also, Mr. Parvez Alam, thank you so much for moderating this discussion and making sure that the audience derives value from all the takeaways, all the insights that you shared. Thank you once again. May we hear a round of applause for all our special guests. Ms. Caitlin Siale, Councillor, Science and Technology, Australia. May we have a memento for her. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel on the G20 Collaborative Innovations for Sustainable Development. In case this memento has come, then I would like to invite for Mr. Mohammed A. Alarifai. Thank you for your patience, Caitlin, and of course the understanding. I hope you get to see a lot of Bangalore. Have you visited the place? That's a place. I know there were a lot of people in the startup pitch sections. I myself sneaked away a little bit to hear some of those exciting innovations. That also explains why some of them had to be there. So to Ms. Caitlin Ciale, Councillor. She's from the Australia Council. Also, if I can request Mr. Surikant to give to Mr. Mohammad A. Alarifai, General Manager of Startup Enablement, Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, MCIT, Saudi Arabia. Mr. Parvez Alam, who we had earlier introduced, is one of the most progressive startup incubation center in Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a special memento of appreciation for the role he played? Thank you indeed. So that is a wrap. Maybe there can be a picture with all the panelists as well as Mr. Surikant. Meanwhile, as we wrap up day one, I hope that you have met many people, looked at exhibits in the exhibition, been part of the startup pitches, and made new contacts for yourself. There's also going to be a networking dinner, I'm told. But for me, it's time for me to sign off from the first day of the Digital Innovation for World Economies, this DIA Summit. It's time for me, Vasanthi Hariprakash, to sign off. Thank you for being here in this room as part of this program. Namaskara. Namaste.